just a bloke in a bar.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to another episode of Bloke in a Bar. Before you do anything, make sure to head to YouTube, head to our Spotify, hit that follow button, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, leave a comment. It is really, really helping, guys. We had a huge episode last week, and it's all thanks to hitting that like button, leaving a comment, subscribing, leave a positive review if you can. It is absolutely, it's helping so much. Like, honestly, it is helping so much. So it takes you 2 seconds, and it really, it puts us in the feed and in the algorithm and all that good stuff. Also, don't forget, this is brought to you by the Bloke Club. That is right. The Bloke Club is completely free to join. And thanks to Luke Camilleri, LDC_01 on Instagram. If you join the Bloke Club completely free at www.bloke.club, you have a chance to win a Mazda BT50. That is right. It's completely free, no strings attached. On top of that, if you join, we give out prizes each month. This month, the prize is $2,000 cash. On top of all of that, we've got other things like if you're a part of the Bloke Club right now, you get 30% off Musashi products, plus you go in the draw to win a hamper for that. You get 15% off Bloke merch. What else have we got here? I told them to send it through because you got the Grumpy Coffee discounts as well. So, guys, we're going to keep building on that. So we're going to keep looking for discounts for you, a part of the Bloke Club, and eventually we would love to have each day brand new discounts. So that is at the Bloke Club, bloke.club. Enter for free, no strings attached, and you go in the draw to win a Mazda BT50 thanks to Luke Camilleri. Give him a follow. I bought my car off him for myself and my wife. He's the best in business. Here's some of the athletes that Luke Camilleri has dealt with. Dral Yayi, Alex Glenn, Connor Wallets, Matt McIntyre, Justice Hooney, Campbell Gillard, Justin Taffer, Junior Taffer, Ben Mahoney, Joe Apataya, David Mead, Hunter Pasami, Camilleri, Sky Nicholson, Julia Robinson. He's the best in the business, guys. LDC_01. If you need a car, he will take care of you. He's from Aspley Mazda. Even if you're interstate, he can still take care of you. And a massive thank you to him. So head over there, join the Bloke Club, and you go in the draw automatically. And it's not just Bloke listeners. It's anyone can join. Literally anyone. Alrighty. The Roo, how was the weekend, mate?
It was good. I haven't heard the name David Mead in a while. It was a little throwback.
The great Mead. Scored one of the great, around the back.
Cracker.
Unbelievable. Timmy, how you going, brother?
Going great, mate. Couldn't be better, actually. Raiders 2 from 2 to start the season, essentially leading the comp. Storm had a bye, so they don't count. I'm just wary. I don't want to get ahead of myself. We've had an extremely soft draw to start the season, and I just, you don't want to get too tougher games will come.
Oh my God!
So I don't want to get too far ahead of myself.
That
early.
is disgraceful. That is disgraceful from you, Timmy. How you going, Hammy, mate?
Very good. Good weekend. A little bit late this morning. I was just on the blower to Ticketek, just sorting my grand final tickets after yesterday as well. Great performance by the boys, and I think we can put a line through the Eels. So good stuff.
There you go. There you go. Alrighty, guys. Let's face a bit of music brought to you by our friends over at Sportsbet.
Yes, interesting week. A lot of upsets that not a lot of us saw coming, to be honest with you. Worth noting, first and foremost, I did get a little bit of scoring incorrect last week. I incorrectly gave Roo and Maddie $1.90 for having the Dragons plus 5.5 when they lost 28 points to 20 to the Bulldogs last week. So I've deducted $1.90 off both of theirs.
Okay.
I've spoken to them about this privately.
Okay, yep.
And they're across it, but I just thought I'd let you guys know.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the transparency.
How'd they take it?
Not well, but yeah, it was factually correct, so it was the right call. All right, first game, Knights 26 defeat Dolphins 12. Den and Timmy and Matty, you all had the Knights head to head for $1.64 collect, so well done there. Yes. Gets a lot worse from here for everybody. First big upset of the weekend, Waz 36 defeat Manly 16. Only Roo had the Waz plus 7.5. He was the only person to walk away with anything from Mount Smart Stadium. $1.90 for Roo.
I think it might be the only thing I walked away from the weekend with, potentially, but I'll take it.
You're not far off it, Roo. Next game, no points here. This won't come as a surprise. Panthers 32 defeated by Chooks 38. Now, this was the biggest line that the Chooks ever went up at, 24.5 points. It was the biggest line when they were 21.5. Then Lindsay Collins got ruled out, moved out. Head-to-head price was $11. Huge upset. Nobody saw that coming. We all either had them 13 plus or minus 16.5, the Panthers. So got that terribly wrong. The next game, Dragons 24 defeated by Rabbitohs 25 down there at Lost Stadium. Matty had this second week in a row. I thought I'd go for it. Maybe I shouldn't have. Matty had Souths plus 6.5 points. So well done for Matty. Denon, you took the Rabbitohs head-to-head. The only one brave enough to do it at $2.67. Well played.
It's just smart punting, boys. It's just smart punting. Learn a thing or two over here.
Never in doubt there, winning by 1 point. Good
It
stuff.
took 15 minutes to pick it, so glad you got there.
Oh, okay.
True, actually. Maybe we should take a point off. Next game, Cowboys. 12 defeated by Sharks, 36. We were all pretty hot on the Sharks in this game. Denon and Matty had them head-to-head for $1.40. I had them minus 7.5 for $1.90. Timmy and Roo got a bit too fancy. 1 to 12, you had them. No points for you guys.
Yeah,
So bad.
see, that's shit punting. That's
dumb.
shit punting.
So
Very dumb stuff over there.
It is.
See, be conservative like I have. I think I'm going all right at the moment.
Okay.
Very boring. Very boring.
Interesting you should say that. Raiders 32, defeat Broncos 22. Kempy had the Broncos minus 12.5, so could not have been more wrong. Myself, Roo, and Timmy had the Raiders plus 12.5. Nice, easy watch for us. Matty, you took the Broncos head-to-head at $1.20. Oh, gee whiz.
Was very confident too, I remember last week.
Yeah, he was. So, you guys, no good in that one. That was a huge upset as well. $4.40 the Raiders were paying.
Oh, not that big of an upset, mate. Come on. Anyone knows footy knows the Raiders are a good footy side, mate.
Yeah, I think we put a line through the Broncos. Eels 6, defeated by Tigers 32. 2 words for everyone on this show not named Hammy. Sucked in.
Oh, I picked the Tigers.
Mate, you had Para 13 plus.
Did I really?
Remember, he said I'm taking a big swing.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
He took a huge swing.
You know what?
Big swing, no
you know
ding,
what's crazy? I picked the Tigers later in the week on like my other shows. So okay, fair enough.
Bit of a bet each
I'll
way
take
there.
that medicine. That's some bad punning.
Yeah,
Holy
you tried to stick
fuck.
it to me and blew up in your face. Good stuff.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I took my Brave boys. I was the only one to do it. $1.64 for me, head-to-head. And then the last game of the round,
Did we
Dogs-
all tip Eels to win?
Yeah, you did, mate. You did. You all had them either.
Bad tipping.
You guys had them 1 to 12, so you're a bit more kind of, I could see what you were doing.
Oh, yeah, I went for the big... Yeah, okay, I remember now. Now.
You did it for content.
Yeah, it was all content.
Didn't work
Content-based bet.
Yeah. Last game of the round, Dogs 40 defeat the Titans 24. Denon, you had them head-to-head for a whopping $1.36. Well done, mate. Good stuff. Myself and Matty had them minus 8.5, $1.90 for us. Roo, you had the Titans 1 to 12. Timmy, you had the Dogs 1 to 12.
Oh, that last try cost you.
Bad punning.
Yeah.
Bad punning.
Bad stuff. So, at the end of this round, Roo, you came home with... we'll go work from the bottom to the top. Timmy, $3.54. Wow. Roo, $3.80. Matty, $6.91. Denon, $7.07. Myself, $7.41. So, overall for the season, Matty's out in front, $21.88. I'm $19.51.
Oh, no.
Denon, $13.91. Roo, $13.46. And Timmy, $13.25.
Wasn't I on like 11 last week?
Yeah, but I had to take off $1.90, and then you only got $3.80 this week.
Yeah, right.
I still reckon, and this is going to be towards you guys, if you pick 1 to 12, could we have like, if you got the team right, you get 1 point or something like that? As a minimum?
No, because when you put a bet on, you go 1 to 12.
But then it's a betting.
Because you're sniffing out the value. You're chasing the value for it. So
It's all about the greed factor. Like, I had a few there, went margins and all that, got it wrong, got greedy. You played it a bit smarter this week, very conservative, very boring, and that's the game,
It
isn't
means
it?
that anyone can win from anywhere.
Yeah, it's
I
good.
like it.
Okay.
It's good.
Okay, fair enough. Is that it?
That's
All done?
it. Huge upsets though this week. It was tough. It wasn't easy. But some of us obviously were better than others.
So like value-wise, if one of us would have gone the Roosters, like you would have only lost $1.20 or whatever, and you're up $11 all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you would have gone on 1 to 12, you're looking at 15s.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's good.
I think I'm just thinking of it like it's basic, like the tipping side of it rather than the betting side of it. So I just get my head in that side of it, and
No, you'll get there, mate.
I get in the
It's all
zone.
right.
I'm not coming last. I'll tell you that much for sure.
We're not far off to be 70 cents away.
Alrighty, that's Face the Music brought to you by Sportsbet. Give us a follow on the feed. You can see all our multis there. Had a bunch of them this week. Now let's get into the Hungriest Player, brought to you by Menulog. Massive thank you to Menulog. As always, the code this week is going to be free delivery. Minimum spend $30, but you get free delivery The code this week is Pirate. And who could that be? That could be the Hot Pirate. It's Connor Watson. That's right, the Hot Pirate. He is our hungriest player of the week. Absolutely incredible win by the Roosters. And Connor Watson was outstanding. He was everywhere. I think it was 49 tackles, only one miss. I think he had a couple of try assists, maybe nearly 100 metres run. He was absolutely incredible in the middle there. To be a number 9 against the Penrith Panthers, you could argue it's one of the hardest tasks in rugby league. To do it with a team that's like a bunch of rookies, injuries, against a team that's won 4 premierships in a row, with Cleary steering around the ship, all of that. And he's managed to play as well as he did. Connor Watson is our hungriest player. And his career revival since arriving at the Roosters has been nothing short of amazing. And I tell you, the moment that I knew that he was going to have a career revival when he went back to the Roosters is when he messaged me and he said, hey, is there any chance I could have a chat to Cam Smith? And the rest is history. So that was, as soon as he signed with them, he messaged me. He said, could I chat to Smithy? And then that just showed me he was getting signed as a 9, but B, he was fully dedicated to being the best version of himself.
That's unreal to hear. How good's that?
Yeah.
Is that the first time you've said that?
I think so.
Yeah.
Any insight as to what Smithy may have said to him? Or
No insight. But yes, he did reach out. And I spoke to Smithy. Is it all right if I pass your number on? Yes, of course it's all right. And I assume they had a chat. But that's obviously a couple of years ago. And then, now look where he's at.
I'd love to know how many guys over the last few years have scored more tries than had missed tackles against the Penrith Panthers.
Yeah.
That's what Connor did on the weekend. Incredible. 49 tackles, sort of playing that hybrid sort of 9-13 role. He's just turned into one of the better players in the game, realistically.
Yeah.
Connor Watson over the last few years.
It's just very easy for him to almost lazily fall into, not lazily, it's probably the wrong word, but comfortable to go, all right, I'm a good utility. I'm just going to be a utility because I'm really good at that. But he's clearly worked on his number 9 role and gotten so good at it that you don't even, a couple of years ago, Connor Watson starts at 9. You kind of go, oh, he's filling a position there. He's just there to fill a role because someone else is injured. Now he starts at 9. I don't think anyone even blinks.
Yeah, and I mean, once again, you go back a year ago to the day pretty much. He's lining up at Wentworth Park playing reserve grade.
Crazy. Timmy, what do you reckon, mate?
Yeah, I think he's always been one of the better players in the game. He's just had such a torrid run of injuries that he hasn't been able to string games together consistently. And obviously what we saw, last year culminated in an Origin jersey where it looks like he's probably locked down an Origin spot for him, which is massive. But as you said, Cam, it's just around his utility value, and it's an incredible ability to have if you have to play across different positions. But it can be really hard on a player as well because they're training to be a lock, to be a number 9, to be, just in a roving middle role, at times a 5'8" Connor Watson. And it's hard. You're going up against people in the NRL that are spending all their preseason every week in, week out, playing the exact same position, exact same edge it might be, pending position. And Connor Watson, among with all the great utilities in the game, are playing different spots and training in different spots. It's hard to nail one. And as you said, obviously, he's now known, with the Brandon Smith injury, that he was going to be the number 9 for the Roosters. Got a whole pre-season to do that and train for it. And tough start last week. Roosters rebelled off the park, but
I thought he was pretty good last week, even when he was belted. Yeah,
80 minutes against Penrith against that park. Tremendous performance.
Incredible. Hammy, what do you reckon, mate?
Unbelievable. It's been amazing seeing him, as Roos said, go from strength to strength. A couple of guys in this Roosters side, obviously, Angus Crichton was one last year too, who started outside the first grade side, and they've gone on to such great things over the last little bit. But yeah, he was amazing the other night. 2 tries on top of just a mountain of work. Barely missed a tackle against the best team in the comp. He obviously played Origin last year, but it's performances like this against the best teams in the comp that kind of keep him really top of mind for that sort of thing. So he was outstanding and definitely deserves to be hungriest player.
Question on Connor Watson. He's 1996, so he's 28 years old.
That's crazy. He's been around forever.
He's been around forever. He's also could have 7 more years to go, realistically. As far as, when I talk about best utilities we've seen, Craig Wing comes to mind, Sean Berrigan comes to mind, these sort of guys. Connor's got all the pedigree to compete for that number 1 spot for me.
Yeah, I mean, he's absolutely got the foundation, and he's at a club, let's hope that the Roosters turn things around, but he's at a club also that can get the best out of him as well. So, yeah, it's a good shout. If you imagine that he's got let's just say even minimum another 5 years, minimum, you'd have to say that his development, if he continues adding to his game each year, he'll be almost one of the most important players in that squad, whatever squad he is in.
Especially if he's the New South Wales 14 for the next couple of years. Because like I mentioned, the guys come to mind for me, and please throw up any other names with Berrigan and Craig Wing, but a lot of the times they were in starting side. If Watson becomes a genuine 14 in rep level, does it at a high click, he could excel up that list very quickly.
As you said, 12 months ago he wasn't in the debate because of the rep footy thing.
Yep.
But now that he's, at least in the short term, probably locked into the Blues side and potentially higher rep honours and international honours in the future, he gives himself the opportunity to go into the best utilities of all time. And getting way ahead of us. But he has the opportunity to get in that argument because he's now on the rep scene.
Yeah. Well, he's got the foundation now.
Yeah.
Like if he is to string together 5 years in the Blues side and there's a bit of an era of dominance, then at the end of that 5 years, you will probably be looking at Connor Watson going, wow, I don't know whether he'll be the best, but you could argue he's in the convo because if you compare the amount of times those other utilities played for their state as a utility, it's actually not it's not like they've got 30 games as a utility. It's very, very rarely does a utility stay in the squad as a utility year after year.
And there are utilities who can play a bunch of different positions and do a job, and they're invaluable to a rugby league team. But Connor Watson at lock, at dummy half, to a lesser degree at 5'8", probably in his earlier days, he can be the best on the field and win games. That's
a great point. Yeah, whereas Barrow could be for sure, and Craig Wing as well, but as you said, they spent a lot of their early career in a specific position. They only got moved because of an injury, and then they just did really well. Whereas Connor Watson has almost built his foundation of his career as a utility. Now, guys, we're not saying that he's the greatest ever. He's years and years and years away even from that combo, but the beginning could be there if he locks that 14 jersey down for Blues.
He won the Auckland Nines Player of the Tournament in 2017.
Wow.
Years ago.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That is crazy. So, yeah, and again, it's just this rebirth of his career. He's always had that potential, and you've watched these games and you see, oh, wow, geez, he's just a bloody good player. It just hasn't seemed to click for him, whether it's the club, whether it's, him, whether it's the coach, whatever it is. And then ever since going back to the Roosters, and it's pretty much been the back end of, not even the back end, from round 4 last year onwards, it feels like he's really found his footing as a footy player. So, yeah, I'm super interested to see where the direction of his career goes, because if they move, so they're bringing Reece Robson to the club, but do they bring him and does he play 13 all the time and does he become a 13 because he does it so well, or does he continue to be a utility? You know what I mean? Because it looks like Radley's going to be moved out to an edge. Now, Fekete looks promising, but he's still got a ways to go to lock himself in that side. So I just wonder where he'll land in regards to his utility to the Roosters.
You have a look at his career as well. He played in the last ever City Country game. He was the 14 in that.
Oh, no way.
He was the 14 on the other side, boys.
What year?
2017.
Blake Austin?
Nathan Cleary.
No way. Far out. That's crazy. So Connor Watson, he is our hungriest player of the week. Use code PIRATE for free delivery because he's a hot pirate. Minimum spend is $30. Alrighty, it's time for the team of the week, the grumpy team of the week. Make sure to grab your grumpy. Also, if you subscribe to Grumpy, so you get your coffee beans once a month, each month, you also go in the draw to win the Mazda BT50. So head to grumpycoffee.com.au. Subscribing to coffee, it takes away all the thinking. It just arrives at your door once a month. It's the best ever. It takes 2 seconds, and it's super, super convenient, guys. And we've got customer service there all the time, so you send them a message, they'll take care of you. Any dramas, make sure to grab some Grumpy coffee. It's a beautiful, beautiful. Got 2 blends every day. I love the everyday. The Very Grumpy's a bit darker, but give her a try. You will not be disappointed. And we've got some new content coming out soon with Grumpy Coffee that I think you guys are going to like. Alrighty, time for the Grumpy team of the week at fullback. Now, we all spoke about this in the green room. If we were just looking at performance, like individual performance, Kalen Ponga would be the fullback for all of us. However, with this team of the week, we don't always just look at the performance of the player. Sometimes we look at opposition. Sometimes we look at the situation.
Context matters.
Context for us matters. So stats aren't the only thing. And that is why Tedesco is our fullback this week. He captained one of the greatest wins in club history, really. You'd be in the top 20 wins in clubland in the modern era, I would say.
Yeah, I think much higher.
Yeah, maybe top 10. but it's one of the best. One of the best, and he was the captain for it. On the wing, Tupou. At centre, Sebastian Chris. Looks like GI out there at some stages. He was unbelievable. Ito, also looking like GI at stages. Taruva on the wing. At 6, Galvin. 7, Metcalf. 8, May. 9, Watson. 10, Horsburgh. Big Red, looking outstanding. 11, Nicholson, on debut from England in the Raiders side. At 12, Kickow. At 13, Clark. Aaron Clark for the Warriors. What do you know? We do know some things here on this show. We've been talking about Aaron Clark being a 13 for so many years, and it was like a coach was allergic to picking him at 13. He's finally been given a shot to just stay there at the Warriors, and he looks outstanding there. At 14, Kalen Ponga. At 15, Starling. We'll talk about it in the Raiders Broncos, but I'm a bit surprised at the Brayley signing. Starling has been outstanding. Don't get me wrong, I think Brayley's a bloody good number 9, but Starling's finally been given an opportunity at the Raiders, and he's taken it with both hands. I'd love to get your thoughts later on that, Timmy. At 16, Kepi. At 17, Fisher Harris led the Warriors to an outstanding win. That is the grumpy team of the week. Let us know in the comment section, what would you change? Who would you bring in? Who would you take out? And grab some grumpy coffee from your local. Okay. Knights v Dolphins, the review has started. And I'll tell you who the player is. The KO can't miss player. Round 3 of the regular season is upon us. You can watch every game live in 4K with no ad during play on KO Sports. Warriors v Roosters, Friday 6 p.m, exclusive to Fox League. Super Saturday has 3 games back-to-back, all exclusive to Fox League. Sharkies v the Rabbitohs at 3 p.m, Dolphins v West Tigers, 5:30, Titans v Knights, 7:35. On Sunday, it'll be Sea Eagles versus Raiders, 6:15, exclusive to Fox League. And buckle up, because race 2 of the Formula 1 season is also this weekend live from Shanghai, with all the action live in 4K with no ad breaks during racing. Don't miss any of the action and get on board today. You can't miss KO. You can't miss any sport with KO, and our KO can't miss player this week is Kalen Ponga. He is looking like he is on another level this year, and it's very, very early. We got so long to go, but an injury-free Kalen Ponga may win his second Dally M this year. That's how good he is looking. He is in attack. You know, whenever you watch highlights of Joey back in the day, especially like the longer form highlights, the one thing that I always really appreciated watching Joey is he always controlled the tempo of the game. It was always at his pace. He was the one dictating, do we go fast, do we go slow? And that's where I'm seeing Kalen Ponga get in attack at least. He's dictating the speed of the play, whether he's jinking across the field and players are being almost like left in slow motion, whether he's directing the boys around the park. He's essentially playing 7 in attack. Kalen Ponga is our KO can't miss player. What do you think of Kalen Ponga's performance, mate?
Yeah, as you sort of alluded to there, I love this sort of hybrid fullback, halfback role that he's playing. And, we talk about it quite often when you watch sides, you go, who owns this side? And it's so evident right now the Knights belong to KP. And I reckon even when he won his Dally M medal, he was incredible that year, but it was Hastings that was sort of steering the ship around the place. KP is just taking full control at the moment. He looks so fit. When you go back to that All-Stars game, the warning signs are there. He only played 50 minutes that night, but I remember we came away from that game going, oh my God, it's like he's playing 3 positions out there.
Yeah.
And he's doing the same with the Newcastle Knights. And you know what, mate, I've got to give credit to AOB. I've been very critical over the last 2 years, but I love the way that he's leaning into him and Fletcher Sharp. He's letting them play their natural game. And I think that he's just loosened everything up a little bit. You even look at like KPP on the right edge. Like there was an offload he went for the other night that we straight away looked at each other and went, fuck, he was too scared to do that last year. And I love that AOB's leaning into, I feel like the last few years he was trying to coach the squad he wanted. Now he's coaching the squad he has, and he's just leading into their strengths. And I think the Knights look really good. Yeah,
I love the fact that the Dylan Brown signing was the biggest news of last week. And on my Instagram, you can go and look at the video. But because I was watching closely, like, how does Dylan Brown fit into this? Like, it's such a crazy signing that I was like, if they had a really structured 7, you could almost, okay, that's what our brains are used to, is like a structured 7, ball running 6, and KP out the back. But watching it closely, I reckon they're just going, KP is our 7 in attack. Genuinely, if you go and watch the game on the weekend, he is getting the ball at first receiver, what do you reckon, 75, 80% of the time in good ball? And then every now and then he'll step outside of Sharp. Granted, it's going to take a little bit of time for Brown to fit into that system. But I reckon the Knights are basically going, we hope Dylan Brown can bring his incredible running game. He's the best defensive 6 in the competition, or half in the competition. If we can just teach him to have a really good long kicking game and then bring all of his strong running games to it, he'll sit out on that right edge most likely and just work off KP rather than... And sometimes KP will be outside him, but I think it's going to be KP that's essentially 7 in attack. And we saw it on the weekend. Like, he was playing 7 a lot of the time in attack. What do you reckon, Timmy?
Yeah, I mean, firstly, I like Rue's little call there of AOB, that he coached in the squad that he has, not the squad that he wants.
Yeah, don't steal it, mate.
Yeah, I will, mate.
Come on, ideas.
That was good. KP, yeah, I mean, first up, we circle back to what was a bit of a controversial decision at the time. Like, I, for one, wasn't stoked with it, and I haven't changed my opinion, but when he sort of ruled himself out of availability from the Kangaroos at the end of last year, the winners from the word go were always going to be the Newcastle Knights. That Kalen got his break, got an extra longer pre-season with the club, didn't have to worry about international footy, putting his body through another 3-4 games, whatever it might have been. And I think that is showing, because he looks as fit as he ever has. More importantly, he looks as healthy as he ever has. And just in the way that the Knights use him, I've always been a little bit critical that they get him a little bit deep out the back. Defences can sort of cover it, but just getting him playing that first receiver, flat, fast, you get a bit of a quick play of the ball there, and then you have Ponga coming at you, foot one off the rack, flying. He's nearly unstoppable. So I love the way they utilise him a little bit more. Manly do it with Tom Trebojevic a little bit, where Tommy gets in at that first receiver off the quick play of the ball, and when he's playing off that quicker rack, you can't stop the bloke. Yeah. Whereas, I said, teams can sort of cover it a little bit if you're a bit slow out the back. So I love what they're doing with KP, and amazing signs.
Yeah, it's a great point. Like, if he's out the back, usually you've got a system that can cover that to a degree. Whereas if he's just getting the ball one off the ruck, like, you don't really have systems to defend that. Like, you've pretty much got front rowers against one of the best footworks we've seen in a very long time.
Exactly. If you're backpedaling off a quick play of the ball, and your defenders are trying to get back to their 10, and as they're doing it and getting back to their mark, Ponga is getting it on the advantage line at full speed, and then he's coming at you. It's like, and then he gets his one-on-one with, whether it's a prop or an edge back row, it doesn't matter. It's Kalen Ponga. It could be any of the halves, any of the centres in the competition. Good luck stopping him.
Yeah, and I think that we find a happy medium, because they've been so bullish about trying to push him into the 6 jersey. We saw it all those years ago. It literally nearly ended his career, where there's a happy medium now. You put him at the back. He doesn't have to make 15 tackles a game. But at the same time, when you get a good ball, I mean, if I'm being honest, sometimes coming out of their end, KP was doing these ones, telling, Cogger to get there. And I got to give Cogger credit too. All this talk about Dylan Brown coming to the club would be really demoralising. Like, you sign from Penrith to get an opportunity, and now all of a sudden Dylan Brown's coming to the club. But he didn't. Sometimes in those situations, you have a tendency to go, you know what? I want to prove myself that I deserve to be in this 6 jersey, and it's, Dylan Brown, it's bullshit he's coming to the club, because you're a competitor. But Cogger just sat on his edge. He kicked extremely long, really well, and did his job really well, and that's what the Knights needed from him.
Well, I thought the other thing we saw with Cogger, not saying he doesn't do this week in, week out, but the signs, and I know it's such a small sample size, but in the grand final, like, what was the rap on him? It was that he was digging deep into the line, playing late, playing out the back, and attracting these defenders. He did it for a try assist there on the week. I think KP actually got the try assist in the end. But he went right in, and it's like, all right, that's what we love about Jack Cogger, when he gets deep into the line, when he attracts these defenders, got into the line, played direct, the space out the back for Ponga went bang, there it is.
Yep.
And I'm like, all right, that's what we need to see more of, Jack. Like, get into the line.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the good thing with this, like, hybrid setup is, like, you never know where KP is going to land. He could be inside Fletcher Sharp passing to him. He could be outside Fletcher Sharp, which he actually was for one of his try assists. He could be inside Cogger, outside Cogger. So if they can continue to build around this Kalen Ponga plan and he can stay on the field, like, it's a tough game plan to defend against.
And that's where, as you said, you never know where KP's come from. And fuck, if you manage to mark up well on KP, Fletcher Sharp will cut you to pieces as well. When I first heard he was going to 5'8", I thought it was ridiculous. Watching him now, I love it. I can't wait to watch Fletcher Sharp every week.
Yeah, I think Adam O'Brien, of the first round, probably Adam and O'Brien and Ricky Stewart probably deserve the biggest raps for kind of what they've done. And you could even argue Adam O'Brien more raps just because of such a weird situation he was in that he created himself, granted, because he went through so many halves. But it was a risky call to go, you know what, that winger that debuted last year, I know he came through the grades as half, but he was on the wing. The optics of this look terrible. I'm going to bring him in at 6. It's killed it.
Yeah, I'd definitely give it to AOB early. Like, Ricky's done really well, but Ricky's done well because his team's tough as nails. Like, he's been building that for years. Yeah. AOB's gone, I'm going to go outside the box here. I'm going to lean into what I have. Like, he's had to make a lot of changes to make that work. You mentioned, obviously, Cogger going so deep in the line, but I just love the way their edge back rowers are hitting those lines too. They just weren't doing that last year. And I think it was one thing that when he was at the Knights, I sort of went, oh, like, he's a good player. And when Lachlan Fitzgibbon left, I went, oh, they won't miss him too much. But I think they did miss just those hard edges running those.
Well, that's the foundation for a fullback. If you don't get an edge back row on a hard line, you either don't lay the correct line, which is 20 in or 30 in from the sideline. And the reason why you want to lay that line is because it confuses the defence. Do we put 4 on the short side or do we put 3 on the short side? As soon as you put 3 on the short side, boom, KP straight down there.
And you look at that shape, Rude, to that point, like, pretty simple game plan, but when you have these unreal line runs, like Dill Lucas, one of the hardest line running back rows in the game. Piss Paul is only getting better at it and will continue to get better. But like, Cogger digs deep in the line and everyone's sitting there, all right, he's going out the back to Ponga, he's going out the back to Ponga. If he does his job right, he'll create that space for Ponga. But, boom, play short to either of those back rowers. And then, all right, they start getting on top of that and that attacking shape. Let's throw in another one. They've got the 2 hardest line-running centres in the game in Dane Gagai and Bradman Best. So that opens up the face ball in front of the back rower or that tunnel ball through to the centre. Like, the attacking potential, like, it's all there and they're starting to sort of put it together because what was remarkable is that last year, honestly, I only met 5 times during the off-season or pre-season. I've had to go back and double-check this because it just doesn't seem right to me. The Knights were 7 points of having the worst attack in the NRL last year. And you're like, with that team, how? The defence unreal, but their attack wasn't there. So the signs early of that and the potential, they've got the right players. It's whether or not they can put it together week in, week out.
Yeah. Hammy, what do you reckon, mate?
I think they look really good. And, yeah, it's been interesting. A lot of eyebrows raised when Fletcher Sharp, he gave him a crack at 6. But I think they will kind of balance each other out quite nicely. Obviously, like Cogger kind of just does the bulk of the kicking, a little bit of the organising. Fletcher Sharp is so, like, not only is he so quick, but he's really quick in his first kind of like 10, 20 metres. Like, so many times, he did it against the Tigers a few times, did it again against the Dolphins. He can really, if there's a few tired guys in the middle, he can just get through. And I thought he's been great so far. And then obviously Ponga, like, creative genius, just give him the ball whenever he wants it. Somehow it's kind of, it's just working. It's a bit unorthodox, but looks like it, there's a bit of a method to the madness. It will be interesting to see how Dylan Brown fits into that. I don't know what they kind of do there because everyone's got a pretty clear role there. Obviously, you're probably going to end up with 2 ball runners if it's Sharp and Brown. But
well, I think that what they're going to do is KP will be the 7 essentially.
Yep.
But he won't have the 7 on his back.
Yep.
So I don't actually think you'll see Dylan Brown ordering the troops around. In good ball at least. I think it'll actually be KP that's got the ball in his hand quite a lot, and you'll see Dylan Brown most likely playing on the right edge.
Yeah, I mean, you could see him on the left like he has with Parramatta. I think Fletcher Sharp could play both sides.
Well, either way.
He's a fullback. Like, I think,
Either way, I just think that it'll be KP's team. It won't actually be Dylan. Like, a lot of people are going, why are you signing Dylan Brown? He's not a 7 because he doesn't know how to run a team. Well, he's not going to actually be running the team. I actually think it's going to be KP. And then the next question, I know people are about to say, why would you pay $1.3 million for a guy that's just going to kick and tackle? He's not. He's one of the best ball-running 5'8" in the competition. Plus, also, he is one of the best defensive 5'8" in the competition. I'm not saying it's definitely going to work. I'm just saying I think that's the vision that the Knights have.
And I agree, like, week to week with you. I just think the big concern with this deal is just the length of it.
Yeah, it's huge.
It's just ridiculous.
It's crazy, but it's the only thing that could get
exactly
out of
right.
the Eels.
Yeah.
And I mean,
Timmy?
Yeah, just the other thing on top of that, I've been a bit in defence of the Brown deal. Brown got a phenomenal deal, and the Knights taking a risk. There's no doubt about that. But I think people are leaning a little bit too heavily into, he's not a 7, he can't get around the park, do all that. We've seen it with the Eels, etc. Like, Fletcher Sharp, he came through the grades as a 7. So are they not sitting there going, maybe they're sitting there going, we give Dill Brown the first crack at 7, but if that doesn't work, we've got Fletcher Sharp, who they thought highly enough to move from the wing where he killed it last year to 5'8" this year, and 2 from 2 he's killed it. Fletcher Sharp, why can't he just be the 7 and then Dill Brown be the 6? And then, as you said, it's all going to be structured around Ponga anyway in the attack. Whoever the 7 and the 6 are, they work together, they get him around, kicking game, all of that. But I'm like, and I haven't seen Fletcher Sharp play 7 for what it's worth, but all I've heard is that he played there through juniors and was really good. So why not that?
Well, and you alluded to this, Root. Ask yourself this, if you're a Knights fan or whatever, and you're fully off the deal. If it was a 3-year deal, would you be off it at $1.3 million? You probably wouldn't be. So let's just assume that Dylan Brown has a good career, just a good career. it's not that bad of a deal. It's just the length if something goes wrong. But like there are plenty of players that have 10-year careers. Like it's not uncommon for a player of Dylan Brown's stature in the game to go on and have a good 10-year career. Now you might be as a Knights fan going, well, I don't want to pay $1.3 million for a good career. The problem is that you're paying someone $1 million to play in the halves with KP. It just depends who and how long that contract is.
Two things. Firstly, with the $1.3 million, sure, it looks like big numbers in the next couple of years and there's risk long term. But at the same time, like, rugby league, in my opinion, has never been in a better place. And I think numbers would reflect that and the growth that we've had. And that TV rights deal, the salary cap, it's just going to go, if things continue the way it is going, up and up and up. 1.3 in 5 or 6, 7 years' time might be a steal for Dylan Brown. A bloke who you're signing is one of the top halves in the game and certainly one of the top 1, 2, 3, 5, 8s in the game. So I don't think it's sort of that dramatic around the long term. I think people are freaking out a little bit. And the other thing, the most successful team of the past 2 decades is the Melbourne Storm. And how have they done that? They've stuck their spine with the best players in the game and they've found blokes who will do a job on lower deals and put them in around them. And Bellamy's special at that, the way he does it. You can't just click your fingers and make it happen. But maybe they're looking at that and going, why don't we follow the most successful team over the past 2 decades? We have one of, if not the best fullback in the game, potentially the best 5'8" in the game, and they're looking at stacking their spine.
Yeah, and I think also like people are looking at Dylan Brown now and the way he's playing and going, oh, that's how Dylan Brown plays. Like the Eels at the moment, they're probably the worst team in the competition across the board. Not just Dylan Brown isn't the only one that isn't playing well. So like if you took Dylan Brown out of that squad and put him into the Knights squad right now, how well the Knights forwards are going, I don't think Dylan Brown would continue to play the way he's playing right now. So yes, I understand Eels fans frustrated. I get all that, but the Eels are in the depths of a rebuild right now. So I don't think anyone is really going to be playing career best until we see Moses come back and he is a big piece of the pie. So he might be able to yeah, some people out. But they're in the I didn't realise how big the rebuild was. And we'll get to the Eels in regards to how did they get here. But yeah, I think that people that are really negative on the Dylan Brown one, I actually think especially after watching the Knights on the weekend, I see the Knights' vision for Dylan Brown. I don't think it's as willy-nilly as some people are assuming it is, where they're just going, there's a gun half on the market, let's just get him to the club and see how we go. I think they're genuinely going, this is Kalen Ponga's side. Dylan Brown is going to be there to be one of the better ball running halves in the competition, and we just need to make sure that he has a really strong long kicking game so that we don't overload Kalen Ponga, and I think that's probably what they're going to try to do. But anyway, back to the Knights. Anyway, yes, Kalen Ponga, he's our KO, can't miss, guys. You can't miss anything on KO. They got all the best sports in the world. In regards to the Knights, they just keep doing it, don't they? The last 43 seconds is what I love the most about the Knights. That try save that they had right at the end is again, we always talk about it's a blue collar town and it's a working class side. I think they are starting to find their DNA. And I've been guilty of this. Every year I go in with the Knights and I just go, their attack is their biggest issue. They're really gritty in defence. They hang in seasons, but I just don't know whether they've got the attack to kind of go to that next level. I think that Adam O'Brien is finding a good balance between that attack, the risk versus reward, that attack, and allowing his players off the leash a little bit. Now, yep, it's only round 2. We've got a long season ahead, but I think the Knights deserve a massive rap for how they've started, especially when you look across at some of these other squads with better sides on paper. You look how well the Knights are doing, I think they deserve massive raps for how they've started.
Be an interesting month or so. I think Leo Thompson's out for 4 weeks, I believe.
Literally the last thing they needed.
Last thing they need. And I think that's the other thing that we need to take into consideration for the next few years. Who's going to, they've asked Adam Elliott. I believe Adam Elliott's been told he can look elsewhere. So if you're looking at that side next year without Adam Elliott, without Leo Thompson as well, that'll be a big test already without Dan Saifidi. So they're going to have to go into the market there somewhere. But I'm keen to see over the next month. I thought that Adam Elliott, just playing as a front rower in this game, I thought he looked really good. He had a poor defensive effort on one of the tries, but outside of that, I thought he looked great with the ball. Tyson Michelle at 13 looks the goods to me. So yeah, I'm keen to see how they go without Adam Elliott without Leo Thompson for the next month or so. But you just assume Adam Elliott, you just shift him into the front row and let him go.
Yeah, I think so. Fridge starts at lock. he comes in, plays to the middle, had an awesome line break there that led to a try the next tackle as well.
Is Kaipi's Paul suspended as well for a week or two? Or
Definitely
is that a
he got
fine?
charged. I don't know what the result is. Yeah.
That'll really test things if he's out for a week or two.
The other one with the the Knights, you talk about the DNA and defensively, Kempy. I said defensively fantastic last season. They've started this season, the first 2 games, they've conceded 3 line breaks in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And I mentioned the attacking stats before from last season, but the old saying goes, defence wins premierships, or you go deep with defence. And we saw even the Bulldogs last year go so well off the back of a great defensive outfit. Provided Kalen Ponga stays fit, you've got Fletcher Sharp, who's only going to get better and better at number 6, and these combinations start to sort of thrive even more. Points shouldn't be an issue. I didn't like what they did last year. I think they were way too conservative in attack, and I think it was a bit costly for them. But as we've already said, Adam O'Brien looks to be leaning into a bit more of the offload and a little bit more expansive play this season. So they're in a good place in terms of defence is great, the attack's only going to get better, they've got the stars to put points on the board, and as you said, 2 from 2.
Well, I actually think they've probably got the best defence of the 2 opening rounds, wouldn't they? 12 points and 12 points?
Points-wise, they would be, yeah.
So, that's a bloody good start. Like, you look, for example, there's all this hype around the Bulldogs. They've done well, the Bulldogs, but they've leaked quite a lot of points. You look at the Broncos, they haven't won every game. Even the Raiders, I think, have leaked more points. Panthers obviously have leaked more points. So, that's a good start to the season. Keeping both teams, what was it, 14 last week?
No, 8.
The Tigers.
The Tigers?
The Tigers have got the best defence.
No way.
Yeah.
No way.
Around this year.
Sorry, what was there? How many points against the Tigers?
Tigers have conceded 16, Storm played 1 game, 18, and then Knights are 20.
But what was the score last week against the Tigers?
8-10.
8-10
Yep, to the Knights.
to the Knights. So they've conceded essentially
20 points.
4 tries
Yeah.
in 2 games. That's bloody good. That's bloody
3
good.
tries because the penalty in the Tigers game.
Well, there you go.
Not
So that's a really good start to the season for the Knights, and I think Adam O'Brien deserves a rap. It's just I don't know. I just don't know why I always think this, but ever since he's come to the club, the first couple of years I was like, yep, really good because they made the finals. But then after that, I'm almost waiting for that next step. And granted, every club wants to make that next step, but you can't really fault Adam O'Brien's resume at the club. They've made the finals every single year. He's managed to keep KP at the club. Yes, there have been errors along the way, but at the end of the day, they've made finals every single year, and also they look like they're building a roster towards something at least.
I think it's just more so with AOB, just the decisions week to week over the last 2 years that a lot of us don't agree with, and the vast majority of us can't make sense of, but they fucking go out every weekend and win by 2 points.
I know.
They just hang in, they find a way to do it, and then you go, shit, okay, they're playing finals footy again.
Yeah, so I missed it 1 year. So and it wasn't, that wasn't KP was injured for most of the year. And so yeah, it's ugly. Yes, it's up and down, but they keep doing it. They keep doing the damn thing. Have a look at these back stats. Marju, 211 metres, 81 post-contact. Best, 213 metres, 76 post-contact. Gagai, 112 metres. Schiller, 102. Kalen Ponga, 204. If you got 2 outside backs in a game that's not an absolute blowout, 3 outside backs running for 200 plus metres in a game that's 26-12, that's a bloody good game from your backs. 3 backs for 200 metres in a non-blowout game. We always talk about, them being gritty and all that stuff. I don't think... I'm guilty of probably not talking about how good this backline actually is on their day with the Marju, Best, Gagai, Ponga. That's a bloody good backline.
They're just dynamic.
Yeah.
They're all adding James Schiller this year. I love that signing.
Super smart. Another thing they deserve credit for, good signing in the offseason, exactly what they needed. Probably some depth in the edges there. Even they probably deserve credit as well, to a degree with the Phoenix Crossland situation. You know what? Phoenix Crossland might be a really good example of the strange kind of balancing act with the Knights, because they nearly stuffed up his development, but they ended up landing him in his spot that he works. You know what I mean?
Mate, I'd argue they stuffed up his development 3 times. Genuinely, this is the whole thing. You're trying to make sense of all this stuff along the line. Even as you were talking then, mate, I'm thinking about, this 1.3 for Dilla season. With all due respect, they're probably spending 1.3 on having Cogger and Hastings in the building at the moment.
Yeah, it's a good point.
What would you rather have?
Well, you got Gamble, Hastings, and Cogger
you'd definitely be spending 1.3 across those three dudes.
It's a good point. I want to give a shout out to my boy Dylan Lucas. A try, 16 runs, 146 metres, 57 post contact, line break, 46 tackles. He's just consistently proving, I think last year and maybe about halfway of the year before, you're always kind of a bit like, oh, Dylan Lucas played really well. He's getting to the point where it's an expectation now that that's how, because he does it every single week.
And I do think it is one thing I saw in the media last week around this Dill Brown deal. People saying, whenever Newcastle are good, they've got homegrown talent. They've got heaps of homegrown talent in that side at the moment. Granted, Dill's not from Newcastle, but between Fletcher, Phoenix, Dylan Lucas, there's a lot of kids they've brought through the grades there, Matty Croker and whatnot. So I think that's a little bit unfair too.
What do you reckon about the Knights, mate?
Yeah, they're unbelievable. I was going to give Bradman Best a shout. I thought he was, unbelievable. That left side in particular, that back line, Best and Marju, they're so dangerous. And, with Kalen kind of sweeping around that way, Dill Lucas there too. So dangerous. I reckon they're going to cause a lot of headaches for a lot of teams. But super impressive. You mentioned their defence, 3 tries in 2 weeks. That's a significant upgrade from kind of last year where. They probably leaked a few more points, but can't really add too much more. I think you guys have summed it up pretty well. That they just look really slick.
I think there's a really fair argument too that Newcastle have still got more in them. I reckon I could name you 3 or 4 tries they bombed in the last 2 weeks.
Yes, I mean you look at last week; they bombed about 5 tries.
Marsh, he should have scored 4 last week.
Yeah. A quick shout. I know we already spoke about him, but Adam Elliott with a simple game plan, I like it.
Yeah.
15 runs, 174 metres. 57 post contact, 2 tackle breaks, a line break, 31 tackles, only 2 misses. Okay, there was a miss or whatever, but I reckon, he's a front rower now. Get him in the middle. Just go, mate. Give me 15 of the hardest runs you got in your bag. Get through your work. I'll pull you off. Just simplify his game. If he can be running for 174 metres each game, you're laughing.
I think it almost plays into the Knights' hands a little bit that you got Adam Elliott playing for a contract now.
Yeah.
I think you'll see great footy out of him over the next
I wouldn't be so, as long as, if they can, I know they may have told him that he can look elsewhere, but when you look at their full front row rotation at the moment, and granted, I think they have some young guys coming through that they're really keen on, if you can get him for a little bit cheaper as a front rower, I just think the experience he would give your squad, as long as his body is sweet, I don't know, I reckon I wouldn't be too quick to let go of a guy like Adam Elliott, because he's a hard man to replace.
Yeah, well, he's not going to be short of suitors, is he? If he does get moved on by the Knights, there's going to be a lot of clubs looking for a middle forward with experience and not too old either, and he's 30 years old or something. So, yeah.
Particularly when they're already losing Leo Thompson.
Yeah, and they lost Daniel as well the year before.
Exactly.
Great win for the Knights. Okay, on to the Dolphins. Man, the one thing with the Dolphins that I'm really surprised at is when you've got key injuries to key players and your roster isn't as strong as other people, at the very least, you complete high and get through your sets. I mean, these were some basic errors they just kept on making. Now, look, they deserve some credit because they held into the game. The game could have got away from them. And yes, it was a convincing win from Knights, but at the end of the day, it was a 14-point loss? Was it? Yeah. 14 points?
Yeah.
16 points. 14 points.
14.
Yeah, 14. So, it's not too bad, and, they deserve some credit for, just fighting and staying in games, but, geez, they make it hard for themselves. And, that, I could understand if they were a super conservative side and just on paper they were getting beaten, but, they're beating themselves a lot of the time. And it's quite surprising, and I just wonder, that's just not how I see Wolfie as a coach. I would have, and granted, you can see he's frustrated, but I'm just surprised that there are so many errors and their completion rate is so low for the style of rugby, because they're not that expensive. They just make silly errors.
Yeah, you sort of want to give them a little bit of credit because obviously their situation at the moment is pretty tough with Cyclone last week and moving their game last week. Then this week, training facility still out of whack. Had to come to Sydney early, but
62% completion rate in the first 20 minutes.
Mate, exactly. The NRL doesn't give a fuck what's happening outside of off the field. It doesn't care.
I think the other thing there, Roo, is if it happened mid to back end of the year when the season's getting longer and there's injuries building up and all that, you sort of go, a big thing to at that point. It's the first 2 rounds, you should be fresh, ready to go. Definitely credit when due. They've had to put up with a lot, but at the start of the year, you should be ready to go, right?
There's a lot going on off the field for them, though. I think it's a little bit underappreciated in the media and the chat, what's actually going on up there and the shit they're dealing with, but Each of their own.
Yeah, like there's a lot, but like that, you still 60% completion rate. It's just like, fuck. Those are things you can, like, what I mean by that is like, those are things you can control. You making dumb mistakes and dropping the ball, that's in your control. You going there and like, just getting beaten by a better side, or maybe you're not running maybe they're just a bit stronger in contact or whatever. That's something that you can go, okay, it's tough. I just reckon that it's been 2 games now where they've just been like so not there, and some of their defensive decisions is just like, yeah, I don't know. So I see what you're saying. A lot is going on.
I just think it's been 2 games, but like last week was fucked. Like they lost half their side. They had to move down to Sydney. Like
they didn't lose half their side. They lost 2 from the 17.
Okay, sure. They had half their guys that wanted to stay back but did the right thing and went down and played. Like I don't know. I just think people are overlooking how messed up it's been there. But
okay, fair enough.
I got more like last week. There wasn't a lot of changeover, but the venue getting changed and a few players pulling out. I thought last week was massive. I thought this week they had to come down and train in Sydney. I get that's a big thing.
Short turnaround Thursday night.
Yeah, but it's round 2. They're a professional rugby league team. Like they had more possession in this game.
Yeah, I'm feeling your route, and I'm
not excusing them. Like I'm just saying,
like blokes
I think it
moved
needs
into
to be
like,
taken into context.
During like 2020 or whatever, like blokes were moving families into small little hotel rooms. Like, I don't know.
Even playing field for everyone though.
I don't know. 2 weeks in a row, I just think I'm probably leaning more towards the Timmy side. They're a professional outfit. I don't think Wolfie would be sitting there going, it's been a tough couple of weeks, and it's not even like a 62% completion rate of first 20 minutes. That's not. You can have a lot of stuff going off the field and be able to take care of that stuff, in my opinion, on the field.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. I just think there is context there that isn't being spoken about.
Yeah, I feel like we're speaking about it. What do you reckon, Hammy?
Well, I feel like
who else has though? Like, I feel like I haven't really heard it anywhere.
Yeah,
else.
I can't. Well, we can only speak for ourselves, like our show.
Yeah. That's what I'm doing.
Hammy, what do you reckon about the Dolphins?
Well, I feel like it doesn't get any easier. They got the Tigers this week. Look, they have been disappointing. They've been, slow out of the blocks. Their first trial was great. They looked really good. And then second trial, obviously, the Broncos went up there and did a job on them, the preseason champs. Since then, they have struggled a little bit. Yes, there's been a few things they've had to adapt to, which have been a little bit of a challenge. They're also missing a few players through injury as well, guys like Bostock and a couple of guys that would be regulars in their side. But they've been a little bit underwhelming, probably fair to say. A couple of guys who probably started the season a little bit slower than they would like. Isaiah Katoa, very talented, we know, but been a little bit quiet. He's not the only one, but
he did try really hard, I think, in the second half to like drag him into it. It was a try assist, and I was a try assist each.
Yeah,
on both sides.
I scored 1 and tries.
It's much better this week.
I still think he needs a little bit of support from a number 6 there, just to make it a little bit easier for him. Again, Donahue came off the bench. Did they bite the bullet at some stage and just go have a crack at number 6, where we all?
I wish they would.
He belongs. But yeah, they've been a little bit underwhelming. Obviously, they got the Tigers this week. That could be a bit challenging based on how the Tigers have gone. Then they got the Broncos the week after. It's going to be a tough couple of weeks, and you really don't want to be starting 0-4. It's very hard to kind of turn things around from there.
Yeah. Thoughts about, is it their right edge defence? It's getting tough.
Both edges, mate.
Yeah.
That's what concerns me. I'm like, I think the attack will be fine, and there'll be points, and they'll come. Oh, they're just so fragile on both edges. And I've sort of spoken a fair bit about, so I won't go too far on, but, you look at the Donahue decision and whether he comes in at 5'8", just a bigger bodied defensive player. Forget the attack. I said, I think it'll be okay. Like, you've got Hammer there, you've got Katoa there, there's plenty of attacking talent. Just the defence, like even Avery Lowe at centre, he shot out for a shocker at one point. There was, Herbie had his moments as well. Not the defence is typically an issue for him, but there was even one straight through the middle there of 2 of their more reliable players in Marky Nichols and Maxi Platt. That was when Adam Elliott went straight through. That was like, what was inexcusable. But, mate, I just think their edge defence is very shoddy, and I think, not that he's a defensive superstar, but I think Jack Bostock probably couldn't come back quicker just to hopefully shore up a centre or wing spot defensively a little bit. But I'm very concerned about their edge D, both edges.
Yeah, I just find it's hard to judge because they're doing a lot of the stuff that you would expect a Dolphins side to be good at all the basic stuff. I just think they're struggling with, like, even some of their contact. It was like their first trial, I was like so impressed with their contact and their wrestle, and some of their reads on the edge. Like, I'm concerned that the whatever system they're using, they're clearly not all on the same page because it's just super fragile, super fragile.
I think as well, like they are only 2 games in, but like, my God, they've had to make a lot of changes on their edges as well. Like when they started the pre-season with Avril at 5'8", then Bostock gets injured, and maybe this is a reflection that they need to build their squad better. But Bostock gets injured, and all of a sudden you need to move Jake Avrilo to the centres. Then Finay Filiaki gets out with the HIA, so then you've got to bring Oren Keeley up. Max Plath's already playing out of position. Like there's just, and once again, maybe it's a reflection they need to build their squad better. But when you look from the pre-season to round 2 at just how many changes they've had to make and how they've dealt with those changes, it's just been a bit all over the place.
I feel like, and I know we didn't probably get to see Avril at 5'8", or we haven't to this point at the Dolphins, but I feel like that was a misfire in the first place, right? Like they have depth in their halves, including Sean O'Sullivan, Donahoe, Nikarima, Katoa. They have heaps thinking, all right, they are light on the edges in attack and defence just for quality, and then have Averillo there, who's been good for them. A few defensive issues, but decent enough. They weaken their outside backs to put him into the halves, which never sort of eventuated. So I felt like that was a misfire.
And we've been hearing Averillo to 6 for quite a while.
Yeah.
So you've got this kid that already, really good attacking player, but needs as much time in the outside backs as possible. Spends less time in the preseason training at centre. So the combination, I don't know. I think there's just been a few missteps.
I'll throw a curly one at you, and I have not thought about it until right now, so feel free to shoot it down. Averillo, so much talent there. Like, both creative, he's really, really quick. Depending on what they want to do with Jack Bostock, and I quite like Bostock on the wing, but wing defensively, very hard. Centre defensively, I would say arguably the hardest on the field and one of the most important. Could Bostock come back at centre? Like, I don't know if I've seen Averillo play on the wing, but he's got the speed. I think he'd be a good finisher. Simplifies his defence a little bit. Could he play on the wing if they want to do Bostock at centre? Or what do you think his best position is?
I wonder that second scoot. I mean, he's good enough. If you're in centre, you're big enough. Yeah, I don't mind it. I don't mind that shout. If they're really struggling with that combination between the half and the centre, I don't mind it.
I'm just thinking the reads are the most important thing for him, and it's not going to get a lot easier on the wing, but making a few less tackles, you can utilise his speed on the edge.
Yeah, don't mind it.
Isn't this where as well sort of the domino effect, we're talking about their edge defence, if Trey Fuller was available, potentially moving Hamiso there to shore up an edge, but they're just short on those dudes everywhere.
I didn't like that take initially, but now I'm seeing what's happening with the edge defence. I'm like, if you'd have Hammer there to
Herbie and Hammer in your centre,
changes a lot.
I'm just picking the best. If I'm Wolfie, I'm just picking the best defensive side.
Yeah.
Like, who gives a shit about attack? You got guys like Hammer, Katoa.
You'll find points.
You'll find a way. And even if you don't find points, at least you're one of the better defensive sides in the competition.
And that's where, like, a guy like Trey Fuller, like, I'm sure most people look at him and go, they've lost a reserve grade. Who gives a fuck? But he brings so much more value to them than just that, realistically.
Yeah. Not only does he shore up the defence by Hammer going into centre and can be a roaming centre, but he gives you 250 metres a game, whereas Hammer's not going to do that. He's more of a Ferrari. So we'll see what happens. Definitely, heart goes out to the boys and the families, and I hope they're all good. But I do think that they need to rewrite the ship quite quickly because it could get ugly quite quickly.
Is this weekend home or away for them? Hammy?
It's at Cow Stadium. So
Okay,
up at
beautiful.
Redcliffe.
That's exactly what they need. Desperate for it. So hopefully they get a win this weekend.
The 11th wonder of the world.
Alrighty. Warriors defeat Manly 36-16 at Go Media Stadium. Huge rebound. The story really was, shocked me. Luke Metcalf plays outstanding. The Warriors play outstanding. He's key to them. He put his hand up in the preseason, played really well, struggled last week, came out and was outstanding this week. Now it's about doing it every week. As a 7, and I'm sure Metcalf knows this better than anyone, but you can't afford to be one good game, one bad game, one good game, bad game. So it's all about maybe instead of having a 6 out of 10 game and then a 9 out of 10, can we land at 8 out of 10 every single week? Because he was outstanding and the Warriors got on the back of that. And I thought their forwards were much better. And look, I get it. You can look at the intangibles of the night with Harris, retiring and there's a lot of energy and spirit and they call it mana. And there's all of this, tension and wanting to play well. So yes, there were reasons to get up and play well for the Warriors, but you still have to do it. You still have to actually not only take that energy and funnel it towards playing really aggressively, but you got to make sure you don't get too hyped up. You got to make sure that you don't let the moment get to you. And I thought this is exactly what the Warriors needed, a big win over a Manly side that, basically the Warriors showed that if you've got line speed and you're willing to win that contact, it really does stifle the Manly side-to-side stuff. Really, really good for the Warriors.
Yeah, huge. And at the end of this game, I sat there and went, okay, they've got that win. They play the Roosters next week. Now, this was at 7 p.m. on Friday night.
Perfect setup.
This has worked out pretty well for the Warriors here. Hasn't that game just been turned on its head all of a sudden based on the Roosters' performance? Right up there. But yeah, Luke Metcalf, mate, I just think the lights of Vegas got to him. It's happened to plenty of players before, let alone not in Las Vegas. So I just think, mate, first few times he touched the ball, he just ran the football.
Yep.
That's what he needs to do.
What's in it? Just run the ball, bro. That's what you do. And look, there are so many sevens that get moved from a different position. They get the 7 on the back of their jersey and they think they need to be Andrew Johns. Just be you, bro.
Yeah, be Luke Metcalf.
Just be you, bruss. I will say, look, I'm all for celebrations, but if you start celebrating, the pressure builds and the target gets bigger. But, it's like the Reece Walsh thing. If you can deliver, you get the glory of it. And then if you struggle, people are calling for Reece Walsh to be dropped. It's like crazy talk at the moment. But anyway, but that again, if you want to have those celebrations, that's what that kind of talk gets invited. So if Metcalf can continue to kill it, keep doing the celebrations. But you've got to remember what comes with that. A lot of the talk, people want to bring you down, all that stuff. So, Timmy, what do you think of the Warriors?
Yeah, one of many examples of just like not getting or overreacting to round one results. And people do it every year. I was guilty of it, like we all were with the Roosters and sort of putting a line through them and what they were able to produce. But the Warriors were another one. And I think they were even more like an exception because of the fact that they played in Vegas round one. But they came back, they had a wake-up call, and they just simplified things. In Vegas, they went side to side and, got overawed by the occasion. Couldn't have gone much worse for them. They focused on simpler footy, winning the middle, which they did quite well against a Manly pack that had been quite good, and then the points came. I love the way Metcalf and Harris-Tavita linked up, really good on both sides as well. They looked excellent.
Yeah. If they can do that each week, it genuinely will change. That's an obvious thing to say. If you're 6 and 7 and play well, change your season. But it really, that is how much pressure is on these 6 and 7. Like, you will make or break the season for the Warriors. And we literally saw 2 weeks of it. They played poorly. Everyone's, off the Warriors. They suck. They're not going to do well this week. Come back the next week, kill it. Now all of a sudden, the Warriors are back. So I just think that, if Metcalf can stay injury-free, look what he's doing now. By the time he gets to the end of the year, he will have become such a better 7. We've got to remember this guy was basically a running 6 for most of his career, and he's been in our first grade. If he can just... The hardest thing in rugby league is just to get games under your belt. That is when you become such a better player, when you can just game after game after game after game. And if he can just stay on the field and they can keep this Harris-Tavita, Metcalf combination together and playing well, the version of them compared to this year, they'll look like rookies compared to what they'll look like at the end of the year. That's what's exciting for the Warriors as well. Look how good they look at the start of their combination. By the end of it, if they can, keep playing well, they'll look like a totally different side.
For sure, and the other beauty of it, mate, Tomato Martin and Tanner Boyd both looking really good in New South Wales Cup.
Yep, which is what you want pressure on positions.
Yeah.
Now, I thought Fish Harris was outstanding. Geez, he loves a big game, doesn't he? Loves a big game.
I sort of, when he signed with the Warriors, I didn't think minutes-wise and all that sort of stuff there would be a huge lift compared to what he did at the Panthers. I thought they'd use him in a very sort of similar way, but it does just feel like he's gone to another level, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, I think it's just that, he's been purchased as a leader. And don't get me wrong, he was a leader in the Panthers pack, but he wasn't captain. He was more of a spiritual leader. But I feel like at the Warriors, he's a spiritual leader and also, a leader on paper. And I think that he's almost taken it upon himself. I can't really just be on the field for 40 minutes. I probably need to be on for at least 50 minutes a game.
Played 58 in this one.
To make sure that I impact it the way. And I have to be honest, I think they do need him to play longer minutes. I don't think they can afford, the Penrith Panthers could afford to say, hey, Fish, we'll just have you for 40 minutes of the best. I think the Warriors can afford to. I think they need to have him on the field.
And that's it. He can play bigger minutes. quite easily, but he didn't need to at Penrith, especially when you have these big minute forwards. You've got Isaiah Yeo playing 80 minutes at lock. The Warriors are sort of rotating between Aaron Clark, Dill Walker, whoever that might be. So with the early, like he averaged 47 minutes a game last year at the Panthers, 58 minutes on the weekend. Yeah. Big jump.
Big jump. What do you reckon the Warriors, mate?
Thought they were great. Thought Fish was awesome as well. Probably a little bit quieter than they would have liked in Vegas, but I thought he was outstanding here. One moment I loved from this game was before the game where Tohu Harris came out and did a little presentation, basically handing over the leadership to Mitch Bunnett and Fish.
Yep.
From that moment on, I know they conceded an early try, but they just looked ready to roll. Like it looked epic at the ground, the way that they kind of put that all together, but they really rode the wave of that. And I thought, brought the best out of Fish. He was outstanding in the middle there. Player I thought was great, and I thought was potentially would have been in the discussion for Hooker of the Week, Wade Egan. For the team. That's going to be a hell of a battle next week, him versus Connor Watson. But I thought he was outstanding. Really kind of like he's going to be a big part because obviously Luke Metcalf not a traditional halfback. Like he's got a lot of work to do, kind of straightening them up a little bit and getting them going. But I thought he was really good. He's another one who a little bit of injury last year, but if he could stay injury free as well, that does so much for their team.
And it's so important for him because if he holds that A defender and the marker up, that gives Metcalf an extra metre. And that's literally all he needs. If you give Metcalf an extra metre, that turns into 5 metres by the time he gets out to the winger. And it all revolves around Egan. Like Egan needs to play as many minutes as possible.
It's funny what like a winning 4-pack does for you, right? Like Wade Egan a bit unsighted over in Vegas. A 4-pack that was dominated. In this game, he's behind the pack that's winning the middle and is a star again.
I will say as well, like the Raiders have proven, like I think a lot of people, we got beaten by the Raiders. Like everyone has them outside the top 8. They're probably the informed forward pack of the start of the season. So I think that like people aren't giving the Raiders enough credit for their victory over the Warriors. You know what I'm saying? Like basically the Warriors came up against probably top 4 form teams of the competition, if not top 2. You got the Melbourne Storm that would be at number 1 right now because they haven't played their second game. But out behind Melbourne, it's probably Raiders.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like I've sort of said that the Warriors were trying to go too side to side too early in Vegas, and they did. But at the same time, to your point, Kempy, the Raiders would belt him in the middle. So
look what they did to the Broncos.
Yeah, and that's what it pushes you into it. And that you start playing side to side because you go, we want to get out of the middle and start trying to attack on the edges, which you can't do. But a bit of credit when due, to the Raiders.
To the Raiders. Look, really good. Egan was outstanding. Who else stood out for you?
I'll just say on the Warriors, and I'll probably sound a little bit negative, but I'll be honest. Like I thought in Vegas, game kicked off. They looked up after 25 minutes, went, fuck it, we're down 16 points already. I thought in this game, Manly actually looked pretty good for the first 10 or 15. I thought they bombed a few opportunities. They scored one early, then they had Lehigh went down his edge. I think he kicked back infield. Turbo dropped it with an open try. And there was a few things here where this game could have turned quickly at the start. I just think it's something the Warriors need to emphasise next week. They've got to start well.
Yeah.
I don't think they have the last 2 weeks. I know they won this game. They didn't start well. I think Manly butchered a fair few opportunities.
Roosters next week. See how they turn up, but that's what they need.
Just on the slightly more, just too quickly before we move on, my boy Ali Leatawa, just one of the best sights in rugby league. That big boy running that hard line in a bit of space. That try score was so good off Luke Metcalf. And then on the more negative side, Roger, who's been awesome the first 2 weeks, just defensively caught out for the first 2 tries with some poor reads. So, at centre all last season, came back from Union, hasn't played probably on the wing in a fair while. Just probably a few teething issues moving back to the wing, which he's played plenty in his career, but needs to get that sorted because he's been pretty ordinary defensively the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, there was one especially where he just just brain explosion. Just brain out of the line. It was just like, so that'll take time, but if anyone will sort it, it's up to you.
He'll be right.
He'll sort it.
It'll be interesting to see, like, Dallin's probably 5 or 6 weeks away now. I thought Tane Topicki was tremendous. I'd love to see them keep him in the side somewhere.
Chance was solid, but I think there's pressure. I think there's pressure.
I've always sort of thought this. I think that they need more at fullback than what Chance is. Very solid. He's good, but I think you can get a lot out of him playing centre, even 5'8". Potentially, we spoke about it in the off-season. I think you need to get Tane or Roger at fullback personally. Chance
at his best, I have him at fullback because of I like him out the back. I think he's got decent ball playing and he gets through a bunch of work. But like this is Chance solid, and Chance solid probably doesn't offer enough at this stage. Not enough to change anything, but when they are at full strength, I think there is probably going to be.
It's a watch.
Yeah, because I reckon Chance needs probably another gear or two in him to keep that spot in 4 or 5 weeks. Because I do think Tua Picky's ball playing is good enough to, put it this way, I do believe if Tua Picky was at fullback, he's probably running 200 plus metres a game, most games. And I think his ball playing is good enough to cover for that 3-on-2 out the back. Whereas I think RTS, he's 30 plus years old now. He's probably not going to become a great ball player overnight. I like RTS in the modern game on the wing, as long as he can sort that.
Just from talking to him in Vegas, it sounds like RTS
out
fullback
now
is not a thing.
Yeah, good.
He's a winger.
Yeah, I like that.
Just on Tane Tuapiki real quick, that is the 5th game in a row that Manly have conceded a try to the opposition right winger.
Oh, wow.
So just bear that in mind for maybe some
week.
multis and stuff this weekend.
So, look, great performance by the Warriors, and hopefully they can just keep it together for next week. Anything else? Aaron Clark. I thought Dylan Walker had some good moments as well. Just adds that extra point of attack sometimes, comes in and ball plays, which helps the halves out. Aaron Clark I thought was outstanding. Just a guy that you just almost like wind him up and let him go. Just get him in the middle there. He just gets amongst it. And that's exactly probably what they needed at 13. Like, you're not going to be able to replace Tohu Harris, like maybe ever. And so just get a guy in there that's going to make... I'll tell you what it does do, though. You look at his stats and you go, that's outstanding. And it was, 45 minutes? And you go, okay, yep. Tohu Harris used to essentially do the same plus like 50 tackles a game. And he'd do it every week. I feel like we've all been guilty of taking Tohu Harris for granted.
Not to mention his ball playing, it was elite.
It was unbelievable.
Didn't talk about it enough. Yeah.
So great win. Alrighty, on to Manly. Extremely disappointing week, like in every facet. Tommy goes off with the tightness. Now scans have come back and they've said it's fine, but you just, you don't know. Like, the Tom Trbojevic is such a unique situation that if they come out and say, he's done his hammy or whatever, they know all of the extra stuff that comes with that. And so he's probably not going to play this week. I highly doubt they'd bring... If he's come off the field tight, I highly doubt he'd come on the field. The worry is that he is coming off the field in round 2 with tightness. DCE, back spasm. Hopefully that is just like sometimes you can have back spasms that can actually calm down quite quickly.
I will say with Tommy, and you could be on the money there, they might just be ultra conservative. They go, mate, if you seize up at all, just get off.
It's round 2 though.
Hey?
It's round 2.
Yeah, but in terms of easy into the week and whether or not he plays this week or how concerned he is, they might just go, mate, just don't take any chances.
Yeah, the worry I have though, if you're already season up in round 2, round 20, that's the concern I have. It's just worrying.
To Timmy's point, I would like to see them go ultra conservative here. It's not like when Turbo's out, you're putting a Spud back there. You put Lehigh back there. You might not be as good. Fucking hard to handle still.
Oh, I don't want them to play him this week.
Yeah, I'm happy to sit him for 2 weeks if you want.
Sit him honestly, sit him till finals nearly. Seriously.
Sit him until you lose your next game.
Just bring him back.
Just bring him back to win a grand final. But I guess the thing is that the fact there is even I have anything to worry about with something that's happened 7 times. I just feel so bad for him. But unfortunately, I always go back to it, but I just put him in centre, less Ks in the legs. Maybe that'll help. Look, they're way smarter men than me, but that's what I'm thinking.
The great Joel Kane has got a bit of a theory about this, about potentially, let Lehigh kind of defend it fullback, do the runs, return the ball, all that sort of stuff, and then just keep Turbo fresh for the red zone, or when they get up into the 30, 40 metre line, then you get Turbo back into fullback doing all that good stuff, like maybe having him do all that hard stuff at the back. What's the point at this point? You want him fresh for ball in hand, attacking stuff. What are your thoughts on that, mate?
Roaming centre. That's basically like a roaming centre.
Yeah.
I've been just to my understanding of the body, that's what I've kind of looked at, less load on the legs, less Ks. But, Manly, as I said, they've got way more data than me. Yep. They've got actually degrees in what they're talking about, not just a fucking dribbler like me.
I don't mind it.
I like it.
Yeah. I don't think you should move Tommy from fullback, but as long as he's attacking at fullback, sweet. Sure, you lose a bit because his kick returns are so good and what he does off his line and his
But
coverage.
Lehigh's kick returns are great.
The one thing that is a little bit of an issue is that, and I guess you train Lehigh up, and I don't know what Lehigh is like with his toy from the back, but everyone who's been in around like Tommy Turbo and Blues camps or Manly camps, apparently his talk is just exceptional from that, which sets up your whole line. So that's one thing, whether or not they think they can get Lehigh to do that. But I mean, I guess in the same instance, do you get Ruben Garrick to do that? Because I know Ruben Garrick's a very good talker from back there as well. Strong kick returns and all of that. So, but yeah, I do think it's vital that attacking, Turbo's playing as a fullback, but defensively, if he's covering less Ks and he's sitting at centre, I don't mind it.
Yeah, I just think that roaming centre role, it just suits him so well because like, I just think it's the most likely you'll keep him on the field because he's doing less Ks. He's doing less Ks.
So you would fully put him at centre and have a different fullback?
So I'd be going Lehigh at fullback, and then as soon as we get into good ball, Tommy at the back. Tommy just does whatever he wants. So he just goes, because like when I made my debut, I played fullback, but when we got into good ball, Darius went out to fullback and I went on the wing. It's like pretty normal, well, not normal, but it happens. I would just be,
Well, to a lesser degree, Zach Lomax did it for the Eels on the weekend. He was playing between centre and wing. I think he defended on the wing, attacked at centre. Is that right?
Yeah. Correct.
And so I would just be, Lehigh would be at the back there. Look, I mean, I think that Lehigh, he's such an intelligent footy player. He would probably get that he would learn how to talk at the back there. Tommy could teach him. You put Tommy at centre, he defends there, and then whenever you get into across the 40-metre mark, Tommy just does what he wants, and Lehigh either goes to the wing even.
But if purely defensively you want a strong ball carrier and a talker, Ruben Garrick.
Potentially even Garrick. And then but I just reckon that Lehigh, he is the next generation fullback at the club. Just back him in.
Yeah.
Back him in. I reckon, I think he's talented enough and he's probably been the man all the way through the grades. Surely he's learned to talk by now, like as in learned to like direct blokes where to go.
He could be a great talker,
Yeah.
I don't know. That's the thing.
Anyway.
Just on this conversation though, like isn't it great that 3 years ago when we're having a conversation about Turbo being out, it was a 13-point swing in the game.
Yeah. Disaster.
Now it's like, you can rest him and Manly will be out. It just shows how far Manly has come.
Yeah. So hopefully he's all good. It's just worried that it's round 2. It's a long season ahead. In regards to the performance, like, I mean, it's just so inconsistent. Like, and they did this last year where they would beat the best sides and struggle against like sides that are struggling themselves. And so like, I guess, typical Manly maybe. I don't know. Typical Manly. That's kind of where they land. They'll go out and they'll they were the only side I'm pretty sure last year to beat the Storm, to beat Panthers, to beat the Roosters, and then they go over to the Warriors and they dish this up. Timmy, what do you reckon about Manly?
For the same reason that I sort of ignored a few poor round 1 performances, I think I'm doing similar with this one. Manly, they're so good in round 1. It's almost like that soft try they scored real early on in the first 3 minutes.
Worst thing ever.
It's almost like they just went, sweet, we're awesome and we're just going to strip numbers and score tries. And I'm not too critical of them. If they back it up with another poor performance, I think it's Raiders at Brookie this week, then I'll go, all right, maybe there are some concerns. But they were playing against a Warriors side who were embarrassed over in Vegas with their backs against the wall, who had to get up in front of their home fans. It's another one of those credit when due. The Warriors were really good in this and they were a better side and they belted them through the middle. I think Manly will be fine. The concerns are around DC and Turbo and whether they're available or not. But like I think Paseka was okay, but he had some really poor defensive issues and a terrible drop ball in this one. I think there was the one at AE marker on the line that might have been a Wade Egan try. That was just a shocker. I thought Tolas Sipley, he was not at his best in this one. A nice little early season wake-up call after a big round 1 win. I think they'll be fine. Not to overshadow that they were ordinary in this game.
Root?
Yeah, I agree with Timmy. I think that the first 5 or 6 sets, Manly I think they almost looked too good. I think they got a little bit complacent in this game, sort of thing. You have a look at their run meters. Only 4 guys went over 100 metres, and only 1 dude went over 160, which was Lehigh, 240 metres. Like, they kept Olakau'atu to 75 metres in this game.
They had only 16 tackle breaks as a team. Bloody Homole nearly has 10 a week by himself.
Torpiki had 9.
Yeah, I think the start of the game was literally the worst thing that could happen to him. And I think that the concern I have, because I'm with you boys, it's round 2, I'm still high on the Manly Seagulls. I still have them as a team that can make a push if they're all fit against some of the best sides in the competition. Though my concern is are we seeing a trend and this is the style that Manly is, like so inconsistent, where they'll go out against the best teams in the big games, they do really well, and then games that they're expected to win, they struggle. Like, is that becoming a bit of a trend for them?
Quite possibly, yeah. I mean, mate, they're a weird side. Even I feel like, and I said it last week, like I feel like that they can beat these good teams in the regular season. Can they do it on the big stages? And then they come out in a game like that, and like I just find them a hard team to read. I know on their day they're fucking incredible. And they're one of, I'd probably argue they might be the best team to watch on their day in the entire competition. But you just
100% the best team to watch.
You just don't know what you're going to get week to week.
Yeah, that's a tough thing. Like, how do you build a season on that? Like that, because they need to get into the top 4 to make a charge for the premiership. It's basically like numbers would tell you. And I get worried that like this is becoming a bit of a trend, and also like the more it happens, the more it becomes your DNA. Like, this is just who we are. But that's not who they are. They actually should be one of the better sides in the competition. So
look, I'd have enough faith in them this weekend to Brookie. If Turbo and DC, I knew they were fit, I reckon they'd come out and put on a show. They always freaking do against the Raiders. Tommy Turbo kills us.
Yes, he does.
He destroys us, let alone at Brookie. But the uncertainty around those two, it's like fire. We've got them at a good time.
Yeah, what do you reckon, mate?
Well, it's an interesting point I was going to say about that game. Like, you know, they've gone over to New Zealand. A lot of us, you know, they were the favourites. Everyone thought they'd win. They come back home and now they're playing the Raiders, who haven't lost yet and have looked really sharp. So that's going to be very, like, you know, obviously they're Manly. Generally, they're a different team at Brookie. But this will be a big test, particularly without potentially DC, potentially Turbo as well.
The one thing that the Manly style, though, because they go outside your 3 defenders, that's like, because Raiders, they're really tight, crazy line speed, and that's how they dominate the ruck.
Yep.
And I think why Manly always have success with the Raiders is because they're so expansive. As soon as you get outside the Raiders forwards, it's just like fucking...
They could be the 2 most contrasting styles of footy in the competition, right?
Yeah, literally. And so it's going to be a challenge for the Raiders to get so much line speed that they actually beat the ball getting past out that 3 defender. So I actually think that I'm assuming Ricky Stewart will have a plan for this, where the 3 defender will be landing, like almost landing as soon as the half DCE or whoever gets the ball, that 4 defender lands on him, or outside 3 defender comes in. But Manly, if they get that ball just past that kind of like squeezed, dense Raiders defence, it's like almost once the ball gets past that area, and also the centre, so the Manly centre gets tackled past the Raiders have like 30 metres to get back, and that's what makes it hard to get back. You're literally doing like 50-metre shuttles because you're just like so far back. Whereas if you're trying to go through the middle of the Raiders, that forward pack only needs to get back 3 or 4 metres each time. Like, you're barely getting any 10 metres each time, but you know what I'm saying? So they couldn't be more directly opposed. In regards to performances, who stood out for you, Hammy, for Manly, positive-wise?
Well, Lehigh probably was the big one. You know, ran a hell, like Rue touched on it, 240 metres. It's going to be interesting to see potentially if he has to swing into fullback and some of the work he'll do. I think, to Rue's point, they're a lot more better set up now than they were in the past when Tommy went down. So that will be interesting to see. I thought he was really good. Outside of that, look, you know, Paseka probably pretty good in the middle, but outside of that, their forwards are a little bit quieter, certainly this week, than they were the week before. Those are probably the 2 main kind of standouts for me this week.
If I'm trying to find a positive, I thought Ben Trbojevic, he started the year really well last year and then he faded. Defensively, I had a lot of concerns, and last week, I think it sort of got brushed over a little bit because they won by so much, but he missed a lot of tackles in that game. 31 tackles, 0 missed in this game.
Well, it's and not to be too harsh, but Hamole, 35 tackles, 7 missed.
Yeah,
which is like, that's old Hamole. We haven't seen that bloke for bloody 2 years.
Couldn't have wrapped him harder last week, and he's let us down.
So I think it comes at a perfect time for Hamole. It's like just that quick wake up call of like, mate, come on, you know you're better than this, and he is. He'll come out and have a big one. Look, I agree with you, boys. It's round 2. You know, it just is what it is. Just hope that this isn't sinking into their DNA of like, oh, this is who we are. We know we can beat the best side, so we'll just wait until we roll into the best sides to beat them. If this continues to happen, like something has to change. Whether they've got to fix it, but it's so early, so we don't know. So I think they'll be fine. Just a mixture of maybe they got a bit ahead of themselves last week because we saw how bad the Cowboys were this week as well, and also I think the Warriors played really well.
As far as Turbo goes, round 3 this week at 4 Pines, taking on the Raiders. Then the week after, the Eels at home. Melbourne the week after. I'd put him on ice until Melbourne.
Yeah, honestly. If it's seizing up so much he's coming off the field when the game was on the line, I'd probably be resting him at least a week or 2.
Yeah, Melbourne into Sharks. That's where I want to see where Manly's at. I'd be saving Turbo for that.
What do you reckon, Timmy?
Well, I'm a super coach owner, mate, and I want him to play. I need him at fullback. It just depends on the severity of it, mate.
Yeah.
If it was purely just precaution and they play Sunday, so he's got the 9-day turnaround, which is fantastic for him. Results will tell the story and whether or not they're confident, but, no harm in giving him an extra week.
Sweet. Alrighty, on to the next game. And what a game it was. The Roosters defeat the Penrith Panthers 38-32. I tell you what, I'll just talk for myself personally. Last week I'm sitting here going, mate, I reckon Robbo's under pressure. I reckon there's a lot going on in that club. I think it's going to be a tough year. Then he comes out and puts on a masterclass like this. And granted, in my own defence, the Roosters haven't beaten the Penrith Panthers in like friggin' 3 or 4 years. So it's not like I'm just 6 years. So I'm not just making shit up. Then Robbo comes out and does something like this. And I did speak about in 2022, he did something similar for the whole season. He got him to 5th and had all these injuries. But this is why it's such a balancing act. And I feel like Roosters fans, it's so hard to know where to land with the Roosters, because just when you count them out, when you count Robbo out, when you count this squad out, when you count Teddy out, Teddy's the same. A year ago, everyone was going, Teddy's washed. He's done. Then he comes out and he's the best fullback all year. They are just champions. They're that is why Robbo's won 3 premierships. It's why Tedesco's one of the greatest fullbacks of all time. Their ability, when the chips are down, to just batten down the hatches and find a way to win, absolutely incredible. A masterclass from Teddy, a masterclass from Robbo. The pressure was on. They delivered. That is why they are great. This Rooster side, this young side, to do what they did, unbelievable. They deserve all the praise they're getting. And it's exactly what the club needed. The Roosters as a club, they needed something like this. I don't know how the rest of the year will go, but enjoy it while it is here because it was incredible.
I gave them literally no hope whatsoever, and then Lindsay Collins was ruled out. I thought, no, Gonski, no way. It was incredible. And, mate, they didn't even start that well. The try that Alamotti scored, that was soft.
Oh, it was genuinely oh my God.
When he scored that, I thought, we could be looking at 80 here.
Yeah.
We genuinely could be looking at 80 here. And then, they just managed to find a way to hang in that game. And, when Penrith score a soft try early, that's red rover. That's white flag stuff.
Penrith smelling blood is the last thing you want.
Yep. Jack Cole turned him under just to lay there and then go to the right. And he just burst straight through. It was just, to get themselves back in this game. We spoke about Connor Watson, James Tedesco. He was fantastic. I thought that Wong, outside of that first defensive effort that let Alamotti
in Wong's
through.
defence, that was probably more for Keddy. Shouldn't have fell for the dummy. But anyway, I digress.
Sure. I thought after that,
he
was really good in this one.
Mate, I just love the fight they showed. Because that was a question I had for the Roosters, is when Robbo said we're going to back our youth, I said, there's some good youth here, but in years past, Roosters' youth was like Boyd Cordner, playing first grade trials when he was 16 years old. And I just didn't really see that with some of the youth. I thought, good, but I'm not seeing the next Boyd Cordner. And then they put that performance on. You go, okay, now I see what Robbo is seeing in regards to backing the youth. He's they just fought for everything. They just refused to back down. They refused to let the Penrith jersey almost overawe them. Naysayers will go, Penrith had probably the worst game they've had in a long time. Even Penrith at their worst, this Roosters side was decimated. Some of these guys, one of the blokes is going back to work the next day. It's historic, the win. It is genuinely historic. Timmy, what do you think?
Yeah, remarkable. One of the favourite games of footy I've ever watched. It was such a fun, entertaining game and just defied belief that the Roosters were able to get up and win this one. And against, one of the best forward packs we've ever seen, and granted, a few changing faces over the off-season and Fish Harris being the big one, but the Panthers pack was full strength going into this. They'd had 2 weeks since the Vegas game. some of the names at the Roosters, with no disrespect, but like Nafahu White, who's hot and cold, then Lasalo starting at prop, Wong, Fiketti starting at lock, Docker Clay, Makatoa, Steep, Savala. Like, they just had no right to win this game of footy, and to come out and produce what they did, backs against the wall, everyone's saying that they're done and they're going to miss the 8 and all that. What an incredible coaching performance for Trent Robinson to get these boys up for this game against the Penrith Panthers.
You mentioned the team list there. Like, Savala's a halfback. I don't even know. Like, congratulations for making his debut, but in the context of the game, I just sat there and went, why are they even picking him? And they put him on with about 15 minutes to go or whatnot. Like they almost beat Penrith in that game with 16 players.
Yeah.
Like, it was unbelievable what they managed to do. Full credit to Hugo making his debut, a junior coming through and everything. But if you were to pick, like, they replaced Lindsay Collins with a halfback. It was bizarre.
How good was he? You touched on it before, but I think it was the Telegraph who had the story, but I think it was Fiketti, and 12 hours later...
No, it was...
the front rower, Lasalo.
Lasalo,
yeah.
Back on the tools, 12 hours later, pouring concrete after beating the Penrith Panthers as a starter.
Yeah, amazing. And what the key takeaway for me, and I'm just being honest here, the question I had with Robbo was, does this playing roster still react to Robbo? Because I don't believe Robbo is a bad coach. I think he's a great coach. The question is like, has he been at the Roosters for long enough now where maybe it just needs a bit of freshen up, potentially? Here's your answer. They still respond to him. They still respond to him. Especially this younger playing group. He still has the magic. I believe he still has the magic. You don't coach a performance like that and not have the magic. And I think that's exactly what the club, almost fans needed to see. Like, do the players still react like they used to react to Robbo? And I think they do. I think they do. It's truly a masterstroke by Robbo. Like, for him to get this roster up, like, let's read this roster. Like, granted, yeah, it has some, Teddy still in it, but Teddy, Tupou, Nwanga Nituase is in his, 4th or 5th NRL game. Toya, 2nd NRL game. Dong Yup Gum. Sanders Smith, 30 NRL games max. Chad Townsend, board as a reserve grader, but yeah, experience there. Connor Watson gun. White, been hit or miss. I don't know whether he's edge back row or a front row or 13. Kills it. Wong, been hit or miss. Kills it. Fiketti, rookie. Outside of that first dummy that he fell for, I thought he was quite good. Then you've got other guys here that don't even have a bloody pitcher. Like, it's just an amazing performance by the Roosters. Absolutely amazing. Let's talk about the glorious leader, Teddy. He just loves it, doesn't he? Like, I feel like Teddy, if you could say, I want you to, every single week, these circumstances are going to be presented to you, I think he'd almost enjoy that. He's such a competitor.
Like, loves the challenge.
He loves the challenge. And that's what I spoke about last week, where they got dominated, they got beaten, and there was 10 minutes to go. He does a dropout himself, chases at 40 metres, and then tackles Wilson by himself in a one-on-one tackle. And I'm like, that's Tedesco. Like, he just loves the competition. Whether he was down playing touch footy, your local league, or in the NRL with his backs against the wall paying $11.50 head-to-head, it doesn't matter to Teddy. He just wants to win every single exchange. And I thought we saw the best of him on the weekend.
Wouldn't have been an absolute travesty if we lost him to injury 8 years ago. And it was touch and go.
Changed the game. Like
I remember when the Roosters signed him, I sort of went, I don't know. You can't get on the field.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Well, you think about it, like Teddy, because he'd been the dominant the dominant fullback for, let's just say, since Billy Slater retired. Since he became fullback, everyone now expects 200 plus metres a game, plus 8 tackle breaks. Like, granted, Minicello had that style of rugby league, but today, Teddy was so different to Slater. Slater, yes, he could put those metres up, but he wasn't going around trying to break, having 30 runs a game, trying to break tackles all the time. He was more just a weapon in attack and obviously incredible in defence. Teddy created this expectation. If you looked at the team sheet and you didn't see a fullback have 200 metres or 180 metres a game, it was like, well, he's not, compared to the best in the game, it's not good enough. That's how much he's impacted the game. So, and that decision to sign him is just, it has changed the game in my opinion.
Tell you what, boys, watching Nwanga Nituase, I love the guy. I think he's going to be a star. I think it's such an underrated signing by the Roosters to get a guy like him to come over from the Wallabies. They wouldn't have paid him huge money. He's a Roosters guy. He's come through the junior grades, went over to Union. I think it's such an astute signing. And, mate, I genuinely think centre might be his third best position. I just think eyeballing him, I think he'd be a better fullback than he is centre, and I reckon he'd definitely be a better winger than he is centre.
Yeah.
He's so talented. And as you said, it's his third game playing centre in the NRL against the Penrith Panthers.
Yeah, crazy. And I actually think he's made for the modern winger. I just reckon he would kill it on the sting. Now, granted, they've got Dom Young and Tupou. Quick shout out to my boy Tupou.
Oh, yeah. So good.
Bro, how many years? I'll let you do it, Hammy. How many years have you been doing this?
Just crazy. Obviously, the 2 tries there, unbelievable. Got through his work as he always does at the back. But the big clutch play right at the end when the game was on the line, Brian Toto, one of the best wingers of all time, just goes, keeps him out. Unbelievable. He's been doing it it feels like 15, well, it has been 15 years basically he's been doing it for. He's just a gun. He's just a freak, and nobody speaks about him. Like, he doesn't do too much of the flashy stuff. But, you look at the stat sheet like that and you go, oh, yeah, 2 tries, got through what he needed to and had probably the game-winning play. It doesn't surprise you. But he very rarely gets the plaudits, but he's a gun.
Yeah, so consistent.
I don't even want to say without no disrespect to Panthers fans because they've won 4 in a row and they've had all this glory. I'm like, so I don't care, but I think we're all sitting there doing the same, except maybe Maddie as a Roosters hater over there. When To'o almost scored that and it had opened up, you just went, this is happening again.
Yep.
Penrith are going to get out of this. To'o scoring the corner. Cleary's going to ice it from the sideline. Then he's going to hit a field goal in Golden Point and win this game. And we're going to say, so far, so good. We're going to come in here Monday morning and say, Penrith, they weren't great, but they find a way. Like, thank God they held on. Seriously.
Yeah. You know what's funny is when they lost, I was like, well, at least we're going to have something to talk about now with the Penrith Panthers. Because every week we come in and we're like, Penrith Panthers are great. What else is there to talk about? Like, there's nothing to talk about. They're great. They won. They played the same way they play every single week. Whereas this week, we have things to talk about with the Penrith Panthers.
I loved the early shift from the Roosters, 28-24. On a set after scoring a try, sort of trying to close out the game. It was the Sandon cutout ball to Martin Wanganitawazi, offloaded basically off his own line to Sandon, who took off.
Yeah, gutsy.
So gutsy, but executed perfectly.
Yep.
They play a great brand of footy in it. They weren't going to die wondering, were they?
And I think Robinson deserves a lot of credit because he instilled the confidence to go, boys, this is just a game of rugby league. You are all good footy players. Just play footy.
And chance your arm a little bit. Like Wanganitawazi threw a couple of I'm not going to say rogue offloads because they weren't. They were calculated and he nailed them and he backed himself. But it would have said, Robbo, if you get in a grind with this Penrith outfit, you're playing their brand of footy, there's not a chance we win. He goes, we've got some attacking stars in our team and some potency. Let's do it. Let's throw the ball around, use it, see what happens.
Yeah. Isn't it just... it's a week is such a long time in rugby league. You're sitting there last week going, Roosters could be the headline of the season. There's usually one team that just eats the headlines up all year long, and it's controversy after controversy. Everything's falling apart. Coaches are under pressure. Players are under pressure. A week later, it's not only just that's not the story. It's the literal opposite of one of the great wins all time by the Roosters, helmed by Teddy and Robbo.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing they need to be careful of. Another week can be a long time too. It can, you talk about, the team that gave it to them last week, the Brisbane Broncos, how good they look. They go down to Canberra. The Roosters now have to go to New Zealand and play the Warriors, who are high at the moment. I hope it's not a situation where we're looking back and going, okay, did Robbo and the Roosters just gather the wagons together for this one game and go 11-1?
Yeah.
It's a freeze throw at the stumps. I hope not. But it was such an impressive performance that I do have that concern in the back of my mind.
I'll be honest with you, without taking the shine off of what was a brilliant win, I think so. Because I thought I saw enough in round one to be like, okay, there's some serious problem signs here. They still have a lot of injuries. That hasn't changed. We see this time and time again where teams that have form concerns or injury concerns, roster, whatever it might be, it's the NRL. Teams are full of talent. You can get up for 1 week. And they are as galvanised as you could see a group this week, the Roosters in this game. I still think that, they still conceded, 30-plus points.
Yeah, I think the most Roosters fans aren't going, we're back.
Yeah.
I think you'd be a bit naive to go, the Roosters are back, we're coming for a top 6 finish. I think it's still going to be a tough year for the Roosters, and I think they're all aware of that internally. It's just a matter of how tough of a year is it,
Yeah.
Because at the moment, they've got so many injuries. even, and I don't say this as an insult, even a top 10 finish I would actually be pretty okay with the Roosters if they did land there.
If nothing else, can be at least the Roosters all year can go. If there's ever any doubts around their ability or the excuse of injuries, the whole year they just go, we beat the Panthers in round 2 with all these injuries absolutely depleted. So
talent's not an issue.
No.
We have talent. It's just about putting it together.
Full credit to the Roosters too in this game. Like, I know Penrith didn't play their best footy, but Penrith still came up with numerous moments in this game that would sink most teams. Like the Nath 40-20, we saw that in Las Vegas, turn the game on its head. I think there was a Liam Martin one-on-one steal at one point. There was a huge moment as well. I think he put a shot on Nath White at one point. There was a turnover. Like, there was a couple of times where I went, okay,
now it's happening.
That's the one that's going to break the Roosters. And they just hung in.
Yeah. Well, I mean, literally to the last second they hung in there.
Yes.
To the last second. And that's what I think is the skill on display isn't the most impressive thing to me. It's the fight that Robbo drew out of this playing roster to go, we will not be broken. Like, we are going to represent this Roosters jersey with as much pride as any Rooster that's ever worn it. And they did. They really did. And Robbo got that out of him. Teddy got that out of him, and they deserve the massive rap for it. I just want to give a quick rap to Sandon Smith. Like, and I've been a bit guilty of it where I go, is Sandon Smith the long-term partner to Sam Walker? I don't know the answer to that, whether that's a yes or a no. I'm not sure. And even as a player, if I heard that, I'd be like, come on, bro, like, give us a rap. But it's just my honest opinion. I'm not sure. And yet he stood up in this game. When they needed someone to stand up, if Sandon Smith doesn't play, there's no way they win. Like, he was the focal point of a lot of their attack. Like, even, you look at a lot, like, he had a try assist. He ran for 108 metres. He had 16 tackles. He had 2 line break assists. And so I just want to give him a massive rap, because it would be a bit frustrating as you're coming through with Sam Walker, and probably internally you've been told you are his partner, but externally it's not. A lot of people are going, oh, they're going after Dylan Brown, oh, they're going after Kalen Ponga, and you're sitting there going, fuck, I'm here too. So I want to give him a rap. I thought he was really good.
I want to give someone else a rap too. Chad Townsend.
The great Chadwick Townsend.
He's doing his podcast. I've seen the comments on those reels and everything the last few weeks. People absolutely fucking giving it to him. I love that he's just persevered and kept doing it. Now they've got to win. I'm sure he's absolutely racing to that microphone this week, and good on him.
Yeah. Oh, mate, absolutely.
So many guys start things like that, and then there's a bit of pressure, and they go, oh, no, I might back away.
Yeah.
I just love that Chad's gone, no, fuck it. I'm going to back my team, and I'm going to back in what I'm doing and keep going.
Absolutely. I think every win, his hairline grows a millimetre forward. It's so strong.
I don't want to win too much then.
It's so strong. It's so strong. Well, it actually started back here. But yeah, no, I agree with you, mate. Like, a lot of players, they want to start podcasts, but they know the pushback. Anytime you lose, all you do is podcast. That's why you're losing. It's like, bro, that's not why you lose. Like, you spend 2 minutes time doing this. That's why you're losing. It's like, no, that's not the reason. So I'm with you, mate. I'm with you. And I just love that he, whether you agree or disagree, he's like, look, I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to keep doing it.
Shout out to the post that Roasty put up of when he went shopping for cables the other day when they won. He goes, and then it was like finding the right cables. It was him like putting blokes through holes. And cheers, it was good. It was good stuff.
And look, the funny thing is like, people want to talk crap about Chad Townsend. This is exactly what he was purchased for. He was not purchased to be the main number 7. He was purchased, if anything happens to Sam Walker, you've got an experienced guy that can come in and just do a job. That's literally the role he is playing. He's experienced. He's coming in. He's doing a job. Like I sometimes the round 1, people are treating Townsend like he was brought on a $1 million deal to be the Roosters 7. He wasn't brought for that. He was brought to play reserve grade unless Sam Walker gets injured. And he's doing exactly that. Like, he's doing that. Yep. So great win. And I'm sure, like, the naysayers are like, yeah, it's just one game. It's a pretty incredible game to be a part of. Like,
sure.
Like 11.50 were the odds. And you were the halfback that got the job done. And also he's won premierships. Like, give him a bit of his due. If you're going to rip him when he was poor, give him the credit when he does when he does play well and does something good.
For sure. Yeah.
Yeah, so look, incredible win. Absolutely incredible. I will say, and I think we're probably all in agreement here, my advice as a Roosters fan, and I think most Roosters fans agree, I don't expect them to, okay, we are now a top 4 side, wait till we get everyone back, it's all good. I think it's going to take time. I think even internally, Robbo and the coaching staff and the football managers, they are aware that, I mean, they've said it. They said it last week. We're backing our youth. That doesn't change in 7 days. Even whether they win or they lose, they are in a transition phase right now. So that just to temper expectations for the next couple of weeks. Yep. Granted, if they come out and kill it, then fuck, that's awesome. But I just think that don't expect this every week. This was a once in a lifetime situation that's just happened, in my opinion.
Completely agree.
And they deserve it. Enjoy it. Well done, boys. I thought Angus Crichton was also bloody good. He looked. You know what I was surprised at last week? He didn't look as strong in contact. I was like, what? He is usually untackleable.
Well, he didn't look that strong in contact in the trials either.
Yeah, I was like, this is. But then he comes out this week. He looked like just back to what he's normally like. So I thought he was really good. And I really like Fekete. I know he's going to miss a week for suspension or something like that or whatever. There's something about the kid that I think that he is going to make a bloody good NRL player.
No doubt.
Yeah, just got a motor on him, gets through a bunch of work. Probably a bit strong for his size too. He's not the biggest lad, but I think he's going to be good.
I think as well, he's a really good example, as you said, mate. Like, he's really strong. He's come from playing junior grades where he's always been the strongest guy on the field.
Yep.
You get to first grade and everyone's a little bit bigger, a little bit stronger. It'll take time, but he's the goods.
Yeah, he looked
good. The Roosters know it.
Okay, on to the Panthers. It's 1 week. They could come out next week and be sweet, all good to go. I guess they did look tired. They looked banged up. It is just 1 week, but that's what they look like. That's what they look like. I'm happy to come out next week and they look refreshed and good to go, but they look quite banged up to me, and understandably so. They have been through the ringer for 5 years now, but they looked really tired to me. Like, especially Dylan Edwards, like, he just looked. It's one of the probably worst games I've seen Dylan Edwards play since probably 4 or 5 years ago. And he actually, even last week, didn't he have a couple of little brain explosions as well? And I think that, like, he might be a real barometer for how fatigued they kind of do look, because they have been redlining for so long, and I just thought it caught up to them on the weekend. I thought that when they really tried to go, okay, boys, enough of the carry on. We've been here before a million times where we haven't played well. Let's switch into gear. It's almost like the switch just wouldn't go. They just didn't have that extra gear to go to. Granted, really early in the season, guys, I'm not sitting here saying they're not still one of our premiership heavyweights, but right now they just look a bit tired.
And once again, mate, if that is the switch wouldn't work, fuck.
32 points.
Yeah, like, it's pretty incredible. They came within a couple of centimetres of us sitting here going, well, they did it again.
Yeah, yep.
Unbelievable. Like,
do you agree, though? Do you?
No, I do agree with you, but I think what Ivan said after the game was really interesting. He said, the thing I love most about this team is they never know when they're beaten.
Yep, for sure. Absolutely.
I think that summed it up perfectly, because they've got a few players out. They played. That
was so bad for Penrith.
They looked dreadful.
Yeah, like dreadful.
And then you look up and you go, 32 points. And as I said, they got so close to winning this game at the end. I think it'll be interesting to see if they make changes this week. It wouldn't surprise me if they do.
I wonder whether they almost give away the first half of the year. Like, I wonder, and when I say give away, I mean, like, just they load them so little that they are not fatigued by the end of the year.
They build into seasons. They always do.
Yeah, but I wonder whether this season is going to be really like we're all sitting here by round 10 going, oh my God.
Mate, huge chance. And this is a terrible result, but they often lose, a few games early in the season that take you by surprise a little bit. And this was a really bad one. But as I said, Ivan's, he's already got his eye on September. Yeah. You got to get there, but it's the Penrith Panthers, and why wouldn't they be there? So 100% they'll ease into the season.
Yeah.
And without taking anything away from the Roosters, I do wonder if Penrith came into this game, Roosters at $11, they play the Melbourne Storm the week after. Just wonder if an eye on September, but I reckon if there was an eye on Melbourne Storm next week too.
Yeah. I am a bit worried. Like, Edwards is injured. And he's probably, I know they've got Dane Laurie that can come in and play fullback there, but he's so vital to their attack. I worry that him out for a while, he, carries an injury the whole year. That's a hard man to replace. He is literally like nearly every fourth tackle, he takes a run. Why does he take a run? So they have more of a kick chase. Like that, he is so vital to the cog in the wheel. Like, So it's just going to be interesting to see what they do.
It'll
there.
be interesting, but like 4 years ago, you probably had 3 or 4 guys that were ahead of Dylan Edwards as importance, and they've just replaced each of them as they go. Like Dane Laurie's a very different footballer, but geez, I think because Dane Laurie is so skillful and he's so entertaining, I think people sleep on just how much work he does as well.
Heaps of work.
Yeah, so I thought Jack Cole was pretty poor in this one.
Defensively, they just honestly, it looked like a different team. Some of the stuff I was like, I can't believe what I'm watching.
Mate, it was interesting. I watched them play New South Wales Cup on Saturday, and Blaise Talangi was named at 5'8". He played right centre.
Really?
Schneider played left edge, 5'8", and Tolau that was in the trials, he played halfback. So
That's interesting. Wow.
yeah, I'm very keen to see what they do here. I reckon that they will make a couple of changes this week, but yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with Blaise because he played left edge 5'8" last week, played right centre this week.
I tell you what, that Cleary, Tungle, Bizza side, some of their reads, my God, just like so uncharacteristic. Like Tungle has it in his game a couple of years ago, but it was completely sorted. But that edge was just like.
Was it the first half of last year that Tungo's defence was ordinary, or was it the year before?
I think it might be in the year before.
Year before.
I think it was the year before.
And then he got it sorted come finals.
Then all last year was pretty good.
Yeah.
Not the same Tunga as we've known. He looked a little bit injured last year at times.
Yeah, I don't think he was great last year defensively.
I thought he was a bit ordinary
I
as
thought
well,
his defence was good, but his attack just wasn't at the same level we'd known it was.
No. Last year we spoke about his defense,
Okay.
and then we got to September and he just went bang.
Yeah.
And everyone went,
Okay.
oh, fuck,
Like,
okay.
I thought that was Alamotti.
We were caught. No, Alamotti.
it
We
was
were calling
definitely
like
Tungo.
full blown like Tungo dropped right at times because his defence was so poor.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I just
okay.
thought it was last year.
He was
the
a
year before.
spot every week
Yeah,
last year.
and then
Yeah.
to start this year, said that edge, and it's not to take blame off Cleary and Toto because they're in this as well, and they're a unit, but they're two notoriously very good defenders, and it's like Tunga who's had issues. It's a concern, but like just full stop. The Panthers is whether or not there was complacency. You can't put it down to Vegas because the other teams that came back from there, the Sharks, the Raiders, Warriors, they all had
Warriors, yeah.
great wins.
Yeah.
So you can't really put down that fatigue. But, and in terms of fatigue as well, remember the Panthers basically rested all their stars and their frontliners from the trials as well. So maybe they're a bit, clunky coming back into it, but they've kept the core of their team together. But 13 mistakes, completed at 71%, which by normal NRL standards, not horrible. By Penrith standards, horrific.
Terrible, yeah.
But it was just the nature of some of the errors. Like, you always talk about Zach Lomax and some of his errors competing for high balls, and that's like, well, it's not really a mistake, but it goes down as one. Penrith, it was like key players like Edwards and Martin and all these stars who were just like dropping soft balls, and they just didn't look themselves.
Yeah, it was so strange to watch. And the reason why it's strange, before you go crazy, Penrith fans, is because we think they're arguably the greatest team ever assembled, at least at Clubland. And so it was just weird to see just like really basic errors. Like, it wasn't attacking footy. Anyway, I think, look, I don't think Ivan will be happy with it because of the nature of the loss with the odds and everything and everyone counting the Roosters out. But if you ever needed something to galvanise a team for a premiership, it would be one of the great losses all time against Roosters. You can always look back at that and go, boys, you aren't as good as you think you are. I know you've won 4 premierships, so it's pretty incredible, but you just got beaten by a New South Wales Cup mixed in with some first
I think
graders.
there'd be part of Ivan that would love seeing his team get humbled like this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It is literally like, if that, let's say they lost to the Broncos, how do you work with that? Like, or the Raiders, for example. Raiders are in form. You lose to a red hot Raiders that are fit, ready to go. You can't really take much from that because the Panthers always start slow. So the players, if Ivan tries to pull them up, the players are like, oh, we start slow. We didn't have the best preseason because we were out, all at rep footy. Whereas this one, all season long, you can go, if you boys think you're better than whoever, you got beaten by, and you can go through the list. Debutant here, New South Wales Cup player here, fringe player here. It is like, it's almost the worst thing that could happen to the competition because it's the biggest motivator you could ask for this Penrith Panthers side come finals time.
I think we saw the first signs of life without Jerome Luai and the impact that he had. Firstly, defensively, like such
Massively
an underrated
defensive,
defensive halfback in the game. But defensively, he's unbelievable. And he said Jack Cole got targeted. Well, both edges did, not just Jack Cole, but Cole had a few bad misses. He had the one on Teddy that was phenomenal from Teddy. It was like in the line, one-on-one, just goes bang, bang, and got away from him. But even just in attack, I think like the flow-on effect of Luai was just such a perfect foil to Cleary, and they knew each other's game so well. And, you know, if they were doubling up on Cleary and sort of overcompensating on him, Cleary would go sweet, bang, and he'd hit Luai, and then he'd do the damage with a bit extra space. It was just clear, like, Cleary had good moments in this, but the reliance on him to produce as the main attacker, because he doesn't have Luai with him now there, it's a lot of extra pressure on Nathan Cleary. And at times, the attack almost looked a bit predictable because, like, it's going to Nath, it's going to Nath, it's going to Nath.
That's what I spoke about last week, how I was talking about how it is different without Luai. Like, Cole was okay last week, but that extra point of attack that keeps you guessing when you outplay the Penrith Panthers, at right now, there's not really guesswork. Like, they may be able to strip you of numbers or score points against you, as they've shown, but you're not really surprised how it comes. Whereas that's what Luai offers. Is you can't sit in the video room and go, they're going to score this way because Luai is so deceptive with the way he plays.
Exactly, and like even just the defensive line, you might keep you spacing a bit more when you don't know which edge they're going to hit you. But at the moment, like from what we've seen early, and particularly on the weekend, it was just like it's going to Cleary. So maybe everyone just shuffles that little bit more to the left towards Cleary, knowing that the ball's coming to him, as opposed to last year when we don't know which side they're going to hit us from. And this will change, and Jack Cole will get better, and their combination will get better. And we know he's a good ball runner and a good attacker, Jack Cole. But early on, that's what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Just out of reserve grade too, Tom Jenkins. He obviously left about 18 months ago, went up to Newcastle, didn't go too well. He's moved back down to Penrith. Last week they lost 26-12. He scored 2 tries, had 2 line breaks. This week they won. Read this stat sheet: 4 line breaks, 2 line break assists, and 4 try assists for Tom Jenkins. Scored one himself too.
Looked good in the trials too.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting. I thought Casey McLean was pretty average the other night too. I think Jenkins will be putting pressure on him, and I think you'll see Schneider put serious pressure on Jack Cole.
The Blaze Salangi situation is really interesting. To be moved that quickly to centre, and then there's like, look, and I'm not saying it's coming from the Penrith side, and it was Chamis that just threw it up in the air. This like, could the Eels ask for Taulagi back? I don't know. It's just to be essentially the biggest signing. I know Papali'i is a bigger signing, but like Blaze Salangi was probably the most hyped signing for the Penrith Panthers.
Yep. To
be already moved to a different position by round 2, that's surprising to me, in my opinion.
I think Penrith played Friday night. Reserve grade played Saturday. I think Ivan put a call down to put Schneider on that left side because I think he's preparing to put him in for Jack Cole.
Yeah, okay.
And move Blaze to the other side. I think there's a world where Blaze could maybe come into the outside backs, but I think the way that Tom Jenkins played, I reckon he's probably jumped him. So,
but is it interesting that Blaze was essentially signed as a 6 or a fullback, and he's almost at centre now?
Yeah, he is at centre. I think defensively last week he was pretty poor. Once again, I think the timing of this game on Saturday, I think Ivan has said, put Schneider at 6. I want to see him down that left edge because I think he's prepping him to come in.
Which would suggest that maybe Blaze is falling down the pecking order a little bit.
Well, I think you mentioned there he was signed as a 6 or a fullback. Now, I know he didn't play fullback in New South Wales Cup, but with Dill Edwards out, I wonder whether maybe they chuck him at the back. I know they got Dane Laurie, but he's played a pretty important role, I think, for them at 14 in that he can come in and cover a range of positions.
My thing is I think Blaze's progress is probably a little bit behind schedule that the Penrith Panthers thought it was.
I think Blaze is closer to playing fullback than 5'8" in first grade.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I don't think he'll be playing fullback this week. So.
Yeah, I just think that the Penrith Panthers probably thought he would be further along by this stage. Because he basically, like, if you had done a predicted 17 at the end of last year, Blaze probably would have been 6 for the Penrith
Panthers. A lot
Panthers.
of people had him in there.
If he would have done it 15 days ago, he would have been 6, I think.
Yeah, and now he's not only is he not playing 6 for New South Wales Cup, he's been moved to centre, not even fullback. That's what I find interesting. Now, to be extremely clear, this is absolutely not a knock on Blaze. He is so young, so talented. It's just more along the lines of the plan that Penrith had. It's not going to plan at the moment in regards to that position per se. But we'll see. We'll see who they do bring up next week if they do look at
if they make changes.
Yeah, if they make changes at all, they may not. But Penrith Panthers, we know they just expect extremely high standards, and they are not going to allow anyone to drop those standards. That's why they're so great. But look. Tough loss. It's the Penrith Panthers. They are still absolutely a heavyweight in the premiership. They'll bounce back. I just think that I think that this start of the year, maybe it might be a bit slower than other years. I think that it might just be a little bit slower than last year.
I think Ben overlooked, mate. First game, home game away from Penrith Park. Like, going to have a big impact. Not sort of been spoken about too much. Like, that's huge. That's essentially don't have it's a bit harsh, but essentially don't have a home ground this season. Like, massive change.
Definitely a different vibe there, wasn't it? Every game they played at Penrith for the last 4 years, it's been packed to the rafters. This one, there was still a good turnout, but there was big sections of it which, weren't absolutely heaving. So it's a bit of a different vibe.
Put it this way, as an opposition, how much more daunted are you going into Penrith there than you are at CommBank?
Yeah. Yep. It's a great point. And like CommBank's almost like a neutral stadium to the away side. Like, as if the Roosters are like, oh damn, we have to play at CommBank. Like, it's a lot closer to their home ground than it is in regard to the style of stadium and everything in the ground than it is to Penrith. But they'll be fine. It's more, this story, these headlines are more about the Roosters. I will just say quickly, that try that Bizza scored was outrageous. Outrageous.
To do it at top speed like that sort of touch to get it right, to then to not put that kick in the third row of the grandstand, I thought that was unbelievable.
Like, and that's the thing with Bizza is like, he always gets these raps for being, he gets through his runs. It's 200 metres a game. It's 10 tackle breaks. He's also one of the best finishers in the game. And he proved it with that. Like, that finish, like, if you had a winger that was as good a finisher as Bizza and that's all he brought to your side, you would be like, yeah, he's a good finisher. That's why he's in the NRL side. He's not just one of the best finishers. He's also got all the other parts of his game. He's one of the greatest wingers of all time. It's that simple, in my opinion.
We've been saying it for ages. Like, you look at his game and like he doesn't. Like, people always mention me. Oh, he gets beaten in the air. He fucking doesn't.
When?
You keep saying that, but he doesn't. It doesn't happen. Even that try at the end of this game, mate. Like, to me, I watched it live. I thought there's not a hope in hell he's got that try down. But there was part of me that went, oh, it's Bizza.
It's Bizza.
Probably has.
And also, like, Daniel Tupou, 6'4", 100 and whatever kilos. Bizza still somehow gave himself a chance to score that. He's just, he is special, man. He is such a special player. But yeah, look, tough loss for Penrith, but I think most Penrith fans are going, look, most Penrith fans are sitting there going, look, probably going to be a slow start to the year. It's been a huge half a decade at the top.
Have you seen the price for them against Melbourne this week? $3.15. That's huge.
I know Penrith.
When's the last time they were that?
I know Penrith fans, and they're all so arrogant, and as they should be. I'd be the exact same. Every time I'm going into a game where they're underdogs for injuries or whatever reason, or Cleary's out, or like even round one in Vegas, I was there with a diehard Penrith supporter. There's all this talk of the Sharkies, and they weren't for a favouritism in it, and it was just like, we're not going to lose. Like, big game, Vegas, we'll be right.
Yeah.
And honestly, if I'd won 4 comps in a row, why wouldn't they be arrogant?
Yep. I mean, they've earned it. They've earned the right.
Oath.
I will say though, I think Melbourne, at this stage, form-wise, are just like leagues ahead of them. But if there is one team to go down to Melbourne and do, is it down in Melbourne?
Yep.
Yeah, so that's the other thing. Like, if we're sitting here next week talking about how Melbourne had 2 weeks to prepare for a Penrith side who looked terrible last week, and they go down to Melbourne and do them.
Yep. It's not bad value, that $3.
$3.34.
Ooh, it's a bit juicy. However, Melbourne looks like, having seen 2 rounds now, like Melbourne look fucking unbelievable.
They did play Parramatta though.
That's a good point.
That's a good point.
They did smack them, 42-0
They did, yeah. They did exactly what they needed to do, but I don't,
It is, yeah,
we haven't seen Melbourne get tested in any way, shape,
It's almost like Manly with Cowboys. Like, look how poor Cowboys are this year, unfortunately.
They did concede 3 tries, though. Tigers only conceded 1, therefore Tigers are better than the Storm. So that's worth considering as well.
South Sydney Rabbitohs defeat St. George 25-24. It's brought to you by Good Day. Jamie Humphries, he had a good day. Now, I got a feeling that Matty may have put that in as a spite kind of ad. Humphries, good day. Used to be at Manly, killed it, won a game for the Rabbitohs. I'm not sure. That's just maybe a spite ad. First ever spite ad. Use code DMP for 10% off. You can also subscribe. With the code, you'll get 20% off. Go to begoodhealth.com.au. It's a multivitamin, guys. We all use it. Super convenient, really nice tasting. Let's get into it, shall we? Listen, the Rabbitohs, nearly did everything they can to lose this game. They started the game outstanding with 100% completion, and they were this close to breaking the Dragons. You could see the Dragons slowly. There was a try around the ruck, I think, that Gutho let in. And, Gutho doesn't do that unless he is fatigued as anything in the front row. So the Dragons were, this close to breaking. And then for some reason, the Rabbitohs just said, we don't want to complete another set for another fucking 40 minutes. But They fought their way back in somehow, some way. They didn't know when to quit, didn't know when to lose, and Humphrey nails the win. Another gritty, tough win from the Rabbitohs. And, like, this is what Wayne brings to the club. Like, any other coach, I reckon they're probably 0 from 2. But for some reason, players will play for Wayne for 80 minutes no matter what. It's the second week in a row where they've been a bit sloppy at times. They found a way to get the job done. They've now 2 wins from 2. You can't ask for much more as a Rabbitohs fan, especially with the players that you're missing. Bloody good win from the Rabbitohs.
It was just a weird game of footy. Like, I don't know who deserved to lose more. I don't know who deserved to win more. It was just, I sort of walked away from this game at the end going, how did the Dragons let that slip? Like, South, I agree with you. Gritty, good win. They're missing players, I get it. But the Dragons just did everything they could to lose that game.
Well, so the first 6 minutes, Bullen was in play the entire time. And so Rabbitohs looked like they just were winning field position, everything. It looked like it was. And then from probably after the first 15, 20 minutes, it was all Dragons. But it's almost like here's the cliff, and on the other side of the cliff is a win. They were like hanging over it going, no, not yet. And they were just waiting to win the game. And before they knew it, it was too late to ice the game. And then the Rabbitohs won it. Like, it was there to be won for the Dragons. I can understand why Flano was frustrated. He's already reportedly apologised to Ilias for, what he said. Did you see the game? So he probably shouldn't have said that. But I can understand why he was so frustrated, because the game was there to be won for the Dragons.
I can get the frustration 100%.
Oof. There's so many times where the Dragons are going to ice this game. The Dragons are going to ice this game. And they just nah.
And they're a team that I think are destined to, and I know they've started 0-2, but I said in the preseason they'll be 9th or 10th, and I think this will be one that they'll look back on. That if they miss the 8-1 win, they'll just go.
Look, last year, 1 win.
Yeah.
1 win. Timmy, what do you reckon, mate?
Yeah, I was at this game on the weekend, a beautiful Saturday afternoon at Wynn Stadium. And Lost Stadium, sorry, apologies.
They've changed it after.
Cracking afternoon, great game of footy. I honestly feel like the Dragons lost this game off 2 brain explosions defensively, and it was the Mamazelos try and it was the Sean Kepi tries that just should not have happened at any level of footy. They were just essentially dive-overs in the end, and we'll get to those a little bit later. And then the Bunnies, as you said, just Wayne Bennett DNA. They just grit and they find a way, and this is a Bunnies side who for a number of years now have been very lent into their attack and, outscoring opponents. And just so important for them with key players out injured at the moment, along with a few other players coming back from injuries like, Totola, Campbell Graham and a few others, that they just got a few points on the board early before, Latrell and co come back. But to go 2 from 2, geez, whether it was ugly, pretty, however you want to look at it, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They've got the points. And
it's 4 points in the bag. It's so, you're right, it's so important. Whatever they can jag right now, it could be season defining.
And again, without sort of going over the top with it, look at the Dragons. If they miss the 8 by 2 points, they'll look back at this game and go, how we let that one slip? The Bunnies, if they make it by 2 points, they'll go, those first 2 rounds when we had players out all over the place and we ground our way to a couple of wins, that's why we're here. Yeah.
What do you reckon, Hammy?
Yeah, spot on. I think, banking as many points as you can without Latrell, without Cam Murray, so important. The Dragons, they had their chances. They scored 5 tries. The Rabbitohs only scored 4. But, the importance of a good goal kicker comes to, and usually Val Holmes is a solid goal kicker, but didn't have his best day after tea, 2 from 5. When the chance presented itself for the Bunnies, it was a little bit scrappy, but Jamie Humphries absolutely flushed one from about 40 metres out, and that was all she wrote. So, bit of a gritty win, but, they'll definitely take that.
Oh. Jamie Humphries.
Humphries.
Oh. It's entered.
Oh, there you go.
Joy.
There you go. Trademark rude.
No,
hey?
I stole that off someone else.
Okay.
I think it's great.
Did you say Hungries or Hunkfries?
What do you want to hear?
I heard Hungries. Yeah, JD Hungries. Get back to us, Rabbitohs players. Anyway. Look, we'll talk about Dragons first and then we'll get into the Rabbitohs.
Fuck, I didn't even think about the goal kick until you said that then.
Yeah.
They literally scored more tries than them too, yeah.
When again, probably a bad metaphor with the cliff, but the amount of times the game was literally within vision of winning. They just needed to go one smart set here or there.
It was Wynn Stadium, mate. It was sitting on top of the sand dune. It could have fallen either way. It's not clear.
We're getting worse and worse. But it was, though. It was. I think we can all agree. We can all agree. The game was there to be won for the Dragons. They just refused to ice it. Now, in regards to performances, like the problem for the Dragons that I have, their set plays, and I'm not even being hyperbolic, are some of the best in the competition. When they get a penalty in someone's 10 or 20, they usually strip numbers. They're actually arguably one of the better teams in the competition at set plays off taps or scrums or whatever. Like the amount of times they strip numbers. The concern I have, and I think Flano is really smart for this, I think he realises that in play, they just don't have the half to really create stuff at the moment. Now, granted, he'll probably build Ilias or Flanagan into one of those halves, but at the moment, they're so conservative as 6 and 7 that whilst they're in play, it's just really hard for them to create something. Whereas, as I said, on their set players, they're outstanding. But the worry I have for the Dragons is like, you would have wanted them to at least start. You would have expected Flano to have them starting fast. And although they've been there or thereabouts in both games, like they haven't looked that convincing for 80 minutes yet. And I just get worried that are they going to get, like if they're not there now where teams are slowly, like for example, if your team on paper with your halves isn't that strong, you try and almost do what the Rabbitohs are doing right now, bank those early wins whilst other teams are trying to get shit together. And the worry I have for the Dragons is like, how much of a ceiling does their spine have to get better during the year whilst other teams are getting better during the year? You know what I'm saying?
100% I know what you're saying. Yeah. And you know what? Me watching the trials, I came away from that thinking, okay, the Dragons are going to start fast. It sort of surprised me how it's gone. Granted, they probably should have won that game on the weekend. They go into a bye now, and then they play the Melbourne Storm on the other side of it.
The last thing they needed was a bye. Sucks.
Well, it might be the number one thing Flano wants, but it'd be the last thing that they'd want. And then you come out of it, you play Melbourne. Melbourne the week after Penrith. Maybe it's not a bad time to play Melbourne. You got to do it, but...
So they got Melbourne, then Penrith?
No, they go bye, and then they play Melbourne, but Melbourne are coming off the Penrith game.
Penrith,
so it's probably not a bad time to play Melbourne, realistically. But yeah, that's...
You could be 0-3. It's a tough start to the year.
And it could be a bit of a season definer there against Melbourne. Like it could turn it around very quickly if they manage to pull it in there.
Who's their next game after that? Yeah.
The week after that, round 5, they have got the Eels. So
that's all right.
It could all of a sudden be 2-2.
Yeah. Even 1 from 4 is workable.
Play the Titans after that. Like this season could be 3-2 very quickly if they make a count during this bye round. Once again, that's saying they beat Melbourne.
Yeah. But I'm happy for Dragons fans because you're going Eels Titans. If they were going like I don't know, like Panthers and Sharks or something, I'd be a bit worried because you don't want to start the year 0-5 or whatever. So the positive is they could, even if they do lose to Storm, they've got Eels Titans, which they definitely can win, just to pick up some momentum at least. Like, whereas if they were going, the problem is so they played Dolphins last week. Who was Dolphins last week? Dolphins last week.
No, Canterbury.
Sorry, Canterbury. The problem is that this Rabbitohs game was there for out of all the games in the first few weeks, this is one you would look at, especially with the players out, and go, we should bank those 2 points.
And with the spine they've got, they don't have many games throughout the year that I look at and go, that's their game. As you said, this was one of them.
Yeah.
100%.
Far out. In regards to their halves, I just, as I said, I'm worried about the ceiling this year for them. They're too similar. They really are. I know Flano has been really smart with this set play stuff. They're so good at it. I'm just a little bit worried that, I just don't know where they get that spark from in the halves.
I just don't know if they've got many other options, realistically. They've obviously got the young fella that debuted last year, and he looked okay. I don't personally think he's ready for week-to-week first grade. And I mean, at least, mate, you can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Like Atkinson does arrive next year, so that does move the needle. But I think this year, and we said this from the start of the season, they are a side that they haven't invested much money into their spine. They've got the guys they do. They don't have a huge ceiling. They're relying on other fellas. And to their credit, mate, I'd like Gutho outside of that poor defensive effort the other day. I think attacking-wise, he's been tremendous so far.
Yep. Yep. What do you reckon, Timmy?
Yeah, I'm not as critical as you boys. I mean, they've scored 44 points in 2 rounds with a new half. They've got a new 1, 7, and 9. And
to be fair, though, it was the last 10 minutes against the Doggies, and this Rabbitohs side is severely understrength. Had some key players go off. Who went off? Arrow went off, and also Duncan went off, and they had Sullivan at 3. Then they moved Humphrey. It was a lot going on for the Rabbitohs.
Yeah, they
side.
had tries early on in the game. Like, they had 3 tries in the first 31 minutes. Like, I know Arrow went off pretty early there, but I'm just, like anything, there with the new 3 of your spine in there, I think it's going to take time. And I think the fact that, you talk about these set plays and those basic attacking structures they have on their edges, the fact that they are quite crisp early on, I
really,
think
really good.
And talk about the ceiling of the halves and, creating things sort of off cuff a little bit that other halves in the competition might do. Like, nothing's changed from 2 weeks ago leading into round 1. So 44 points in 2 weeks with some really good ball movement. I actually not as critical. And as I said, I think they would be kicking themselves for losing this game. There was the Gutho read at Marker and Mamazelos, which was just a brain fade from an otherwise great defensive fullback. And then there was the DeBellum one for the Kepi try as well, which was another, Debs never does that sort of stuff. And it was an absolute brain fade. And they lost the game based off the back of those 2 plays from 2 experienced players of the game. But, mate,
are you concerned, though, that, the Rabbitohs played really poorly and they still beat them?
I'm not saying, I didn't have them coming into this season as being I didn't have them in my top 8. And I thought that it was going to take time for them to click. And yeah, maybe there's a few defensive things they need to improve on, but
I just thought that these kind of games are games where you'd almost go, Dragons look unbelievable. These are the games where I felt like they would dominate. Because
Dragons never dominate, nor do they look unbelievable, though.
There were times last year where they looked really good.
Yeah. Results-wise, 0 from 2, of course that's no good, and they had the late tries against the Doggies, which flattered the result a little bit, and said they'll be spewing. They dropped this one. They're probably going to be 0 from 3 after they play the Storm. Granted, they did upset them last year in a massive boil over down there, but I'm not as concerned as you. And then you add into it as well the conversions. If Val kicks more goals, they win the game as well. So I saw some decent signs.
I think the other thing that for me that worries me is that's also 2 home games down the barrel. Such an advantage for the Dragons.
Yeah, the pushback I have on that, Timmy, is he did miss the goals. You know what I mean? There's a lot of ifs. If this didn't happen, but they lost. They still lost a game where they definitely should have won. They were never in the Bulldogs game.
But you talk about you're a bit critical of attack, and that they might be a bit set play reliant or whatever it might be. They scored 5 tries in this game.
But yeah, that's fair. But it was against a Rabbitohs side that was really poor. But my worry is with the Dragons, they need to bank these points early, or at least start relatively fast.
And ladder-wise, I'm not defending. They're 0 from 2. I said they're probably going to be 0 from 3, and then all of a sudden, you're 4 weeks into the comp with the bye, and they've got 1 win. Pressure's on.
Well, tell me, okay, here's another way to kind of person. I'm not saying you're wrong. You could be totally right, and I could be wrong. But how many other teams would play worse than the Rabbitohs did on the weekend? Maybe Eels, maybe Cowboys. That's it, in my opinion.
Yeah, well.
So that means they're not beaten literally most of the comp.
Yeah, I'm critiquing what you said about their attack though, and the question marks there.
But they scored those points against a set side that was not playing well.
Still the NRL. The Bunnies had some good moments. It's still a decent football team run out there.
But, yeah. Look, I thought the worry I have is the Bunnies played so poorly after that period. So the Bunnies were dominating, and then after that period, Kalamatangi drops a ball off on the set after that try, and that's when obviously the Dragons, and from that point on all the way towards basically the last 20, I thought the Rabbitohs played really, really poorly, and that's the worry I have is I don't think you're going to find many NRL sides. They're going to play as poorly as the Rabbitohs did in that period.
And look, the result's the result, but I look at the 5 tries to 4, and I look at the way the Dragons scored their try. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think 4 of the 5, except for maybe Flanos, which might have been off a deflection or a tap back or something, 4 of them are off really well-structured attacking tries. Look at the Bunnies. The Dry Grey one was off a rank deflection off a kick, and he dived over onto it, ended up in a penalty try. There was Mamazelos and Kepi, which, it's fine. That was poor defence from the Dragons, but they were brain explosions. And the Cody Walker was a nice little one-on-one play with him when he stripped whoever, or got on the outside of whoever it was. But the Dragons scored far better tries, in my opinion. And again, it's a credit to the Rabbitohs that they're able to get away with this win. But yeah, I thought they were right.
The worry I have is because their set plays are where they are looking to strip numbers and score points. Once teams figure that out, because it's much easier to defend a set play once you've got the video sessions. Whereas in play is harder because of fatigue and all that stuff. I just worry that once that gets figured out, when you're expecting the halves to step in and have that ceiling of let's go to the next level and score points this way. Now Flano is such a good coach. Maybe he can get that out of him. I'm just a little bit worried for the Dragons because I just felt like there's not many teams that would have played more poor. But it's fair. Let us know in the comments section. Do you think that, Timmy, not much to worry about? Well, I'll let you speak for yourself. What do you,
I was
review of the
talking about their
Dragons?
attack, and I think their attack looks good.
Okay, but as a team, are you worried, not worried?
I'm worried about where they're sitting on the ladder being 0 from 2, but I think the signs, and I've said it 3 times, but a brand new spine, this isn't going to click overnight, and I think off the back of that looks decent. So, yeah, no, I'm okay.
Sweet. Roo, Dragons, all good, not good?
No, I'm concerned that they've lost those first 2 games. That were at least one of them they definitely should have won, and I don't think they can afford to do that as a footy side.
Hammy, what do you reckon? What did you find of the game, the whole game as a whole?
Scrappy game. They probably should have won it. As I said, they scored more tries, but just weren't able to kind of obviously convert off the tee. Yeah, a little bit scrappy. I think your point around their halves being very similar is a valid one. Yes, it's not going to click overnight, but I still think they need a bit of a point of difference.
Like, we knew this coming into round 1, though, right? Like, the halves haven't changed since round 1, and the point to there.
Yeah, but we hadn't seen them together. And so we've seen them now, and that's just me looking at them now. I thought that it's early, but at the moment I'm not seeing that much ceiling yet. Now, granted, we'll see. We could see.
Yeah, I'd be a bit concerned. That's a game they should have won on paper, like with who the Rabbitohs were missing and who they had. They probably should have still won it, but they didn't. They put themselves under a bit of pressure. The bye, you're right, comes probably at a poor time for them, Roo, and it's not going to get any. They did beat Melbourne last year, in fairness to them, in Melbourne.
Look,
so maybe Flano can get them up for it.
Flano can turn around. He could use this as like because we'll put it this way: like you saw how angry Flano was.
Yeah.
So that shows you how much he was like, that is not good enough. Like, that's probably one of the angriest I've seen Flano.
Yeah.
Seriously, he was pissed.
I'll
But
be taking them with a start when we get there.
yeah, like he will probably use that as a way to galvanise them to bring them together.
Yep.
Some real positives though. Some real positives. Aside from a late error, Toby Couchman. Like that's like what have we been talking about the Dragons for quite a while? Obviously, the half situation, it is what it is. Atkinson arrives next year. You can't change that. But we've been looking at their forward pack and saying, like, who is the next guys coming in that are going to be the next generation or whatever. Couchman was outstanding.
Yeah, and it's the Couchman boys. I know Ryan's injured, but it's both of them. Toby was tremendous on the weekend, and he's probably the pick of the 2, but the other one's very talented as well.
Yep.
They've both got huge futures on them. So he came off the bench and went the distance, didn't he?
62 minutes, yep.
Yeah,
and he had 17 runs, 170 metres, 69 post contact, 45 tackles, only 1 miss. As I said, there was a late error that was really costly. However, like that can be sorted, that can be fixed. It's such an important position. Like I cannot express to find a young, good front rower. It's nearly as good as finding a good nearly as good as finding a new half. Obviously, not as good, but it's honestly. It's nearly.
He's a guy you can build around heading into the future for sure.
Like, put it this way, like, imagine Broncos without Payne Haas, like he just didn't exist. Like, that's how important a good front rowers or AFB or Tarpon, even though they killed it without Tarpon on the weekend. But
Tui Pilotu, another big game. Try celebration.
I think he's just leaning into it now.
I think it's hilarious, personally. I don't have a team. It doesn't shit me, whatever. I think it's hilarious.
Well, Dragons are your team. That's why you like it.
Of course, yeah, I'm a big fan. I think this will become more and more common.
I think this week showed that last week was intentionally taking the piss.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I think he's going like, even if we're down by 100, I'm going to fucking celebrate tries.
How's his start to the season, Tui Pilotu? He's got 4 tries, 6 line breaks, 13 tackle breaks, a try assist. That line break he made where he just pinned it straight at the defensive line, busted straight through a couple of defenders. And then he was taken down. I think there was 1 tackle laid, and then he got back to his position in his corner, nearly scored in the corner.
Yeah.
He's had a huge start.
He's so good. 239 metres on the weekend.
When you consider, too, he replaced Finau, who scored 1,000 tries in 2 weeks of trials. Yeah, pretty incredible out there.
I will say, in the Dragons' defence, they did lose Sully, I think, like with 20 to go.
Yeah, but they also... Sully had a rib problem from about the 30th minute. He was a passenger for like 40 minutes.
And he's so crucial to them.
He's so crucial. Like, they probably should have got him off earlier, I think, than what they did, because he was in all sorts.
I still think that Little should play more minutes.
Weird, isn't it?
Like when I again, and this is, to your point in regards to the spine, he brings spark. So if you have him have more minutes, like move Cookie to 13 or whatever, I just reckon in that spine, if you've got Little on there, at least that's that extra point of difference, that spark through the middle of that. I know Cookie does have it to a degree, but Little is younger, he's fresher. I don't know. I just reckon there's something there.
I think right now, Jacob Little is a better hooker than Damien Cook. Right now.
Form-wise,
who's a better hooker in their entire career?
Yeah.
It's Damien Cook without a doubt. But I think right now, at the points they're at in their career, I think Jacob Little is a better hooker than Damien Cook. I would still play Cookie at hooker for the first 20, 25 minutes, but then shift him to 13. I thought that when he was in that role for South Sydney last year, I thought he was tremendous. I think, and Matty, I know you don't have a microphone, but I just thought when he was at South last year and he was playing in that role, he looked fantastic. And you actually saw the running game come back for the first time in a few years. We all call him a running 9. He hasn't realistically been that guy at hooker for a couple of years now. I think it's a shift that they have to make.
Yeah, I just think that
they didn't learn their lesson after the first week. That's another thing that has me concerned.
Even the back end of last year, he was one of their best players. Little.
He was their best player. He was the best hooker not named Harry Grant for the last 3 months of the season.
So we all said this last week, but I'd get him on the field earlier.
Yeah.
Was it the last 30 he was on?
Yeah, came on with about 20.
Too late, don't you reckon?
Yeah, he came on for the last 30 on the nose. Damien Cook played 67 minutes. But, yeah, I think Cook stayed on. You know what? I wonder if because Cook went to centre, didn't he, to replace Sully?
Yeah.
Little might have come on earlier than what they planned.
Yeah, because if Sully doesn't go off, then I just reckon move development into the this would be my starting front row. DeBellin and Couchman probably. Emre Guler off the bench because at the moment Emre Guler is okay, but he's definitely not playing as well as Couchman and
You'll have
DeBellin.
David Clemmer when they come out of the bye.
Yep. And then on the bench, I'd probably have Clemmer, Emre Guler, Jacob Little, and one other and Raymond Fatala-Mariner. That's what I'd be going with. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I agree. I'd love to know what Blake Laurie's done to Flanner. He just doesn't want to pick him.
Yeah, that's weird, eh?
Played him for 18 minutes the other day when he started him, and that's if rumours are true, that could be his last game for the Dragons. Yeah. Tough going. Yeah, I agree. That's how I would line them up.
So sorry, I'd start Cookie at 9, but then when I moved DeBellin from 13 to front row, at the 20-minute mark, I'd move Cookie to 13, and that's how I would. And then I'd bring Little on, and then I'd see how it went. With Little or whatever.
Yeah, and if I'm playing the Dragons, that's the last thing I want them to do. I don't want Cook and Little on the field at the same time, especially when you talk about you're lacking some stuff in your halves.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Get them both on the pitch.
You got Little and Cookie with those halves. All of a sudden, you just play front foot footy, which Ilias around the ruck, they just need to be really simple.
Yep.
Yeah.
Especially given how well Little played last week. Basically when he came on and started tearing him up, that's when the Dragons really came back and looked at their most dangerous. Made the team of the week as well. I think they need to find a way to get him out there on the field more.
Okay, onto the Rabbitohs. This is a hard one to kind of like. It's hard to be too positive with the Rabbitohs because it was so scrappy. It was so ugly again. Like last week was ugly as anything. This week was ugly as anything. But like very just so Wayne Bennett-esque. They just found a way to get that victory. Like it just. Then there's some real positives. Obviously, Humphreys is a massive positive. Hubner is. Jai Gray is absolutely phenomenal. It's just a matter of, like, they just need to play 80 minutes of footy, like good footy. Otherwise, if they keep doing this, eventually they're going to come up against the better sides and get absolutely smacked.
Well, by the Sharks this week, Panthers the week after.
There you go. Yeah.
And I mean, when you look back 12 months ago, it was ugly, and they were 0-2. Then I think they were 0-3. I think they won their 4th game. Like, had they not won these 2 close games by just hanging in there, it could have been 0-4 all of a sudden, and it's a disaster.
Yep.
It's an SOS mission for Latrell to come back in and save them. Now, at the moment, it's not. And if they can jag one win against Cronulla or Penrith, with the side that they've put out the last few weeks, and with Tallis Duncan and Hubner out now, I have concerns for them. But if they come out of week 4 and they've played the Sharkies and Penrith and they're 2-2 without Latrell,
I'll take it. And, it's almost like the other side of the coin with the Dragons, like where, 1 point separates. I know they didn't lose by 1 point with the Bulldogs, but it's that first month of rugby league looks so different. Like Rabbitohs are rolling into training right now where life is great, everything is good, how good. And really there's 1 point that separates both teams, but they're so far apart in like morale and like happiness and all that kind of stuff.
I think as well, when you look at their first 2 weeks, I think the reality is like all the other teams are going to have to play a better version of the Dolphins and the Dragons later in the season, I think. It's 2 very good wins to get under your belt.
Yeah. absolutely. In regards to performances, let's talk about Jai Gray. Now, it's been kind of floated, keeping him in the side. I just think that Latrell is so good, you probably can't afford to have him just sitting at centre. Now, maybe you do that whole hybrid thing where in attack he gets out the back like Tommy, potentially.
It could be a goer.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. And you just go, Trell, mate, anything over the halfway line, get back there. Because even his kick returns, Trell, he finds his front, but he doesn't. It's not like every kick return he goes crazy. I wonder whether you look at that hybrid situation.
The only problem is if you like...
He's good in defence, Trell, in regards to his contact at fullback.
Yeah, the only thing is because you've got already two of the best defensive centres in the NRL in White and in Campbell Graham.
Yeah.
But if one of them would like to go down, or let's say one of them hypothetically...
What about Graham to the wing?
Would he make the move there permanently kind of thing and he'd just play on the wing?
Yeah, so maybe... Or even you go Trell and him on the wing when Trell's in defence. Then once they get in good ball, he goes back, Graham moves to centre, Gray goes to the wing.
Maybe. Like, you don't want to be moving too much, but yeah, like... Trell defending at centre, but attacking as a fullback, pretty enticing.
I just think you look at Jai Gray and the work he gets through. You know, I put it. I'm going to be extremely clear here. Latrell Mitchell, at the end of the day, is a better fullback than most fullbacks, and I want to keep him there. I just worry that when I look at so this is 2 games
Trell's
now.
weakness is Gray's strength. Like,
311 metres.
How do we make this work?
Yeah, 311 metres. If Gray goes, you probably lose at least 200 of those metres with Trell, which is fine because you pick up 3 try assists. So I'm not saying that he's better, but I'm just saying that's a lot of metres to lose.
Oh, for sure. Latrell Mitchell is the best fullback at the club, and it's not close, but
it's like the Fuller situation.
Mate, it's exactly the same as the Fuller situation. They are... he is the best fullback. Are South Sydney at their absolute best? If Jai Gray's not in the team, I'm not convinced they are.
And on top of that, if I'm attacking a line and I see Whiten, Graham, Trell in it, fuck, you're going to get... It's a much sturdier defensive line with those 3 defenders in it.
So if you were to do that and say put Campbell Graham on one of the wings, you have Jack Whiten at one centre, Latrell defends at centre, attacks at fullback... And then Jai Gray'd have to attack at centre. He's probably...
Or wing. Attack at wing. Just chuck him out on the wing. Wouldn't that be that hard?
Yeah.
Which I mean...
A lot of moving bits, but...
It is a lot of moving bits, and I think the idea of playing Jai Gray, an attack on the wing, it doesn't sound all that appealing to me, but I mean...
He's quick.
Tane Topicki's doing the exact same thing at the moment, and I like that. So it is a lot of moving pieces. I agree, especially with a rookie halfback in this side, but... I just think Jai Gray's too good not to be in first grade.
Yeah, and so it's just a tough situation. It's similar to the Fuller situation with Hammer, where yes, Hammer is definitely the best fullback at the club. It's not even an argument. But 311 metres, that's a lot of.
And
meters.
It is the other side of it as well that Jai Gray returns the football. If I can save Latrell's tank for those big moments.
And he's done his Hammy a few times.
Just wait on halfway. We'll get up to you and then jump in and play fullback. It's a very unique thing, but it'll be effective. Because we've just sort of come up with it. I haven't sort of thought through all the logistics of it, but the concept is very good.
Yeah.
Wayne will be listening.
For sure.
Big fan, Wayne.
I'm pretty sure I saw Billy Slater talk about it on the weekend. Something about keeping Gray in the side. Could maybe get the quote? It might have been what we're talking about. So I don't want to steal Billy Slater's thunder.
He did say something,
yeah. So I don't want to steal Billy Slater's thunder. But he was basically the gist I got was just it was trying to keep Gray in the side, and I don't know. I kind of tend to agree. If you've got a fullback that's running for 300 plus meters and being outstanding, and you've got a style of attacking player of Trell where you're you don't want him doing all that shit. It's almost like bringing in someone to do all that shit that Trell doesn't want to do anyway.
Yes.
And get him to do the stuff he wants to do.
Yeah. Well, I said before, Joel Kane had that theory about, Turbo, getting someone to, do the kick returns and just keep him for the red zone. He also had a similar theory around this as well.
Yeah,
He goes,
okay.
Same thing with Latrell. Just get him, 3 try assists. You might, you're going to not get as many runs out of him, but you got to get 3 try assists at the end of the, where you want them. So I think there's definitely a bit of a method to the madness, particularly with a few of these fullbacks that are a bit more injury prone, but are such guns with the ball in their hands. Just get them where you need them. And don't let them do all the hard yards. Like, other people can do that.
Yeah, I don't want him getting banged up.
No.
I want him as a Ferrari,
side to the
especially
coin
Trell.
here, as far as trying to get Jai Grain to the side, Mamazelis went the distance in this game.
And he looked
could
bloody
be a
good.
14.
I'll tell you what, Mamazelis is looking better than I thought he was going to look, to be honest.
Wouldn't surprise me if that's what Billy Slater was maybe saying.
Yeah, okay. Because Mamazelis that's probably his best game he's played in NRL. I love the fact that he was running the ball.
Yeah. Yeah, it was definitely his best game he's played in the NRL.
Yep.
Yeah. It was actually the first time I've looked at him in NRL and gone, okay.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
What do you got there?
It looks like Slater's kind of floated it, but he didn't really
Go
go
deep into
into
it.
But he did suggest to Jai Arrow, should Latrell come back in centres to keep Jai Gray in the team.
Okay, so similar. Anyway, some other good performances. Kepi. I thought Kepi was really good. He's always had the talent. He really has. Now, hopefully Wayne is the man to just get him. And he's done it so many times. He's done it with Nichols. He's done it so many times. Hopefully Kepi can fulfill that potential because he's a bloody good forward on his day. Like, he's a bloody good front row on his day.
64 minutes. I just didn't think he had it in him.
Mate, that's a big knock for a big boy like that.
And if Wayne does happen to get the best out of Sean Kepi, who, I know everyone's been very vocal about him in the last 12 months, but I also remember everyone being very excited about him when South Sydney signed him. He's got ability.
I was excited.
I was heaps excited. Yeah, if Wayne happens to get the best out of Sean Kepi, I, for one, won't be shocked.
Alrighty. Great win from the Rabbitohs. Scrappy. They got it done, though, so that's all good. Congratulations. I think it was a debutant as well.
Just as well, Hubner, suspended for 2 weeks. Tallis Duncan, hamstring. Their depth is going to be tested massively. Sean Kepi might have to play another 64 minutes.
Jesus. Alrighty, next game. Sharkies defeat the Cowboys 36-12. This is such a bloody good win from the Sharkies. What I liked about this as well is that going into this game, I go, I bet you the Sharkies are going to look at what Manly did and just copy that game plan. Just basically go to the 3 defenders. And Fitzy just goes, we're just going straight through the middle. And just he said, we're getting straight into the grind and we're just going to outgrind this opposition. And I just love the confidence. And if you want to be a premiership threat side, you've got to have that kind of confidence. You can't be going, look what Manly did last week. You've got to be going, no, we have a style of play. We don't copy other people. I love the fact the Sharkies went in there and played exactly like that. This was, exactly what they needed as a club. And I think it's shown, like, out of all the teams so they've gone 1 from 2. Out of all the teams that have gone 1 from 2, I think they're the most consistent. Like, as in, you look at the Broncos, massive drop-off. You look at the Panthers, massive drop-off. Manly, massive drop-off. The other teams like Raiders that have gone 2 from 2, obviously they've been consistent, great wins. Whereas all the teams gone 1 from 2, I reckon Sharkies have been the most consistent. And I think if you're a Sharkies fan, that's probably what you want. They're 6 points away from a Penrith side. They absolutely towel up a Cowboys side. And they did it, they didn't, I wouldn't say with ease, but it was a pretty controlled win.
Yeah, they looked fantastic. Mate, as you said, I just love how direct they play. And when I look at, I said last week, when it comes to the Manly Seagulls and the Cronulla Sharks, it's all about can they beat those big sides. And I look at Penrith, who are potentially looking a little bit tired. Maybe it is starting to catch up with them. And if the Sharkies play that brand of footy, they just kick the front door in, I think they can really push those sides. I think the Melbourne Storm, their forward pack is good, but I don't think it's elite like this Sharkies side. Like, I think it can be a spot where if they can play that way and play so direct. And the thing I love about the Sharkies the other day was that they're all singing from the same hymn sheet. Every single play, like that one.
Yeah, dude.
Thank you.
A lot.
They're just all on the same platform and they're all just going forward.
Yeah, there's a lot of unity in that
There's
Sharkies
so much
side.
unity.
Yeah, like
not a
everyone's
single
on board.
player, whoever comes on the field, whatever it might be, they just know, and it's good coaching at the end of the day. They all just know their purpose and what they need to do.
So at one stage, it was 9 line breaks to 0. Like, as a coach, you just look at that stat and go, that's heaven. That is heaven. Like, 'cause you're not letting any line breaks through. Like, they scored, obviously they scored, but I think it was like a kick or something like that. Just a bloody good win by the Sharks. Like, that's what premiership heavyweights do to sides like the Cowboys that are struggling at the moment. What do you think, Timmy?
Yeah, very, very dominant. And as sort of said, like, the challenge now, which there will probably start to be some belief pretty quickly in the Sharkies that, they can be title contenders. And I think they're really good at doing this, but they need to mimic Penrith in that, barring the weekend, no matter how well Penrith have gone over the years, they never get away from their game plan. They don't start winning a game comfortably and start throwing it side to side and we'll just rip you on the edges. We're too fast, too strong. They stick to their plan. They complete high and they're so disciplined. Sharks need to do the same. And as you said, Kempy, could have easily been the temptation to go, all right, the Cowboys edge defensively really poor. Let's hit them out wide with Iro and Ramey and early and just go there. They went, no. I'm going to pound you through the middle and then the points will come. And they did. No matter what situations they get themselves in, they need to back that because they've got such a powerful middle with the addition of Fanua-Blake. They were really dominant up in Townsville, as you said, defensively. Like the Purdue try, I think that was off a crossfield kick or something. The Drinky one was just a late foot off the throat kind of thing, disappointing, but whatever. So defensively, they were really good against the Cowboys who, whilst looking like they're in for a long year, in Townsville, dry track, there's still going to be points in this side.
Yep.
Awesome performance.
How good is it to see like a win like this too, and AFB doesn't have to put the cape on?
No.
Plays 50 minutes, runs for 140 minutes, plays well, but the last 3 years of AFB has been if he doesn't play well, the Warriors don't compete.
Yeah.
The Sharky side, they're just so stacked that he can pick and choose his moments where he goes, okay, I need to do it today.
Yeah, and so I don't think there's a team in the comp that, like, if you ask me, what's the weakness in this team, whether it's in attack or defence or anything, you can find it. What's the weakness in the Sharkies? I'm like, you could say they're, a bit lighter in some areas, but I don't see a weakness in the Sharks. What would you say?
No, mate, I said this all off season.
Just a big game.
The 1 to 30 depth in this squad is unbelievable. That there's just, mate, Blake Brayley, I thought he was injured at one point. And from over there, I went, oh, shit. Then I thought, Jaden Berrell will come in. It actually won't be an issue. Like, they'll be completely fine. Their squad depth is just crazy in this side.
I think the only question is like, how does this side perform in the big games? That's really, and like they can perform well because they won a final match, but like, how do they perform in a prelim and a grand final? I think that's really the biggest question. In regards to like performances, look, I thought there was just one time, and I get it, that the Cowboys weren't great and whatever. There was one moment towards the end though that I really liked from Hines, where he must have overcalled or whatever. He saw Cohen Hess in the centres and just went straight at him. And I just reckon, yes, I know listeners are going to go, well, he's a 7. Of course he did that. But, you would be surprised at how many 7s don't identify. Go back to the famous Joey Johns clip talking about how Thurston was injured in the Origin game and New South Wales refused to run the ball at him. That's how often you see 7s not go at players out of position. There was a time where Hines just went at Cohen Hess, saw him at centre, isolated him, they scored immediately off it. I think that's a really good sign for the Sharkies that Hines is getting confident enough to start identifying those things, players out of position. A couple of years ago, he was almost just playing off instinct because it was his first year as the 7. I think now, hopefully, he's starting to build those things into his game where he's confident enough to go, he's out of position, what Cleary does so well.
I think the criticism of Hines over the last 2 weeks is
bizarre
bullshit. Honestly, if you want to move him to fullback, I can hear you. Moving him to lock, benching him.
Bro.
Please.
They lost by 6 points in round 1, and people are talking about moving Hines. What are we talking about here? It's round 1, and they lost by 6 points to the reigning premiers, and the headlines through the whole week were about how Hines needs to either be the main guy or he needs to move position. What?
But it wasn't even the week. It was for 2 weeks. They dragged it into the second week. They didn't even fucking play.
Like, it is...
Take doesn't need more airtime,
like,
honestly.
Seriously, guys. Like, and this is coming from a panel that last year, when the whole season was said and done, we were discussing that. You know why? Because we're in the business end of the season, and Hines was playing. He's relatively quiet. We're in round 2.
But even to that extent, we weren't discussing playing him at lock.
Okay, lock's a bit crazy.
What are we doing? Moving him to the bench? So what, you're going to play Atkinson, who's not going to be there next year, over Nico Hines?
Yeah, that was. I think that was big fella Fletch that threw that one up. The Hines chat, even the chat of the chat of I'm not saying to move him on, but I'm just talking like he was a bit quiet tonight. It's like, mate, it's round 1 and they lost by 6 points. If they lost 13 plus, maybe. I thought it was good. I thought it was really good on the weekend.
I'm loving the evolution of this Trindle and Hines combination. And I don't really know what it's going to throw out each week, but it's just such a hybrid halves combination where they both spend time at first receiver and second receiver and on each other's side of the field, swinging out the back. Moylan and Nico did it a little bit at times as well. And I don't really know how they do it or how they structure that and what's going on, but they do it well, and it's so effective. Because if you're trying to defend that and you go, Trindle's popping up in the wrong spot that you didn't expect it, Nico's doing the same thing, you'd think it'd be clunky and there'd be balls going all over the shop and hitting the deck, but they don't. They just make it work. It'd be a nightmare to defend.
And there will be times where they'll get it wrong and it will look clunky, but I think they're heading in the right direction. I've been more critical of this halves pairing than anyone over the last calendar year, but I think now they're starting to find their balance.
Well, and what I love about it, so week 1, Trindle had the hot hand. Week 2, Trindle, he was a bit off his game on the weekend. So who took the carry of the team?
You know what? Yeah, Trindle was a little bit off, but still, he had 14 more touches of the football, which is what I want to see.
And what frustrates me with this Hines-Trindle conversation is Hines can't win because on one hand you're saying you always want team players, put the team first, winning is the only thing that matters, who gives a shit about anything else. On the other hand, you're saying he has to be the main man no matter what. It's no, whoever has the hot hand, let them be the one that steps forward and takes control. Because I'm pretty sure Hines was the main kicker. At least for the first half, he was the main kicker. He kicked for more meters and had one more kick. Whereas last week, it was Trindle. And also, Trindle, he had 2 errors on the weekend. Hines didn't have any. That's a sign of a good halves partnership where they can go, I'm a bit off tonight. Hines, you now take the run. Now, Trindle, you've got the hot hand. Mate, you take it. I'll take the backward step. That's good, ego-less footy.
100%. And I think sometimes with Nico especially, the further we get away from it, the further I think that Dalian might be the worst thing to ever happen to him because it put this ridiculous amount of expectation on him that people expect that every week. And if you come out of a game and Trindle has 3 try assists and Nico has none, people say, oh, Nico wasn't good. It's no, they're a halves pairing.
Yeah.
Their job is to get W's for the team. It doesn't matter who collects the stats, who collects the Dalian points. Yeah. That's not what, they're...
Look at Cooper Cronk's career. If you're looking at stats and that, he's the stat that matters? What is it, 5 premierships?
Yeah, winning.
That's what's matters.
And the Sharks are trying to get into the premierships business, and this is the way to do it.
Something else I really like, and I think it's always a key to Hines' game, 18 runs, 120 metres. He's a ball runner. And I think he said himself he wants to run the ball more. I thought Hines was great. I think Will Kennedy's been quite good.
I was going to say 5 players in this game had try assists. Will Kennedy had the most. He had 2. And I think, that was maybe one area where they've got a lot of ingredients here, but they probably need Kennedy to get back to his best form. But I think the first couple of weeks he's been really, really good. Obviously, he's been good with his kind of running the ball back or whatever, but just his slick hands and his kind of class there. 2 line break assists, 2 try assists. Good signs from him. So I think he started really well.
The centres, Rami and Ito. Oh.
Yeah, Itero was in Team of the Week. He was fantastic. But, mate, the metres Ramian gets through, it's 190 metres. That's centre without a line break. He's an animal.
He is so
19 tackle breaks between the 2 of them.
Yeah. They are truly what I get so excited about this Sharky side. Yep, it's round 2. Things could change. But it feels like they're peaking. All of their careers are heading towards this moment of being at the best version of themselves right now. Mm-hmm. Whereas Titans are a really good example of, they got this great side, but one year Fodawaker has a good year, Fafita's quiet, the next year Firma has a good year. You know what I mean? They're never at peak at the same time. Whereas what's exciting about this Sharky side is they look to be peaking at the same time. Who else stood out for you boys? Nikora, he was outstanding.
That move he put on Kai O'Donnell, just a little thing, but there's just not many back rowers that can do that in the league. He's so good.
He's so good. He's so underrated, Nikora. We talk about the best back rowers in competition because he doesn't play Origin. He's a Kiwi. Probably just doesn't get thrown in that. But he's been consistent for a few years now.
And then on top of that, because he's so good, people sleep on Teague Wilson consistently. And I'm the number 1 in that fan club from last year.
Yep.
Just watching him closely over the last year or so, I think he's improved so much, Wilton.
Yep. So really, really good win from the Sharkies. Exactly what they needed. Controlled, dominant. Never outside of the first 20 minutes, the Cowboys were just gone, just blown off the park, and then they just stayed disciplined. Did it the whole time. Okay, now onto the Cowboys. Oh, I am worried about the Cowboys. They don't look like they're responding to Payton. He looks frustrated, understandably so. He's even said they may have to bring some people back in from reserve grade. What the most concerning thing for the Cowboys is even guys like Cotter didn't play well. Like Ruben Cotter. Like he hasn't had a bad game in 10 years.
Well, I'd say the same about Reece Robson.
Yeah.
He hasn't had a bad game in his career. He's had 2 in a row where he's been ordinary. What's going on?
What is going on up there?
Boys, I thought their best period of this game was when they had 12 on the field too. They actually competed during that period, and then the 13th came back on, it was even, and then they just went to shit again.
Mate, what is happening there? Like, what? I just can't. Like, look, I get it. Like, sometimes you look at, like, for example, the Broncos, and they have this image of being rock stars and, like, you know, and I know that people have tried to quell that, but, like, there is, like, swagger, and so you can understand sometimes if they get a little bit ahead of themselves and they're a bit up and down or whatever, it's not excusing it, but you can look at it and go, yeah, I get it. But with the Cowboys, like Cotter, Dearden, Robson, like, these are battlers. They don't have any of that extra baggage that you could, you know, look towards the Broncos, and that's what's so surprising with the Cowboys is, like, even those guys don't look where they're normally at.
And on top of it, like, looking statistically, the Cowboys the last 2 weeks have completed at 85% and 78%. Really good completion rates. In the pack, meters run. And I know this can be a little bit deceptive at times, but they ran for 500 metres less than the Sharks this week. Last week they ran for 600 metres less than the Seagulls. Like, just ordinary.
Like, do they need to, like, every team has been, is their game plan dated? Like, are they playing old school footy? Do they need to move into the new fast, or have they gone too? Is their forward pack too small, and they need to go get some big boppers again?
Mate, to be honest with you, I don't know the answer.
Like, I'm so confused.
Yeah, and you know, you look at the last 2 years, and Cowboys fans tell you about when they made the 8 last year. The year before that, it completely went to shit. The year before that, they're top 4. They're just all over the map, the Cowboys.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it here, like, I just don't know what the answer is, because you don't want to go out and buy a bunch of big boppers because the game seems to have gone past that. But at the moment, when I look at this forward pack, it's getting dominated.
I feel like they're just, like, lacking, like, an X factor in the pack. It doesn't have to be a big minute player or anything like that, but, like, whether it's that Spencer Lenu type off the bench or, like, just someone who, like, you go through their pack, McLean, McIntyre, the middles in particular, Cotter, Lawton, Edwards, Neem, Hess, all really good NRL players, rock solid, but none of them, almost a bit like the Dragons we spoke about last year, where you go, who, when they're struggling to get any momentum through the middle, is going to come with that big run?
Well, it used to be Tamalolo, I guess.
It used to be Tamalolo. Bust a couple of tackles, get that quick play of the ball, and then all of a sudden off the back of that, Robson takes a charge because he's got a quick play of the ball. Drinky's off the back of that with the next one. I just don't know who's doing that for the moment, and Tamalolo's still to come back. Cup on the weekend?
Yeah, I was just about to say, mate, just having, like, both of their Cup teams lost on the weekend. Like, I didn't watch the game, but not a single first grader in the Blackhawks team outside of James Tarmo. Cutters had Taumalolo, McKaylee, Sammy Velamay, Jackson Borlo. Still lost that game. Jake Clifford lost on the weekend as well.
Put some respect on the name of Khalifa Faifai-Loa.
I was about to say, sorry, yeah, I do take that back. Faifai-Loa was also on the wing. But, mate, like, that's also concerning. You should be seeing, and once again, I didn't watch the game. I'm just looking at score lines, but I would have expected those sides to win.
And you're right, they can't be like that man that I was talking about. Even the last 2 years where he hasn't been at his best and he's aging, the injuries are getting a bit. It's still been Taumalolo at times, but if he's in Cup, coming back from injury, I know, but can he be that man again for them this year? And hopefully fully fit he can be, but I feel like that's what they're missing.
Because, like, man, I look at this forward pack and I almost like it's a modern game dream in my opinion. Reece Robson, Cotter, they couldn't be more perfectly built. Like, if you took them into the doggy squad right now, like, Ciraldo, that's a dream for Ciraldo to have a body like that that's nuggety, explosive, and fast footwork through the middle. And then, like, Carl Lawton, literally the exact same. So I'm kind of just scratching my head going, how is this forward pack not leaning into the modern game? Because it looks like they've recruited enough to do it, but they're just getting dominated. Sam McIntyre was outstanding last year. I don't know what's doing.
What changes do you think they'll make this week?
I don't know. I think Nanai will just come straight back in.
Clifford come in for Duffy, or do they give Duffy a bit more time? It's hard because you sit there and go, at least Clifford is a relatively proven NRL player. We know he'll come in and do a job, and unfortunately Tom Duffy hasn't been great in the opening 2 rounds. But you sit there at the same time and go, he's playing behind a pack that's been dominated. Like, we've seen the numbers of Reece Robson. He had 1 run well into this game. I think he finished with 3 runs or something. So it's like, clearly the go forward's not there. So you don't want to scapegoat the young halfback in Duffy, because it's not all his fault.
Because Purdue missed a couple of tackles.
Purdue missed a few. Like, Duffy wasn't great defensively either. So do they make changes there, or do they go, no, boys, like, let's not pin this on our backs. We need the pack need to be giving them a platform to play off.
I really hope they keep Duffy. I think it'd be unfair on him to drop him. Like, I thought, mate, a couple of moments said, geez, Tom did, and his kick selection the other day, I thought it was very average in this game. There was 2 that he gave away, 7 tackle sets that were just amateur sort of stuff. Like, by the sort of player he is, I hope they don't get rid of Tom Duffy.
At least one more game. Like,
oh, mate, if they think Jake Clifford's going to change, it's their forward pack. It's not the fucking half.
Correct. Yeah.
I think it's very unfair if they make that decision.
Well, Tom Dearden, who, how hyped were we for him coming into the season off all the rep footy and success last year, and then he's been unsighted the first 2 weeks. So it's like, if he's unsighted, you give Duffy a bit of a...
Yeah. That's where I look at these guys that, like, I'm looking at Payton in this squad. Is this squad reacting to Payton correctly? Like, I don't know. I think Payton's under a bit of pressure.
Look, maybe this is unfair, but like, Nanai went back to reserve grade on the weekend and, made 30 tackles, missed 3, ran for 100 metres. He's an Australian player.
Yeah.
Do you think it's a problem that so many players aren't reacting to Payton? Because Payton would be telling them all these things, surely.
I do, yeah, but I've also thought that numerous times in the last 3 years, and then suddenly they do.
Yeah.
They prove me wrong, and
that's a good point.
I get Cowboys fans in the DMs like
they're specials for just hot and cold, aren't they?
Yeah.
And not like week to week, but like
Month to
5
month.
weeks of losing, and then they'll win 5 on the trot.
What do you reckon? Do you reckon is it pressure on Payton, or is it just players just not playing well?
Well, both, I reckon,
Yeah.
because, last year, and the one thing they probably needed to improve in the off-season was their defence. And they've leaked 42 points and 36 points in the first 2 games. Their attack always used to be good and got them out of jail a bit. They've scored 12 points in both their first games. So now that's dropped off as well. That's a bad recipe, when the attack's not humming and the defence is leaky, not good. But, yeah, it does look like there's a few issues there. They've dropped a few big names down to reserve grade. Doesn't feel like on the surface they're kind of reacting to, or they're catching what he's kicking.
Does it look like do you reckon it looks like a together?
They don't look happy.
Club?
Or
Yeah.
United. Well, we spoke about, who was it we were talking about before, who looked really
Sharkies.
united, the Sharkies,
Yeah.
United. Completely, complete different case with these guys. They look frustrated.
Yeah.
The coach looks frustrated. Not going so well. Big game on Friday, got the Broncos. So
Huge
that'll
game.
be, hopefully if they can't get up for that, look interested for that, then there is some big issues.
It's crazy. Hopefully they can turn around. Huge game on the weekend. Alrighty. On to the next game. Before we get into the next game, though, do not forget the Bloke Club. That is right, the Bloke Club. Join the Bloke Club completely free. No strings attached at www.bloke.club. We'll have the links in the show notes. Even if you're a part of the old Bloke Club, you've got to re-sign up to this one because we've had to restructure everything and make it so there's more, we can give you more things. If you join the Bloke Club completely free, you go in the draw to win a Mazda BT50 thanks to Luke Camilleri at Aspley Mazda. He's the best in the business. Give him a follow on Instagram, LDC_01. If you need a car, shoot him a message. Doesn't matter where you live in the country. He can help you out. He can sort you out. He got my car. He got my wife's car. Gerard Yayi, Alex Glenn, Jai Opatai. He's the best in the business, guys. Give him a follow. Join the Bloke Club completely free, no strings attached for the chance to win a Mazda BT50. And also, each month we give away prizes, the first month being $2,000 cash. Every single month, we give away prizes to the Bloke Club. Plus, when you go to the Bloke Club, we've got links to discounts to things. So, for example, 30% off Musashi, 15% off Bloke merch, deals galore at Bloke Club at www.bloke.club. Alrighty, Canberra Raiders defeat the Brisbane Broncos 32-22. And I tell you what, this was such a good example of a superstar team will beat a team of superstars. This was a team that bought into a game plan, that went out there and ambushed the Brisbane Broncos. I think that their aggression and their line speed is what they're building their game plan off. I think that we're starting to really see a team that's been together for probably, what do you reckon, 4 years now? Like the benefit of just sticking with a roster and building it over a few-year period. And I will say the Canberra Raiders are in the negative position of it's hard to recruit. However, they're in the positive position of there's less pressure on Ricky Stuart to win a premiership immediately, so he has more time to build a roster together. Whereas I feel like if they were in Sydney, there's probably more pressure on Ricky, like unless you get us into a premiership, you're gone. And so he's had time to really build a side over the last 5 years, his DNA, all buying in. It was a perfect game plan. They ambushed them. The Broncos looked shell-shocked. Yes, once the Broncos got into their rhythm towards the end, they started to come back. But an absolutely masterclass by Ricky Stuart and the Raiders. I thought they're outstanding. And it's getting to the point now where I'm going, geez, I'll almost be disappointed if this Raiders side misses the 8. That's how good they look.
Yeah, well, there's the two things that we've touched on in the past, obviously, but their inability, I suppose, to recruit the big-name players on the big-money contracts. It's frustrating for Raiders fans, but what it does allow us to do is because we're not paying many players or any players sort of at all those big over $1 million contracts to get the stars down here, the depth across the squad is unreal, and it has been for years. So if players go down injured, we can always cover them, and it's no different this year where we've got so much depth in our positions, like Joey Tarpanay, the big out from this week, going up against the Brisbane pack, and watching Brisbane last week, the dominance of their pack against the Roosters, you went, geez, who can go with these boys? The Raiders pack, without their star front rower, we dominated them. And, we just play such it's an attractive brand of footy as a fan, not necessarily as a rugby league fan, because it's high percentage. They play a power game through the middle. It's,
line speed.
They look super fit this season. Not so they haven't in the past, but particularly fit this season.
Can I say one thing? And Raiders fans, please, I'm not being too negative. The only worry I have is similar to the Broncos last week. To keep this up for 27 rounds, the way they're playing now, that's going to be tough.
Yeah, and look, maybe the depth of the squad will help this, because we can give blokes rest or fewer minutes because of the interchange, or whether it's week to week, we can give blokes rest. But, really good start in this one. And, again, just the belief. I say, the belief that they've come and beaten this Broncos pack, what it will give to them. But every time you hear any of the players interviewed, and even post-game on the weekend, it looks like they're sitting there, no, we can not just make the 8, but we can make a big fist of this year. And, Ricky sort of mentioned they're in a bit of a transition phase, but just every interview I've seen out of any of their players, they're like, we're not surprised by this.
Yeah, and they've just got so much, you're right, there's a belief, a quiet confidence in this Raiders side that at the very least they can go with any forward pack, at the very least. I think also Ricky Stuart deserves a rap. You lost Rapana, you've lost Croker a couple of years ago. You lost Elliott Whitehead. You lost Whiten a couple of years ago. The fact that you don't miss a beat, that is commendable. That is very commendable. And if Fogarty can just say injury-free, they could make the 8. They could make the 8 and be a real problem for teams in the finals.
I loved, as Timmy said, the post-game interview with, I think it was Tommy Starling.
Yeah.
Just beating the Broncos, big upset.
Yeah.
Asked about, the first thing he said wasn't even about the game. He said, look, we missed the 8 last year and that's not acceptable by our standards. I just love that approach, that in the high of that moment of beating the Broncos, that he straight away just went, I know, below our standards last year. We need to improve this year.
Yep. What about Starling? Look, signing players it takes way longer than just the last few weeks. But, I feel sorry for him. Finally gets that jersey. He has been one of the Raiders' best. And Brayley comes to the club. Now, granted, that doesn't necessarily mean he's definitely not going to have the jersey next year. But I don't know. I get it, the Brayley-Paddy thing. I get it. It's a good match. It's a good, But, I think Starling's been outstanding.
He has been. I'm really hoping the Brayley signing leads to Starling leaving the Raiders. I hope he goes somewhere else with a fresh start.
Woo.
But maybe, I don't think you, I don't think you need to keep Brayley, Starling, Danny Levi, and Owen Paddy. It's ridiculous. You've already got too many hookers in the squad. Starling's been down there for a long time. He's playing some very good footy. But we have seen this before where we all think...
Where he's got the starting jersey? I haven't seen him get the number 1 role from round 1. Unless I could be wrong.
Oh, well, he has started in different games and he's had moments where you go, okay, this is the moment where Tom Starling kicks off, then he pulls him back. I would like to see Starling, because I think he is so talented. If they've got Jaden Brayley there, I'd like to see him go somewhere else to a club that needs a 9, because I think he could really excel. Yeah. If they keep them all down there, that's going to really shit me.
I just Levi is probably the one that goes, I would imagine, based on just the fact they've started this year and all the back end of last year. Starlo was the starter for us as well. 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I was sitting there going, just how far can the Raiders go with the nines that we've got? 2 weeks later, we've got Starling, who's playing out of his skin in big minutes. We've got Owen Paddy, who's just emerged as this hopefully future star. And, with Brayley coming, we can ease him in and take his time.
Hopefully, I tell you what, I've got to say, hopefully future star. Look, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm almost locking it in.
Yeah.
You're not getting ahead of yourself.
That kick on play 3, there are some 10-year hookers that don't do that shit. Cooper Cronk calls it all the time. I call it all the time. Early kicks totally fuck people's momentum. Queensland do it to New South Wales every year and they don't learn. Sorry, I thought...
And you're right. And adding into that now, I think Jaden Bailey's a great signing. I'm so happy because I just think Jaden Bailey has so much more to give, and he's had his injury troubles in recent years and got plenty of games under the belt last year, and he's just starting to get back going again. I think he can have a really good year this year if he gets any minutes, but it's just now put our number 9 position in a really healthy position with, as it stands, these 4 guys. We'll probably end up with 3. We don't need to carry 4 of them, but if we're going between Brayley and Starley's our starting 9s, and then Paddy probably stays to the 14, it's just so good for the squad. And what was a problem area in the space of, the Raiders would have known this for a while internally, but you're going, all right, we're good at number 9.
You got Sean Packer, who's in reserve grade too, who's, Owen Paddy, I think is going to be exceptional, but he's a good hooker as well that I think will probably be in the top 30 next year. So ideally, if you can keep Brayley, Paddy and Starling, you do, but I think that I really hope Starling does leave and he goes somewhere else for a proper opportunity because I don't see a world where he can keep Owen Paddy out of this jersey for the next few years. I want to see Starling go somewhere and be the 9 that we all know he can be.
All righty, it's time for Sebastian taking the absolute Sebastian Chris.
Nice.
You've been sitting on that for a few days.
No, I said it in Vegas. Hammy's heard it before. Hammy's heard it.
What happens in Vegas?
He heard it was in Vegas. Whatever stays in Vegas, happens in Vegas.
Yeah.
Mate, how good was Sebastian Chris?
Unbelievable. Ball in hand. You mentioned it at the start of the show. He's almost be like Greg Inglis the first couple of rounds.
He looks so strong.
They can't tackle him. And, he was probably a guy that came into the season maybe under a little bit of pressure to kind of keep his spot, but unbelievable on the weekend. Another try, 162 metres, 63 post-contact. Just such a strong ball runner. And he was an absolute handful for the Broncos the other day. He started the season really, really well.
8 tackle breaks.
Ricky guy, isn't he?
2 line. Didn't he quit? He quit footy for a year.
He quit. He went home, didn't he? During COVID, I think.
Yeah, just having a year off.
Have a year off, come back, kill it.
Right.
Unbelievable. Just quickly, when's the Vegas vlog come out?
It's out.
Oh, it's out?
It's up. Went up on Friday.
Why don't you tell me? I shared it.
Well, we wanted to surprise you on the show.
Oh, shit. All right, well, I'll go over watch.
Yeah.
Take care of me or
I think
what?
you come across pretty well.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. Great trip in Vegas. All culminating in going to the heart attack.
Heart attack grill.
Where it was fucking freezing cold. How cold was it after that? Oh, my God.
Good thing they left the window open.
Yeah. Oh, my God. And the ladies working there looked heaps interested.
Oh, yeah.
There's 6 chicks
Love
on their
their job.
phones just like this. Grumpy as. Then they just come over and spank you and then walk back to where they're sitting. Anyway.
Spoiler alert. Go check it out on the vlog.
Yeah, sorry. Who gets spanked? You'll find out. Back to, Sebastian Chris.
What a segue.
He was outstanding. And what's really exciting for the Raiders is Timoko is your strike centre. And if you've got Timoko and Sebastian Chris at this level, as I said, they're getting to the point now where I'm looking at them going, they just beat the Broncos without Tarpane, and I think they were missing someone else as well. Savage as well. It's getting to the point where it's if they don't make the 8, it's going to be disappointing. Whereas a couple of weeks ago is if they make the 8, it's an incredible year for them. That's how good they look. And what I like about their wins, these aren't fluke wins. They're winning by just pure dominance in the middle, just bullying teams. We'll get to the Broncos, but we need to stop. A lot of people go, the Broncos are young. Are they that young anymore? When do we stop calling the Broncos young? When do we stop excusing some of these performances with, they're young? Reece Walsh is a bit young, but Paddy's not that young anymore.
Paddy oldest halves in the comp.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Do you also hear that? The Broncos are young. You always hear that.
Yeah.
It's when do we stop that and go, nah? Anyway, we'll get to the Broncos. Big Red.
How good?
He needs to have a fight with Ricky Stewart every offseason. That should just be a prerequisite. Him and Ricky Stewart insult each other, don't speak for a week, come back, get together, then he comes in. Every year where he's had a little bit of an issue with Ricky, he's come back and killed it.
Yep.
That should be in his contract. One punch on with Ricky a year.
I'll tell you what, as a New South Wales fan, I'm starting to get very concerned how good all these Queenslanders are.
Tino, Red.
Tom Gilbert,
Gilbert.
they're all just looking really good. Yeah, what a return for Corey Horsburgh.
How's the belief he's got in his game? Like I mentioned the other boys, how they seem like they're not surprised by anything that's happened thus far. And he was 52 minutes into that stint on the weekend against this what was meant to be a devastating, brutal Broncos pack. And he just scams across field, should be absolutely gassed by this point, pops that offload. There was like 3 in the tackle for the Timoko try. He's out. He looks like he's going out there going, I'm better than you, and I'll get a one up on you and you.
Yeah. I agree with you. It's a great point. Like, we had Corey Horse for a couple of years ago playing 13, and he would just work his backside off. But he's added almost like a bit of spite and arrogance to his game, where he is genuinely going out there, not only am I going to work my backside off, but I'm going to get in the niggle, and also I'm better than you.
He's angry.
Yeah, he's angry. Big Red. As I said, one punch on a year with Ricky Stewart will get this out of him. But that's what he's playing like. And I think that Ricky Stewart deserves a massive rap as well for getting that kind of spite. He's funneling the blow-ups that used to happen 3 years ago where he'd get 10 in the bin, and he's funneling into, no, this is where you need all that anger you've got, Big Red, put it over here with the aggression, smart. Because like Ricky Stewart was a fiery player himself, so he would know how to balance that act. Like Horsburgh, you could argue has been one of the front rowers of the competition so far this year.
Absolutely has. Yeah. And the opposition he's done it against, he went up against the Warriors pack, Barnett
Fish and
Fish. And then he came here, Carrigan and Haas for the Broncos.
It's not impressive. A bad resume.
Exactly. And he had a good post-match interview where they go, what's the difference? Why have you turned it around? And he had a few things. I've had some good chats with Ricky, and that's got the best out of him. Cut out the drink as well. So he's gone away and had a good think about, because he's a great player. He's played State of Origin footy. He's done well. He belongs back in that arena. Credit to him, going away and doing the hard work. He started the season so well. You
mentioned before, can be a superstar team, beats a team of superstars. The Raiders just put 32 points on the Brisbane Broncos. Their halfback and fullback combined for a grand total of 120 run metres and didn't have a single attacking stat to their name.
Yeah.
No one even talks about it.
No, because they're a team.
Nico has 2 try assists and he has to play lock.
And on the same point, the moment for me around just how much of a team effort is with the Raiders and their attitude and everything. 73rd minute, they're up by 16, the Raiders. Owen Paddy, a long kick downfield. Walsh collects it. There's just this wall of Raiders up there to meet him. Walsh looks up and goes, shit, where do I go here? We're chasing points. Finds Jesse Arthurs. Arthurs turns it over. Game, set, match.
Yeah.
Without picking on them, and we'll get to them soon, when you compare the Raiders kick chase compared to the Eels, it is just night and day.
Yeah. And I look at the Raiders pack, and sometimes, and I know you can't just rely on this, the game has become so far past this, but there is an intangible, timeless part of a forward pack, and that is who would win in a fight. And I know it sounds stupid, but seriously, how many people would want to fight this Raiders pack? Because they're fucking dogs and they love it.
Yeah, and it matters today, it mattered 100 years ago, and it's going to matter in 100 years' time.
How many people would like to fight Leota and Fisher Harris? I know it sounds really stupid and simple, guys, but I promise you, when you're in the change room about to run out to an NRL game, they're not going, guys, just make sure you find your front. They're saying you better fucking dominate those dogs. That's what said. I said it. I'm the winger. I just heard it from the other side of the room. They're not saying that shit to me. I'm just saying there is a timeless part of dominating the opposition, and the Raiders did that on the weekend, unfortunately for my boys. All right, now on to the other side, to the Broncos. Alluded to it earlier. Maybe I'm just nitpicking here, but I just heard some people go, "Oh, this young Broncos side, they need to get consistent." And I'm past the point. I don't want to hear young ever again with this Broncos side because they're not that young.
Who's young in their starting lineup?
Yeah, miss me with the...
Walsh a bit younger, but he's had a lot of experience.
Yeah,
Cobbo a bit younger, a lot of experience.
It's maybe last year you could have hung on to that to a degree. Definitely 2023. That young excuse is gone. Get rid of it. I never want to hear it again. They are not a young side. They have one of a super experienced front row, the most experienced halves in the competition. They have a roster that any club would die to have. Get rid of this young excuse. It just frustrates the hell out of me because I'm like, do you guys know how old Paddy Carrigan is? He's like, 27 or something like that? 26, 27? He's not young. You reckon Shane Webke was getting called young when he was 27? No, I don't think he was. And not to suggest Paddy didn't play well. He's playing awesome. I'm just saying from the outside looking in, calling him young. Now, with the Broncos side, did you watch Michael Maguire's post-match press conference?
I did not.
Super interesting. And I don't know. I'm just like going to assume a lot of it. But he said, I'm going to take a lot of responsibility for this. I learned a lot this week on how this group reacts. And I was like, and I don't know exactly what he means there, but I wonder whether after the Roosters win, he went old school on them, hammered them. They didn't react like that because they're, a newer generation. Again, that's a lot of assumptions by me, guys. That's no evidence that happened. I'm just getting what he said and looking at all the reverse. Did he have a big win last week? They went soft this week because they had such a big win. You know what I mean? There's something in the preparation that Michael Maguire is alluding to. He said he'd keep it to himself, but I did find it really interesting to hear him say that because that's a pretty, big admission from Michael Maguire.
I thought, and I didn't watch the press conference, but I thought his body language throughout the game was very interesting. Almost like, I think there was an element of what we spoke about with Ivan that I think this win could be this loss could be a little blessing in disguise because I think the Broncos, potentially brought into some of their own hype last week. They went down there and played just the most typical Raiders side you can imagine. That we're just going to hang in the contest. We're just going to fight for every single inch. That's what they did. I think this will, in the long run, I think this will be a good game for the Broncos.
The Raiders couldn't have come at a better time for, I'm not going to say the Broncos, I'm going to say for Madge Maguire, right? For all those reasons you just said, like, if they came down and played the Eels on the weekend or maybe like a
Scrappy win or
Cowboys side
something.
and they won 40-18 with some soft tries and all that, you can just imagine the hype in the club and getting ahead of themselves. Just an early wake-up call, right?
Yep, absolutely. Especially like the way we lost. Obviously, the big talking point is Reece Walsh out of this game. Look, I don't know, but it looks like, whatever his preparation was this week, whatever is going on off the field, because that's not the Reece Walsh that we know. Like, I know he was a bit quiet last week. I mean, he wasn't bad last week. He was a bit quiet. And I know last year he struggled with injury. But the Reece Walsh, that was have we ever seen a not confident Reece Walsh? He didn't look confident.
You know what? He didn't look confident, but he kept trying.
But everything was done like, when you watch an actor that isn't convinced of the role they're playing, and you can be like, and it's that fine line between you don't believe it. Why do you expect me to believe it? With Walsh, I was watching a player where it's like, bro, I know you didn't believe in that pass. Yeah. And I wonder what is going, like, what the preparation is. He struggling with the pressure, the superstardom? I don't know what it is. But hopefully the Broncos can get around him and get him back to the Reece Walsh that we know.
I think similar to the Broncos, I think it is good for Reece Walsh to be humbled sometimes. And I think a part of Madge will be stoked with how that played out over the weekend.
I think Madge, he may have broken Walshy down, but it's now his job to build him back up into the best version of himself. Because, yes, we can obviously look at Reece and say he's responsible for performance. He absolutely is. But it's the coach's job to bring the potential out in a player. And I think it might be Michael Maguire's hardest task is to get Reece Walsh back to where we know he can be, in my opinion.
Fox Sports stats.
Don't even read them.
NRL stats has him at 13 runs, which is, as I've said, like basically going past the advantage line and passing the ball. Fox Sports stats is going into the contact. It's a run. 5 runs for the game.
It was the worst game of his career. Yeah. It really was. And that's why, you can have a bad game and be like, oh, it was just a bad night. But clearly there's something in the preparation that's not working for Reece Walsh this week specifically. Because he just didn't look like himself. He didn't look like himself. Because, do you agree, not agree? Thoughts?
No, it was the worst game of his career and it wasn't close. Like, it was.
But did you agree it didn't look like himself? Like, even when he's had bad games in the past, he still had that swagger and that, that Reece Walsh kind of. He didn't look like that.
He looked like, for the first time, probably since his Warriors days, it was a little bit in his own head.
Yeah, I think so. And that's where I get more I hope his preparation, everything off the field is okay at the moment, because that's how you get superstars to have performances like that when things off the field aren't great. Again, I'm not excusing it. I know the Broncos fans going, I'm not making excuses. It doesn't change the fact that they had a bad game. It's just about how do we identify what made that happen. instead of just going, stuff him and just cut him dry. Like, no, let's help Reece Walsh get back to the superstar that we know that he is, in my opinion. Up front, I did think, even though Haas he did play a pretty good game, I thought we were a little bit cute with our game plan. We were like immediately trying to go at Fogarty with Payne Haas, and I just felt we didn't earn the right to get Haas crabbing across field to land on Fogarty. And also, like, if we're going to land on Fogarty, land on an outside in-line on him, not an inside-out line. Because if you go inside-outside, you get jammed from your inside and driven back. So there were a couple of times with Haas, I felt like we got a little bit cute with our game plan instead of just going, listen, boys, let's roll the fucking sleeves up. First 10 sets, let's just get physical. Who cares about where we land? Let's just show this opposition that we're ready to scrap. And I don't think they did that in the first 20 minutes, in my opinion.
Yep, I agree with you. Jeez, it was wild last night when I was reading through Payne Haas's stats line. I thought, 7 tackle breaks, that's a good effort. It's the fucking offloads column.
Yeah, craziness. It's craziness.
That's 7.
Yeah, absolute craziness.
Wow.
It happens so often. And granted, some of that was because they were trying to land him around Fogarty.
Yep.
I just reckon when the game needed us to have that timeless grit of like, it's a punch on, we weren't ready for a punch on. We were ready for a game of footy. The Raiders were ready for a punch on. It's that simple.
I thought Jack Oz was pretty poor in this one. 5 runs, 31 metres. That miss was shocking. Do you think he starts again this weekend, or what do you reckon?
It's one game.
Crazy. What we've said it a bunch of times. I'll say it again
footy.
before the end of the podcast, but just what a week can do. Yeah. Like 2 weeks ago, we're sitting there going, Brisbane's edges are very concerning. They look light on there. What are they going to do here? Play the Roosters, and you go, no, they're sweet. They're both great. This week, like Goz in 48 minutes had 13 tackles and 4 misses, including, let those 2 tries in for Matty Nicholson. He wasn't alone. And then Jordan Ricky, 39 tackles, 5 misses. And all of a sudden you just go, all right, now we've got an edge problem.
Yeah. I would give this roster a chance. I actually, although the Broncos didn't play well, I actually just think the Raiders are bloody good right now. Like, I just think they're red hot. Like, I think that the Raiders probably beat, what do you reckon, any other sides outside of maybe Melbourne Storm? Like, on the weekend, they probably beat any other side outside of maybe Melbourne, maybe Sharks. I reckon they beat anyone else with the way they play.
Very good.
I'm not excusing the Broncos' performance at all. I'm just saying I think a lot of credit does need to go with what the Raiders came out and punched the Broncos in the mouth, and they just didn't know how to react to it quick enough. By the time the Broncos realised the dogfight they were in, it was probably a little bit too late. So I would give them another opportunity. When you have a look at their draw over the next few weeks, and maybe it won't play out this way, but they play the Cowboys next week, they play the Dolphins the week after that. I'm expecting the Broncos to win both those and win well. I'm kind of glad they've had this game against the Raiders. Yeah, fair. You don't want to get an easy win and then,
you don't want them winning by 40, 3 weeks on the trot to start the season.
I will say as well, Michael Maguire's decision I think he left everyone on for first 30 minutes. Yep. And look, in his defence, his game plan of trying to run downhill home towards the back of the game kind of did work because they scored a bunch of points towards the end of the game. But I think it was probably a little bit too long, 30 minutes. We probably lost the game in that first half.
Yep, I agree.
I think, reading into it, I think Brisbane could come out and put a cricket score on the Cowboys this week, after what they produced this week. My question for you, Kempy, is, and before we get into our tips at the end of the show, you're well better place to talk about it, is just the rivalry with the Cowboys and that Queensland big brother, little brother. How much does that play into it for the Cowboys? Will that impact the game enough, do you think, or not?
I just think that this side on paper playing well is just so much better than the Cowboy side right now. Obviously I want the result to go the Broncos' way, but I just want to see mongrel. I want to see them go out and get a bit of spite about them. Like, for example, the first tackle against the Roosters last week, they were standing over Lindsay Collins, an Origin forward, an Australian forward. Payne Haas is over him yelling. When have you ever seen Payne Haas? But that's mongrel, that's spite. And I just look at this Broncos side and go, look, you've got all the assets. You're an incredible side and you deserve all the raps for all the hard work you've done. Let's get in the punch on the first 10 minutes. Let's get in the dirty stuff. And then once that platform is laid, once you've earned the respect of the opposition, then we can get a bit cute with all the good stuff that you guys can do.
Yeah, well, if you don't see that the next 2 weeks into Queensland derbies, I'll be a little bit concerned.
Yeah,
but you are playing 2 desperate Queensland teams.
And look, if there's one frigging team that 1 week can be like, oh my God, they're going to win the spoon, and then the next week, oh my God, they're in the top 4, it's literally the bloody Cowboys. I just want to give a shout out though, Jesse Arthurs, what a start to the year he's had. He looks fit, he looks strong. Yeah. He's been absolutely outstanding, Jesse Arthurs.
He's been terrific, and Dean Mariner looked lethal at times as well. Like there was still enough signs out of it, but
Dean Mariner, 227 metres. If I had to get my Broncos whinge hat on, not sure. Like, I don't know how the Selwyn Cobbo ball doesn't touch the ground. Like, you've got a point of a ball, it's lent like that. How does it not touch the ground first? And also, I thought the starting try was offside. Just had to say it.
Wow.
Had to say it. But yeah, I thought Jesse Arthur's outstanding. Dean Mariner outstanding. I thought like Selwyn Cobbo, I know he had a couple of errors, but still, I just love that he, as Selwyn Cobbo always does, whether he has an error or whatever, he's still just trucking the ball up constantly.
That try he scored, fucking makes hard shit look easy.
I know, it's crazy.
It's unbelievable.
He's so talented.
Just lands a paw out there and just swallows it up, and you're not even impressed when he does it. But if anyone else did it,
you'd be losing your mind. Yeah, that one hand just like that, and then also to be able to go, boop, it's just crazy. So look, tough week. They'll learn a lot. I think Madge, he's already said he's learnt a lot. The boys will be back next week. I'll back them in. They'll be back. Just a tough week. And also, I think the Raiders deserve credit for how well they played. Alrighty, it is time for... You can say it.
Tigers 32 defeat the Eels 6.
First time ever I've let someone do that.
Yeah.
That's how special occasion it is.
How goes that? History making.
History.
Tigers 13 plus. Been a while since the Tigers 13 plus as well.
1 year, I think. Nearly to the day, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Round 4. Sharkies last year.
It was.
Wow.
Hammy, you beat last place, mate. It's good to see.
Oh my.
Well, I'm just
coming from a Dragons fan, that's
that's rich, man. I'm just hoping the rest of the year doesn't turn out like last year. Last time we beat Thailand 32-6. They were good, weren't they?
Mate, I wrote in my notes here, you know what I really enjoy about the Tigers this year is like, and this is not a backhanded compliment, this is a genuine compliment, is like their structure is, it's not great. Like watching them play footy, I'm not sitting there going, geez, like getting the points on the field and they're just stripping. But you know what they've got? A bunch of competitors that are just good at footy.
Yep.
Just good at rugby league. And so watching them play, like I think they even spoke about it after the game, but like they do play a very unique brand of footy because it's, I wouldn't say it's off the cuff because that's not giving enough credit to Benji and the coaching staff, but it is very just get in the competition and just play some footy. At least the way I see it. Guys like Terrell May offloading. Guys like IP Coruscant that are very off the cuff. Guys like Luai, like the amount of times where he would like step back off and throw a long cutout ball across the field back to Galvin, and then Galvin would try to find a way to make it work. And that's why I like the brand of Tigers footy that's being played. It's not exactly like 2005, but it is very touch footy vibes-esque.
Yeah. Well, the halves really remind me of both. Like you had Scott Prince in there and Benji Marshall. You know, they were both a little bit unorthodox. We've got that at the moment with Luai and Gavin. Still a bit clunky. I mean, the first 20 minutes of this game was almost a contender for the Pooslinger Hall of Fame. Wasn't it?
My God.
Both sides just...
It was $1 at the time.
Couldn't complete. It was like, it was a disaster. Eventually, the Tigers got it together and it clicked. And it was almost like every time they got down there for the next 20 minutes or so, they put a bit of pressure on or scored. They're still a little bit clunky. Like, obviously, they haven't played a lot together this spine. This is the first time they were all out there together. But you could see as the game went on, they kind of, got their mojo a little bit. So hopefully they can keep that momentum kind of going. I thought they were great, though. The spine was good. Coruscant and De Silva, I thought, was a nice little rotation as well. When he came on, I thought Talon De Silva was excellent. In his couple of little stints, but a lot of good signs there. And it's just good to see kind of like this spine that they put together, and it was rated by Phil Gould as the third best in the comp. With a few more games under their belt, they're going to be good.
Honestly, it's almost a miracle that you've put together this spine with where you've come the last 3 years.
Yep.
Like, if anything, it should have been the Tigers signing Luai for 10 years rather than the Knights with the Browns. That's how much you would have expected them to have to throw at someone to come to the club, and yet they've got Luai for unders is the wrong word, but like market value 7. Like if you're going to bring a 7 to a club today, it's probably going to be $1 million or $1.2 million.
Yep. Especially if you bring one that's won 4 competitions in a row.
Like it's actually a miracle that they've managed to do it. And granted, I know they've got clauses or whatever, but who cares? Like he's at the club now. You can build on that. Good win.
I'll tell you what, at 4:25 p.m. at the 20-minute mark, when you looked out the window, and it was 30
God.
degrees and a nice Sunday, and I'm in there watching this game, I thought, what the fuck am I doing? But thankfully the Tigers clicked into gear after that, and you're right, mate. God, they're entertaining to watch.
Yeah, they just play footy, and I know that's like a very cliche thing, but when you watch them, they're not getting to certain points and like very structured and dropping under constantly. It's really like just play footy. Just play footy. And yes, that can go horribly wrong sometimes, but when it goes right, it's super entertaining.
Yeah, at 4:25, Roo, for the first time ever, I was thinking, is this job actually overrated? But then very quickly, I was pulled back into line when the Tigers started to show something.
Mate, we'll speak about Galvin, obviously, and we'll speak about the Eels. I just want to speak about Terrell May. Like, he is so fit and so talented and just so good in just there's so many areas of his game that he's elite in as a front rower. He is, at the moment, he probably willed him. I know it's round 2, yeah, blah, blah, blah. He is the best front rower in the competition, form-wise, I reckon, over the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, he's incredible. And boys, he came off after 65 minutes in 35-degree heat. He wasn't tired.
He wasn't even blowing. He
wasn't blowing
sweet.
at all.
Crazy.
He is something special. I know I can think of one team in the comp that would be begging to have him in their forward pack. But yeah, he's a freak.
Matty loving it.
Matty enjoyed that.
But yeah, what he manages to do and how and you look back in the preseason, you listen to all the podcasts he was on and everything in the training he's talking about that he's doing, like he's just like, and I don't know, Payne Haas does it a little bit differently to him as well. Like he's just so unique in what he does.
Yep. So 21 runs. So this is in 64 minutes. 21 runs, 176 metres, 59 post contact, 4 tackle breaks, 3 offloads, 43 tackles, only 1 miss. Like he's a super athlete.
I got the same feeling as, and this isn't saying he's better than some of the great front rowers that have gone by, completely different argument, but as a physical specimen, it just reminded me of like how I felt when Gale went 80 in Origin through the middle. I remember finishing that game going, how the hell have you done that? And I'm very aware that a Queensland pack is very different to the Eels pack in this team. But it was the heat. Like, it was stinking hot in Sydney, like 35 degrees, as you said.
And I reckon it felt warmer close to the ground in the stadium.
And then to go 65 minutes straight as a prop in that temperature, I'm like, okay, that's all good and well to do it. But then to do it and make 43 tackles and miss 1 and have 18 or whatever runs on top at 19, it's remarkable physical ability to do what he did.
Yeah.
And they said, Roo, he didn't look flustered when he came off.
No. And what I think is like scary about May is like, I actually don't think we're at his ceiling yet. I actually think there is so many things that he'll be able to build out in his game. I actually think when they do start landing on structured play and like preparing, like for example, round 1, I know it changed round 2 for the Broncos, but what was so good to see was Payne Haas and Paddy Carrigan with a really game plan that was built around them. Like it was specifically built to bring the best out of Paddy Carrigan and the best out of Payne Haas. When the Tigers can do that for Terrell May, when they actually, like Appy Coruscant around a front rower that can offload, are you kidding me? Like it's the best, you can make it, it's one of the best number 9s you could possibly have around a front rower that offloads. So you got that. And then you've got guys like Jerome Luai, who are one of the best touch footy player styles halves in the competition. You've got Lockie Galvin as well, around a bloke that can offload. So when they do finally, when Benji gets more experience and the head coaching staff get more experience with the system, they'll be able to build a total game plan around him that'll be almost unstoppable.
Sorry, I thought you were going.
Deep in a stat dive there.
Deep in a stat dive.
Oh shit, I thought what I said was good.
I agree. No, having a guy that can offload, do it regularly, run 170 plus meters every game, definitely an ingredient we haven't had in this team before with some creative players around him. So it's made a massive difference. It's kind of like rubbing off on a few of the other guys. Even Alex Twal's had an offload.
Twal's been great so far this year.
Both of his first games. He looks fit as well, to be honest with you. So, they're clearly pushing each other in this squad, which is great. But Yeah, couldn't agree more. He's just been he started the season so well, and if he keeps it up all year, he's going to feature on things like Daly M night, probably in the Origin discussion and stuff as well. But yeah, what a great addition to this team.
Good news, found the stat I was looking for.
Better be good.
He's played like 55 first grade games or something now, Terrell, mate. How many of them do you reckon have been off the bench?
Maybe 70%.
Yeah, it's like 45 of them. So, you really are, as you said, you're not seeing anywhere near his best. You're seeing nowhere near it, realistically.
Wait till he gets to 150 games and he's played 100 at starting. How good, how fit he's going to be, how strong he's going to be. All the little things that you learn over that period going to be super special.
And I think as well, yesterday, that was your first game seeing him with Appy as well. I don't think there's a chance that combination doesn't develop into something lethal.
Yep, absolutely. Stafford Toa decided to rock up and be one of the better centers in the competition.
And I was just about to say, I looked at his stats and they're not mind-blowing, but the eye test, he was incredible.
Mate, I will never forget that game against Valentine Holmes where he looks like a prime Steve Renoff. He was unbelievable. And then he just went quiet for the rest of the year. Maybe he got injured or whatever. But this Stafford Toa, he has these games where you just go, holy shit, this guy is a gun.
Yep.
And on the weekend, when he hit the afterburners for his try that, I think it ended up being a double movement maybe?
No, it wasn't double movement. He got the try.
Oh, he got the try. Sorry, he got the try. I didn't know he was that quick. That was electric speed against Guy Pensini, who was a really good defensive centre.
Yep. He's definitely got it in him. It's just a case of, bringing it regularly. And, he has had a few injury problems over the last few years, but good to have him back, and he looked great yesterday.
I just quickly, sorry, I want to give a massive rap to Adam Dewey.
Yep.
I love Dewey as a bloke. He's such a legend. And I was a little bit worried when you brought these big personalities to the club, like Luai, like Api Coruscant, even Terrell May to a degree. I was a bit worried that Dewey would struggle becoming not even really second in charge, but just an outside back, because he's such a dominant. You go back and look at that documentary on Fox, he was the main man. They built the whole they were building a club around him. Obviously he had his injury problems, goes away, puts his head down, stays quiet, works his backside off. And I just think that he deserves a big rap for, it would take a little bit of a hit, because when you're a competitor like that in the NRL, you don't get to that position by being humble and going, okay, yeah, you take the reins. That's what got him to the dance. I think he deserves a lot of respect to be able to go, you know what? Okay, right now I'm not the main man. I'm going to just do my job out in the centres. And I think he's doing it really well. I'd
agree. He, defensively, he's been really good in the centres. That's something that he's really worked on. 14 tackles, 1 miss, but you'd probably take that for a centre. And just the class he showed after Jareem made that big break, and he kind of got the ball on the outside, put the little banana over for Galvin.
He had a couple of kicks on the weekend that were decent as well. So, and that's an added bit of. There's another centre that had a really nice kick that I'm forgetting. Oh no, sorry, it was when Wade Graham started adding a kick to his game.
Yeah.
And it made it hard for defensive teams they'd have to always stay up because they're worried that he might. And so if Dewey can add that kicking game, it will add to the defence. Yeah.
Well, Stephen Crichton as well when he was
He actually played 7 in one of the trials, Adam Dewey. He kicked a 40-20. He's definitely got a great boot on him. So it's just another little string to his bow that will make him a little bit of a handful for teams.
Yep.
I thought the Tigers were very good in this game. I just think it is something to note. Their back line, there was 11 errors there. Parramatta aren't good enough to make them pay for it. But I think that is the next thing that the Tigers need to just sort of nut out of their game, because there are a lot of teams in this competition that will make you pay for that many errors in your back line. And I think we pointed it out last week, like the Newcastle Knights. It was a close game, but the Knights probably left a few points out there as well. So it's a good start by the Tigers, but I just think they need to keep taking it up. Yeah.
Without, being too sad to talk about it, there was still a lot of old school Tigers in it. When they do something good, just easy penalties on the next set, or easy turnovers and that. But again, you're not going to go from 0 to first in no time, and the signs are really good, but just a few disciplinary things that they've still got to get on top of. That first set after a try, just get it down there, boys. Just their defence, the structures look so much better this year. Even last week, I know a lot of, to your point, Rue, but saying the Knights left a lot of points out there, and they had 7 or so line breaks, so maybe that's right. But even watching them last week in that game, just felt so much more assured of them defensively, and maybe it's more goal line defence. But and I know Parra didn't throw a lot at them, but they still threw a bit at them. They defended their line at about the 60-minute mark.
22 minutes to go. I got on my notes.
Yeah.
It was 4 or 5 sets.
Yeah, at least, in a row. But just at all times, and even against the Knights, just feels so much more secure. Like their structures were better. They were on the same page. They were moving together. Heaps more solid.
So I'm with you boys in regards to like, don't mistake this chat with like, oh, the Tigers are in the top 8 now and everything is fine. But what I do take a lot out of it is moments like that. There is no way the Tigers, even last year, are defending 5 to 6 sets on their line against anyone. Yeah, honestly, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, even a New South Wales Cup side, they would probably get scored on if it was 5 or 6. Whereas this year, yes, it's a bit sloppy at times, and it's like not as if you let's imagine Penrith are the bar. They're probably light years away from that kind of clean, clinical style of play. However, they're so far above what they have been in previous years with those kind of moments of just hanging in there, grit. It's not pretty. Yes, they fall off tackles. Yes, they make silly mistakes, but they're defending their errors. And they just didn't do that last year.
And mate,
the year before.
like the stat I just saw that blew me away. The Tigers made more errors than the Eels.
I know.
It's 14 to 13, but they defended them.
They defended them. They defended it. And again, like, yes, maybe the Knights did leave some points on the field when they played them, but some of that was Tigers' desperation that kept them in the game. You know what I mean? Like it was like a mixture of both. Yes, the Knights didn't execute, but also the Tigers were really good at their trail defense.
Two things can be true.
Yeah. But yeah, I just want to talk about that moment as well, Timmy. 22 minutes to go. Like, that's the difference. That set after set after set after set, the Tigers aren't known for that at all. And it wasn't just like they hung on by a thread. They looked pretty comfortable for that at that point of the game. They didn't really look like breaking. And that's just something that you can build on. That you can really build on that as a club. Just a bloody good performance. I know it's against the Eels and there's going to be, it's just against the Eels. We're talking about the team that just won 3 wooden spoons on the trot. Like, we're not...
They can only play who they're... Yeah, like... draw says they're playing.
They just smashed the Eels, who a lot of people would have had the Eels equal to or above the Tigers heading into this year. It's a bloody good win. I think it's a bloody good win.
No, I'm with you. I completely agree. There's some good signs. Yeah, they've been a little bit clunky. Yeah, there's still been a lot of errors and stuff like that. But to concede in your first 2 games of the season, if you have said, the Tigers are going to concede 3 tries across their first 2 games of the season, Tigers fans and the Tigers are taking that every single day of the week. So, they've missed some tackles, whatever, but you're 100%, like, the attitude in defence has looked different. There's been a lot of... we've spoken about teams that look united and stuff. Like, these guys look like they're playing for each other and having a good time.
Good point.
It's a good sign, something to build off for sure. Yes, there's still stuff to work on, but it feels like week on week they've improved, and that's all you can really ask for from them with a new squad together this year.
I'm loving watching Skelton, boys.
Yeah.
Such a good signing.
Jeez, he might be... is he a Queenslander? Is he eligible for Queensland or New South Wales? I think it's...
I'd assume New South Wales, but I honestly have
due to
no
his
idea.
brother. He was a New South Wales rugby union player.
Okay, so probably New South Wales. Going to be interesting. If Lomax keeps playing centre, that wing spot. Anyway, we'll get to Lomax.
Born Redcliffe, St Patrick's College. Okay.
Yeah, boom. Thank you. Shit. Okay, now on to the Eels. Wow. I thought they were in maybe a little bit of a transition phase heading into this year where, they probably won't make the 8, but they might be competitive. I can't believe the club has fallen this far that quickly from a grand final to the point where they are in the depths of a rebuild, like literal depths of a rebuild. I know they have Mitchell Moses to come back, but I don't know if Mitchell Moses is like, do you reckon Mitchell Moses is getting them 30 points? Like, maybe Mitchell Moses might get them 20 points. I don't know if he's getting them 30 points because your forwards have to lay a platform, and that's just not happening at the moment.
And Mitch is now a month further away than what you thought he was too. That's looking at, I think I saw round 8, round 9 now. So that's, just absolute carnage how that's played out.
Sorry, just to stay on that point though, like I do feel like Eels fans owe a bit better explanation of how they ended up here when they were in a grand final in 2022. Like, that's that is a crazy fall to not just be like, we're outside the 8 and we're about to rebuild it back into it. Like, right now, in my opinion, what are they paying for the spoon? Like
$5.
$5 for the spoon.
I walked away from last week, and one thing we spoke about that I didn't really say on the podcast, but I thought about it after, like, kind of shits me when teams or coaches like announce that they're in a rebuild, because I think it sort of gives a little bit of an excuse to some extent for performance. But I walked away from that game the other day going, oh no, fuck, they're in a rebuild.
Yeah, he has to say that.
I think he has to say it.
Otherwise, he'd be getting a sack probably.
Yeah.
Like, I'm with you too. I don't like the rebuild chat publicly because it gives an out. If he doesn't say a rebuild, like, heads are rolling.
Yeah.
Like, they look... I just cannot believe that some of these players who are guns in their own right don't look anywhere near to their potential or what we know they can play. What do you reckon, Timmy?
Yeah, well, Jason Riles, and I'm guessing he's got the backing of everyone at the club and the board and all that, that it's one step back for two steps forward. Like the non-selections of players like Cartwright and Madison, who you know will come in and put up a better job than what the players that were there in the last couple of weeks would have done, it just shows that. And clearly a real rebuilding phase. It's going to be a long year. There's going to be a lot of losses that they could probably, whether it's turn into a few wins or like narrow the margins if they picked a full-time squad, but it looks clear as daylight that he's trying to turn over certain players in the roster, Jason Riles, and this is the way to do it. And they're going to cop a lot of losses on the way. It's going to be a long year.
I'm with you. Like, I'm totally with you. But, like, for example, the Katonga kick chase for the bullet try.
That summed up the entire...
Yeah.
That's honestly,
Eels.
Respectfully, that's under 10 stuff.
Yeah.
Like, that should not happen. Like, and that's where I get a little bit... Like, I understand Riles in a rebuild, but, like, at the very least, you should be coaching players to not do that stuff.
Well, and the thing is, they did the same thing last week against Melbourne. Granted, again, it was a very hot game in there and they got belted off the park, but I think it was the Howarth one where he busted about 3 tackles and then ended up going back inside to an unmarked Jerome Hughes, and everyone was just looking at the ball play, and he just like effort areas on, kick returns and breaks.
Very basic stuff.
So basic, yeah. But again, look, I'm defending Riles here, but he's got this roster. He's probably going, I don't want you, and you. And he's just going,
so he's leaning into, okay, there are players in reserve grade that are probably on big wickets. I'm trying to move them on. How do you do that? You put them in reserve grade. You
look at what the Doggies have done in the last 18 months, 24 months, and they've just gone, they've cleared out a lot of players, and Riles is probably going, if this club actually wants to get back into finals contention and be premiership contenders in a few years' time, we're going to have to go through a tough year or two to get the roster that I want.
The only thing I would say is, like, I feel like this roster on paper is substantially better than that roster the Doggies had a couple of years ago when they were struggling. I just think that, like, some of the mistakes they make, like, it doesn't matter whether you're an Origin player or a Q Cup player, a New South Wales Cup player. It's just like, that shouldn't happen. That shouldn't happen. That's what surprised me most. But I think we're all in agreement. Like, we are in the depths of a rebuild with the Eels.
Yeah.
What I do like is he said it early at least. He didn't wait till halfway through the year and go, oh, by the way, guys, it's a rebuild. So it seems like that plan has been in place for a while now.
And if he didn't say that after the game last week and then he went and picked the sort of namely forward pack that he did and didn't pick Maddo, Cartwright, all these blokes, people are going, what are you doing? Like, this isn't our strongest side. But the fact that he got on the front foot and said, no rebuild, you go, okay, we see what he's doing.
Yeah. It's just, the tough thing is, though, is like, the rebuild chat only gets you so much grace. Like, again, if they're still making those errors like that kick chase with Buller at the end of the year, it's like, bruh, that should just never, ever happen.
There's still an NRL squad that like have heaps
representing
of talent
an area,
there. Like, it's in no way is that performance good enough and it cannot continue. Like, a rebuild doesn't make an excuse to get beaten by 30 every week.
Just having a look at their reserve grade team. I didn't watch the game, just looking at stats. Kelmer, 7 runs for 55 metres. Bryce Cartwright, 4 runs for 18 metres. Guymer, 8 runs for 54 metres. Looks like none of them played 80 minutes. They all played less. But for Kelmer, Bryce, those two in particular, to go back to reserve grade and not be overly impressive. Maybe the stats are wrong, but...
Even Maddo, 94 metres there. What's his minute say?
Well, he played 65 minutes through the middle, Maddo, and didn't get to 100 metres. So that's a guy that was playing Origin 2 years ago.
So that's straight off. And the Eels won cup, looking at that.
They won, yeah.
But, like, those stats back it, right? Like,
yeah. I'll tell you what, boys, I don't know how you guys felt, but Kelmer not being picked, I could understand. Bryce has been on the outside. I probably would have picked Maddo, but sure. I thought Charlie Guymer was tough going to get dropped.
Agreed.
The first game.
Was brought on, put on an edge that was getting absolutely torn to shreds. And he's also a young fella. Like,
Yeah.
if you're in a rebuild, surely you keep his confidence.
Bizarre one.
Bit of a strange one.
Especially for Kotoga, who came into that side. Like, give me Geimer.
Oh, yeah, I'm with you, mate. I'm with you.
What
Look,
about Jack Williams? Played right edge, left edge, and middle in this game.
And he did similar the week before as well.
mate, just put him in the middle. Just get him and Bolo at the start of the game to go together. If you're in a rebuild, get your edge back rowers who you think are going to be long term and stick them there. Build combinations. In saying that, look, it's 2 rounds. I'm sure Riles has a plan here.
Yeah.
Just outside looking in and stuff.
All the other ones I can make sense of. Kelmer, Bryce, Geimer, I wouldn't have done it. Sure, he's young, but with the side they've got right now, it's not pick Maddo. I'd love to know what the rationale is there.
Yeah, maybe it's how long does he have in the contract?
No idea with Madison.
Yeah, because if he's got a couple of years, it might be just, mate, we're trying to move you on, so we'll stick you in reserve. He's off?
He's off contract this year.
Wow.
So he's got nowhere for 2026.
Surely you're picking him just to like help the younger boys in the middle.
Surely you just, even if they are trying to, like you're trying to compete in games of football, you're getting blown out at the moment.
And like, yes, it is always good to rebuild, but you've got their confidence for the next 4 or 5 years in your hands. If you're getting smacked each week, it can scar you.
If you're playing Matt Dury for 26 minutes and Tuivati, who I thought looked okay for 20 minutes, are you not just better off having Matto there?
Yeah, it's interesting. Well, maybe it's a fit thing. I will say though.
Sorry, Tuolangi and Cartwright are also off. They're all in the same boat.
Jeez. Maybe it's it's like a fit thing, as in like they fit the jersey. I will say though, Zach Lomax, they were pretty quick, and so he defended at wing, but then moved to centre in attack. But at the same time, he seemed to take a lot of scoots, a lot of hit ups. I like him with his hands on the ball much more often. If I'm being honest, I think you just bite the bullet and you put him back on the wing. I don't think this team has the squad to take advantage of him at centre. I want his hands on the ball as much as possible, and I think it's wing that you actually get that.
I kind of like the role he played on the weekend.
I like it much better.
Yeah,
I'm much closer to it. Look, if this can continue each week where he's running for 200 metres, getting his hands on the ball, all good. Keep him happy at centre, sweet. This team isn't good enough for him to, at the moment, and maybe it might develop into it, but it isn't good enough to stick him in the centres and just like, for example, Joey Manu, he can stick in the centres at the Roosters when they're at their peak because they're creating space for him. They're getting to certain points in the field. I think this side, him on the wing, kick returns, scoots, everything, he just needs to have his hands on the ball as much as possible.
Yeah, I think him and Volkman just seem to be on different avenues at the moment. Like they're so out of sync. I thought that in this game, Volkman, like you talk about that play that Kotoga, he shot up. When you've got Lomax at right centre, just the kicks were just all 10 metres too long for Volkman for me. When you've got a guy like Lomax there, let him compete. So many times where you saw Lomax, the kick it go up, he'd take the first 8 steps and then go, no, there's not a world.
Well, the Roosters did it so good against the Panthers. Like they were landing it perfectly every single time.
Yeah, and you can compete for it.
Yeah. So look, tough night at the office for everyone, really, to be honest. Like, it's hard to find too many good performances, really.
Jeez, it was tough watching Jermaine Hopgood in this one. He just kept trying, and it just kept going wrong for him. The harder he tried, the worse it got. It was brutal to watch. Quicksand.
He's giving everything. But it's just not happening for him, is it?
Alrighty, on to the next game. Doggies defeat the Titans 40-24. It's hard to judge the Titans too harshly because it's their first game, and I understand where Desi's coming from in regards to, like, yes, there's 17 games before we even play a game, so you might miss the jump a little bit. However, the worry I have with the Titans is their forward pack just didn't look anywhere. Like, Tino tried his absolute backside off, but when you look at that forward pack on paper, like, they should be bashing teams, whereas the Dogs just completely outplayed them.
Yeah, and yes, they had the bye week one, but you had more time to get yourself amped up for this one. They just weren't ready for the contest. They knew they were going to Belmore. They knew that for months. They knew what they were going to receive there. They got exactly what they expected to receive, and Tino was the only one that took it to them. Like, I even thought, like, there was guys that are up and down in this side that were disappointing, but there's guys that are usually great, like Bo Fermor. I thought defensively he was really off. They just weren't up for this game at all, the Titans. And you know what? Somehow you get to the last fucking 5 minutes of this game and they're down by 10 points. I've got no idea how. I think it would have been better for the Titans to get completely blown out in this game and a big wake-up call.
Well, it's almost more disrespectful. The Dogs put the cue on the rack. They were just like,
100%
mate, we got these guys. And then as soon as the Titans would, make a little bit of a comeback, the Dogs go, all right, we'll try again. And they just went, boom, back into it.
They're playing with their food.
Which is like, I will say, glass half empty, I'm not liking these scores late in games against the Dogs. Like, that's not what a top 4 side does. That's being super critical, and I reckon Serraldo is probably a little bit pissed off about that. However, what I do like with the Dogs is like the fact that a team is coming to Belmore and the Dogs played like that. The Dogs played like, you're coming to Belmore, we're going to fucking take it to you. And they really did do that. They really took it to them.
I thought Kickout, and I know he got injured in this game, but geez, the minutes he was on, he was tremendous. Those hands he's got, we've spoken about the last few years, unbelievable. Then how he can just shift from ball playing like Tommy Turbo out the back to just being peak Taumalolo through the middle and offloading. Such a special player.
Yeah. We spoke about it a bit, I think, last week. Is like the hype around him has gone a little bit quiet. I don't know why, because when he is fit and playing, he is still genuinely, you could argue he makes a play of the week each week. Crazy soft hands or an incredible offload or a crazy kick chase or a great tackle. He's still got the big plays in him. He just doesn't have the same hype around him as he used to.
So who I reckon is going to be one of the more underrated signings? Marcelo Montoya. Fuck, he was good yesterday.
And you know what I found super interesting? There's a reason why Serraldo has all these raps on him. So the Titans go, all right, we're going to pull a fast one on you. First set, we're going to spread it because you're not going to be ready for it. Serraldo read it like a book. Like literally, Montoya was screaming in before the ball was even close to the winger. Absolutely jammed him, or the fullback, whoever it was. So Montoya big hit on Kenny. They then charge the kick down. So that's all planned. You don't there's no way you go for charge down unless you're being told by Serraldo. Charge the kick down, then they score a try. In that Montoya ends up scoring in the corner. Like that's all off a game plan to start the game off, and it's been executed to perfection by the Bulldogs to put so much pressure that they're kicking out of their own, I think, 30, and then also to charge down 30 or 40, and then also to charge the ball down, and then also to score on the next set. Like I think that Serraldo predicted that Desi was going to spread it early and said, let's put pressure on them straight away and jam in, and they nailed it.
Yeah, 100%.
That's just good coaching. Good coaching. How many times have you seen a team be caught off guard by a team spreading it on the first set where they go, oh shit, we weren't ready for that? They were like waiting for it. Absolutely waiting. Super smart coaching. We'll talk about the Bulldogs quickly, and then we'll get to the Titans, and then we'll get out of here. Connor Tracy, massive game. Got through a mountain of work, 22 runs, 248 metres, 52 post contact. I'm just happy for him because he had an absolute barrier in the trials. And he's the kind of player that, unfortunately, like he has one or two bad games, there'll be mountains of pressure on him because he doesn't have the name of a lot of other fullbacks. But he was outstanding on the weekend, I thought.
Yeah, his development over the last few years has just been a joy to watch.
Yeah,
I think we'll see his attacking input rise as well in coming weeks with Matt Burton out. I saw a post just before that might only be about 2 to 4 weeks, I think Physio was saying, which is very encouraging for him. Like if he was gone for 6+, it would have been devastating for Burton and the Doggies. But I think we'll see. I don't know who's going to come up and partner Toby Sexton in the halves there, but I do think Connor Tracy is going to increase his hand in attack, which is exciting.
Yeah, I think Burton, like, it's so disappointing because it's the first time in quite a while where I've seen him like use his running game like that. And you're like, a lot of people go, I've seen quite a few comments going, oh, Burton's main asset, he's just got a big bomb. Other than that, he's a pretty standard 6. No, he's a Dally M winning centre 6. Tell me how many sixes have such a good running game, they can win a Dally M doing it. Yeah. And I think sometimes even Burton forgets that to a degree. And I liked on the weekend where he did turn into that running centre where he just gassed off the left foot, straight through. Like, that's good to see with Burton. So hopefully he's back sooner rather than later.
Yeah, just on the game itself, and I think Serraldo would have been licking his lips at the weather forecast for this one because he's just got an ultra-fit squad, quite a nimble, like mobile, bit smaller pack certainly than the Gold Coast Titans. And the Titans, who didn't have a full like NRL game under their belt this season, that match fitness coming down into that temp. I know Gold Coast obviously a hotter climate, but Fodawaker, Campbell Gillard, Sua Malawi, Jamin Jolliffe, Dave Feeder, like big boys there.
Yep.
The conditions played into the Doggies' hands, which was handy. Not that that's an excuse by any means, but really what it is.
Well, look how good Max King played. 177 metres, 87 post contact. Like, Max King was outstanding yesterday, especially against a pack that you just read out the names. Like, Max King should be getting dominated by some of those
Big
boys. But he didn't. He dominated himself. So he was outstanding himself. That's in 50 minutes. So 50 minutes, he ran for 177 metres, 87 post contact. That's a bloody good knock. Reed Marnie, try assist. Just a really good performance. As I said, you can look at it glass half empty and go, geez, stop leaking points late, because that puts a bit of a dampener on how good they're going. But at the same time, this is how far this team has come, where they're just putting teams to the sword round 1 and 2. Like last year, we were surprised they were hanging in there. Now they're putting teams to the sword. It's a good start to the year.
Great start. Only one game at Belmore this year. I know it's all about money and stadiums and that, but
I was going to ask you.
How good did that 18,000 at that game yesterday, which is more than they'll probably get to a lot of their bigger stadium games. Again, all behind the scenes, financial stuff, but far out. Like, it's criminal. There's not another game there this year.
Should at least be 2 or 3 a year.
And if you're only going to have one, put it on Saturday Arbor.
And like do it against Dragons or something.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
Oh, Titans, it's Sunday afternoon, 6:15 p.m.
Yeah, that's a tough
Can we go 2 and 4 on a Sunday instead of 4 and 6, please? Oh, geez, it would be better.
Yeah, it's coming. I will say
I think this impacts our lives more than anyone else.
The scenes in Belmore post-match look pretty good, though. A lot of good coverage and content coming out of there. So they definitely enjoyed it out there. You want to see that 2 or 3 times a year, though, don't you? Spread them out.
Yeah.
A few more.
Just quickly, Montoya, 22 runs, 222 metres, 83 post contact, 6 tackle breaks. Like, such a good buy. You got Montoya, you got Wilson. Who else are we missing that's on the wing there? There's another fellow that we're missing.
Montoya, Wilson, Kiraz isn't there.
Kiraz.
Hopefully back this week. There's a bit of chat.
Outstanding. I mean, to bring Kiraz back, if there's Montoya or Wilson's going to miss out, like, that's great depth.
Who misses for you? Probably Wilson for me.
Round 1, I would have played Wilson, and maybe I still would, but like, I'll be honest, Montoya's been fantastic. Blake Wilson had a couple of poor defensive reads on the weekend, and I don't know, maybe Montoya's done enough to jump him in my eyes, but I think they will go with Montoya and Kiraz.
Yeah, they probably will go Montoya, Kiraz. However, the good thing is Wilson will be putting pressure on him constantly. Just a bloody good performance. As I said, outside of the letting them get back into it and all that stuff. In saying that, even when the Titans were getting back into it, you could just tell that the doggies will go like waiting, like, all right, let's just get through this and we'll come out the other end. Look, the doggies, they're doing exactly what they need to do. Great start to the season. Yes, a bit of a dampener. Burton goes down. I will say Toby Sexton, Jesus, good to see him coming into his own. He looks more confident. I felt like even last year when he was going well, you still saw almost like a rookie, like tentatively going, oh, okay, things are working. Whereas I feel like this year, he looks like he believes in himself a lot more. And I hope he kills it, because, like, I understand the idea of, do they need to recruit a fullback or another 7? I'm not sure. But I do want Sexton or Tracy to have a fair opportunity to be in the spine when they make that push for the 4. Because, I thought he was bloody good. Kurt Mann, once again. Geez, he gets through. He's just like, he's become so vital to that doggy side. Another guy that was a utility at the Knights goes down to the Bulldogs. Now he's like, yes, he still plays utility to a degree, but he is vital to this team. Like, you take Kurt Mann out, it definitely does dampen them if you take Kurt Mann on their side.
Makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
Hats off to him playing week after getting that big shiner as well.
Jeez, what was he using to take that swelling down? He was looking pretty good.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Maybe Grumpy Coffee turn his round after that.
Absolutely. So great win from the doggies. What else is there to say? They got ahead, put the cue on the rack, did what they did. Just quickly on the Titans before we finish. Look, it's too early to say, did the halves pairing work, did it not work? You can see the vision, though. You can see the vision. The more concern I have, though, is like, the halves pairing is irrelevant unless this forward pack gets together and starts dominating teams. That's the biggest concern for the Titans.
The Titans as a whole, it was just the same old shit with, like, cool, you can score points, you make line breaks, but your defence isn't there, which is so concerning for them. But I thought that the halves were a bit of a shining light in that I thought they combined fairly well. Yep. I thought they had a bit of direction. As you said, the pack were pretty ordinary, so they didn't have a great platform to play off, but as they always do, they looked dangerous in attack. They got around, so for their first NRL game together in the halves, I think it is, be pretty close to it. I think the signs are decent enough for their combo.
Yeah. as I said, like I'm okay with like now that I've seen the vision of what they're trying to do. Like I've gone, yep, okay, let's go, let's do it. It's all good. The worry I have is this forward pack. I just want to see it click and work as a unit. It just doesn't seem to. It's been quite a few years since I've looked at a Titans forward pack and gone, you know what, they're all on the same page.
David Fafita, 31 minutes.
Oh no, what is it? 900k a year?
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, when he got on, I could understand it. He looked disinterested to me.
But is it a chicken or an egg thing? Like, is he frustrated that he's getting put on the bench and that's what's hurting his confidence, or is he getting put on the bench because he's not playing well? You know, like it's one of those.
Oh, I just thought when he was benched, I thought he was going to come on and absolutely rip and tear, and I thought that we got the complete opposite.
But put it this way, Des Hasler's done it for a reason. I'm bloody sure it'd be for good reason as well. Like, Desi has more runs on the board than Dave Fafita, and we know how good Fafita can be, but we know that he's also had, at times attitude problems on field. So it's like, I don't know why he played 31 minutes in this game, especially when they were chasing points from pretty early on, and he's the best back row in the comp to chase points. It's concerning though.
So their forwards, Mo Fotuaika 112 metres, Regan Campbell-Gillard 70 metres, Tino 120, Firmo 130. Then on the bench, you've got Chris Randall. He only had 38 metres. Fafita 64, Jolliffe 64, Brock Gray on debut. So you're not going to. Yeah, I just need this forward pack to get all on the same page. To be honest, like individually, sometimes they'll have great games, but just somehow getting some unity. And look, Tino's going to be responsible for that. So is RCG. If they can click, they will be so. Like imagine Brimo and Campbell with a good with a forward pack rolling forward. They'll be unstoppable.
Yeah, round one done. Like, that was their first hit out and their first proper bit of match fitness against a Dogs side who have had 80 minutes of NRL under the belt this season. Stinking hot conditions against a bit of a smaller pack. Back home to the Gold Coast next week. We'll reassess them, but yeah, a few red flags.
I want Randall at 13. I want Tino up front. I just think Randall offers a lot around the ruck for him, and he
especially
can work with
the
Tino.
size of the pack, right? Like, just get a bit more of a mobile. Not saying Tino isn't mobile, but much like what the Broncos have done with Pat Carrigan moving lock to middle, you can do the same with Tino, right? He'll still play big minutes, have a massive impact, but just get that pack a little smaller.
And like, I don't want Tino making 38 tackles. Like, I want to make him 20.
He shouldn't have to do that anymore.
Yeah.
Like, there's a few years ago, it was him and just guys. There's other fellas there that can take that load.
He's essentially got two other origin. You've got RCG and Fotuaika. Well, three that can help him do that.
How many minutes did RCG play? I feel like he wasn't on the field all that much.
39.
39.
Okay. Yeah, right.
Randall played 34. I would have thought in a hot day, Randall is perfect. So we'll see. We'll see. But look, it's round one. It's definitely not panic stations or anything like that. Round one, got it out of the system. Now they can get into the flow of things. Hopefully they sort it out. Alrighty. Now it's time to face a bit of music, brought to you by our friends over at Sportsbet.
All right, let's do it. We've got the grand final rematch.
Oh, sorry, just quickly. And sorry, I know the last games weren't as long, guys, but we just got to get the podcast out at a certain time. It can't be too late. So I apologise. We'll try and get those minutes back next week. Sorry about that.
Storm, $1.33. Panthers, $3.34. The Lions, 8.5 points down in Melbourne this week. Storm have won 18 of their last 19 at Amy Park. But the Panthers don't lose back-to-back too often.
I am going to go the Melbourne Storm. Melbourne Storm. Head-to-head. I can't pick this game. Melbourne Storm head-to-head.
Give me Panthers plus 8.5.
Panthers plus 8.5.
I'll go Storm 1 to 12.
I'm going Panthers plus 8.5 as well. Storm 1 to 12, by the way, Matty, get you $2.85. Next game.
Actually, I'll go Storm 1 to 12. Actually, no, lock it in. I said it. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm going to have to take your first answer. Sorry. Warriors, $1.86. Host the Roosters, $1.98. The line's half a point, so, not even really worth having a look at there. But that's where we've landed for this one. Warriors at home, of course. Looked good last week.
I'll go Warriors 1 to 12.
Yeah, Wires 1 to 12.
Warriors head-to-head.
I'll go Roosters 1 to 12.
Warriors 1 to 12 gets you $3.05. Roosters 1 to 12, $3.10. I'm going to go Roosters head-to-head, $1.98, like what I saw last week against the Panthers. Next game, Broncos, $1.14, Cowboys, $5.75. 16.5 is the line at Suncorp Stadium on Friday in the Brisbane Broncos time slot.
I'll go Cowboys with a 16.5 start.
Yeah, okay? Yep.
What's that paying, sorry?
$1.89.
Yeah, so Broncos to win, but Cowboys with a start. Yeah, Broncos. Head-to-head, Broncos to win.
I have no idea what to expect from the Cowboys here. I'm just going to take a swing and take the $19 at Cowboys 13 plus.
Wow.
Just hope the Cowboys do a Cowboys.
Oh,
and
no.
blow it away.
We've already
and
started the Hail Marys, eh?
I win it in round 3.
Okay.
Oh, no. Broncos 13 plus.
Broncos 13 plus.
That'll get you $1.56.
$1.56
Yeah, enjoy
for
that,
that.
boys.
That's shit.
I'm going to join Roo.
Yeah, smart footy.
Cowboys
Yeah.
13 plus.
'Cause you're only going to get, you're getting like $1 if they win. So you're only really losing out on $1.50 or some shit.
Yep, if they win though. Good times. Me and Roo getting a bit lonely at the top. Super Saturday, Sharks $1.17 hosts South Sydney $5.10. Line is 14.5 points. It says here Sharks Stadium. It's Shark Park.
Yeah.
What's the line paying? Like $1.90.
$1.90. Yep.
I'll go Sharks 1-12.
That's $3.25.
Yep.
Yep.
I'll go Sharks 13 plus.
$1.67.
Sharks to cover the 14.5.
Yep.
Give me the opposite of what Timmy just said. South.
Rabbitohs plus 14.5.
Yep.
Okay. I will go Sharks 13 plus as well, $1.67. Next game on Super Saturday, this is a good game. Dolphins $1.90, Tigers $1.94 at KO Stadium. Again, the line's half a point. Bit of value here, I reckon.
I'm going to go Dolphins 1-12.
Yeah,
$3.10.
Third week in a row, I'm going to go Dolphins 1-12.
Dolphins 1-12.
I'm going Tigers head-to-head.
Tigers 13 plus, $4.10 for me. In that one, the last game on Saturday, Titans $1.94 host the Knights $1.90 again. Half a point's the line.
Half a point.
Yeah. I can't believe that.
I'm going to go.
Yeah.
I'm going to go
Gotta get
Knights
the podcast
1-12.
out, mate.
Knights 1-12, 310,
Titans 1-12.
320.
I have no idea with this one. Knights head-to-head.
Knights 13 plus.
That's $3.90. I'm taking the Knights head-to-head, taking the $1.90. On to Sunday, Parramatta $2.84, the Dogs $1.43. The line is 7.5 points out at CommBank.
I'm going to go the Dogs 13 plus.
$2.35.
I'll take the Dogs minus 7.5.
Yep,
Dogs minus 7.5.
Yeah, me too. Minus 7.5.
I'm taking that too. That's going to get me $1.84. And the last game, Manly $1.58. The Raiders $2.46. The line's 4.5 points out there at Manly on Sunday.
I am going to go. I'm going to go Raiders 13 plus, going for a big swing here. 650.
Yep,
I don't mind that. Give me, what's the start? 4.5.
4.5.
It's not much. Raiders 1-12.
350.
I'm going to go on the assumption that Turbo and DC are playing, which I have no idea. Manly -4.5.
See, I'm assuming they're not playing.
I honestly, I have no idea.
Why do you hate your team so much?
I have been put through a lot of pain over the years with the Raiders and Manly.
The Raiders beat
particularly-
Manly at Brookie last year.
Last year, did we?
Yeah. Elliot Whitehead got a double, didn't he?
Yeah, you've already locked it in though, mate. So
Yeah, no, I'm okay. So I've had a lot of pain with him over the years, and Turbo always destroys us.
I'll go Raiders with the start.
Yep, I'm just going to take Raiders head-to-head at $2.46. That's it.
Alrighty.
Round.
Thanks to Sportsbet. Give us a follow on the feed. Make sure to like and subscribe. Leave a positive review. It really helps the podcast. And make sure to join the Bloke Club. You have a chance to win a Mazda BT50 Plus. The first month, $2,000 cash. Give the boys a follow on all their socials. All that good stuff. We will go and fuck ourselves. Thank you.
What's gambling really costing you? For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.